let him look, cause we don't know. Just let him look, cause we don't know. Let him look, cause we don't know. So let him look, cause we don't know. So let him look, cause we don't know. Just let him look, cause we don't know.
Gaming, we have been critical so far because VG are a team that haven't had that sense of direction that we wanted to see. Ike's has been the starting jungler, even with Loyan making the transition to the roster. This will be his first day starting. This will be his first game in summer on VG Gaming.
I'm excited to see what Loyan can bring to this roster, because it feels like they've been lacking a little bit, not only in the direction that they can take a lot of their drafts, but also how they can enact their plan in the early game. We talked about Hung roaming up and trying to help out with some vision control and that, which I think will help support Loyan in his style of jungling, which is to be very aggressive. And I think this could work super well now, where they have that combo of Hung and Lian looking to make plays around the mid lane, and especially since Forge has been playing a lot more of these melee bruisers and assassins mid, these are champions that need to get rolling early and will need that support from the jungle.
I love you talk about jungle interaction, then you reference bot, because on IG, Loyan was very much about hitting that bottom lane dynamic. A bottom lane dynamic that didn't exist when Ning was on the roster, so it was a very different style, one that I know Lyric in the past, he talked a lot about Loyan just not fitting with Invictus Gaming. You've had similar thoughts there too. So this is important, because if iBoy and Hung get off the ground, then VG, as we saw in some of their surprise wins in last split, can really find a carry measure.
And I think they need to pick up one here today, right? You're playing against Victory 5. Now, we have been very impressed with Victory 5, and we're still trying to see exactly how far they can go, but there have been holes in the game plan.
I think that's Sam D.
There have been a little bit of discussions about, okay, well, look, these are not the massive caliber or massive team fight winners. We need to look at, okay, can VG now come in here and pick up a win against what is essentially a mid-lane to lower team? As much as the memes are for V5, we're still going to look at it.
Hey, they're a top-tier team. Rob, I just have to say, you have to be careful, man. The chat will not be on your side. This is a Worlds team.
Look, PP God, I understand, is going to go to Worlds. It's just, I'm not sure about
just not on this roster? How dare you? I mean, Weiwei and BuBu have been performing well. We're going to go through the roster now here for you as well. The same. Topside BuBu, Weiwei in the jungle. They were together on Suning at one point. Mole in mid lane. Sam D and PP God, your bottom lane. And look at that smug face from the bottom lane duo. They know what they've achieved so far, what they want to achieve against VG coming up in the series.
Yeah, don't forget, Sam D was on that Suning Nest roster with them as well. So it's the three of them that have come over from that Suning roster and look absolutely amazing. And especially as you just kind of touched on there for BuBu, I've been super impressed with this guy. He's now sitting on the third most solo kills. He's tied at 5, whereas the person first is at 6. So BuBu's actually looking really good for those top laners.
So much better than when he was on Suning last split. You remember when he was balancing with Bin. That 2020 spring looked horrible for both top laners. They didn't look like they were a strong dynamic whatsoever. But while we shift over to the Coma team, as you saw on stage of VG Gaming, we're going to go through the roster. Cube in the top side, Loyan making his summer debut here in the LPL. The IG jungle you remember from spring and from the year past at Worlds. Forge mid, iBoy and Hung, the bottom lane duo.
And this is now where I want to see what Loyan can bring to this roster. He's been training behind the scenes. They didn't want to bring him in for the first couple of weeks until he got settled on this team. So this is where Coma feels right. Loyan, you're ready. You've already had a couple of scrims. Let's see what you can do on the stage.
iBoy on your screen as well, a key player that everyone will associate with EDG of the past.
That's true, but we haven't actually seen a huge amount from iBoy. He's even been looking more towards the likes of the Senna picks, just kind of taking a step back when it comes to that carry role. It has been more Cube and Forge stepping up to fill that position, so it'll be interesting to see if iBoy does go back towards Senna, especially with the buffs that she got on this patch, or if we see them still go towards more like the Callista for it.
Because we are on patch 10.12 and things haven't changed too much from when we started on 10.11 here in the Summer Split, but the Callista will be taken away straight away from V5 though.
It's interesting to see Callista start to rise in that ban priority. Like, she was very much left open a lot of the time, but now she's become an almost definite ban alongside that Varus.
While Ezreal is just the first pick priority, that remains the same for most teams here. That means for VG, the 200 champion, that'll get locked in.
And I imagine they're going to go for a jungler here as well for Loyan. At least that's the normal protocol here. You don't really want to show out too much when it comes to the likes of your support matchup, because actually now your support matchup can make quite a big difference on how that bottom lane interacts, but also the rest of the goings on when you want to start looking at those roles.
But let's quickly talk about Loyan as his debut performance, because he was the Lee Sin player. He is a carry-style jungler. What is he going to pick here on VG?
Yeah, I'm hoping that we start to see something like the Graves, the Nidalees. I think he looked really good on Nidalee on IG, so I want to see him go back towards that style.
Banned, unfortunately, but the Graves you mentioned is a good point.
Yeah, I think Graves would be an excellent lockup here. It does mean, though, that you may struggle a little bit to get on towards the likes of this Ezreal, but still a wonderful jungler at the moment that does dictate the pace of that jungle super well.
Well, the priority, though, does go to VG's bottom lane first. So Hung picks up the Thresh. That means it's the pick of the litter for the junglers here for V5. And Weiwei on Grave so far has looked pretty damn good. I was just going over his stats a little bit earlier. This is one of his most played. Has a pretty good KDA as well, while Bubu just facilitates. This is looking more like the V5 comp that we've seen so far.
And now we've got an Ornn mixed into that as well. It's not the Renekton that Bubu has been playing. He's had 6 games on that so far. But now going over towards the Ornn, this works super well. You've got this nice engage tool that you can sit in the top lane. And now finally the LPL is starting to realize, hey look, this Ornn's actually a pretty good champion. He's now sitting at the second most picked and banned in that top lane, so it's nice to see the Forge Master getting a little bit of play.
You're going to see the Trundle first, though. So Luyen is picking up something pretty standard here. There's no variation of change between junglers, while Dagda, it's time to ban some solo laners. What do you reckon?
Well, I imagine if I'm looking at this Ornn pick, V5, you need to start looking to ban away the likes of the Kaels and these kind of things, because VG already have a comp that can do reasonably well when it comes to scaling with the Aphelios, and Kael just gets such a free lane against Ornn, and VG can just double down on this scale into the future.
But I think it's pretty smart from VG to get rid of the Twisted Fate, which has already been picked up by Mole 2 times. Something that's worked pretty well alongside the Ornn here in the LPL. Mordekaiser is going to get removed, so that's one of them. You mentioned the Kael before. We'll keep our eyes on that for V5, while for VG, it's another question of mid laner or support.
Yeah, so the thing is, for both these squads, you haven't really shown a huge amount with your draft so far. A lot of these guys are still fairly flexible on how you want to play this game, so there's not really a huge amount that you want to start banning away or, you know, solidifying or getting away from a certain composition on either side. So it's more just generalistic bans that we're seeing at the moment.
Which is why it's interesting to see the Karma as the final ban here for VG Gaming. PP God, we know he plays it. We know most importantly that for PP God, you know, spellcasters are in there, but he can also revert back to things like the Thresh in the past, the Nautilus as well. But V5, Dagda, you said Kael.
I think the Kael would just work super well. Well, similar scaling idea coming in for Forge, but I think there is the opportunity here for Cube to go towards something like that, Kael. And even if you really want to, you can try and go for something like the Galio in the mid lane. Super strong. You haven't got to worry too much about getting dove on massively, and you provide a little bit of safety for the follow-up that's inevitably going to come through with this Ornn trying to get on top of you. Same with this Graves. So, okay.
Top lane is going to be 2 boys button heads. That's fun.
Yeah, we are slowly tending back towards seeing a few more of these tanks come in. Sion, we did see him play a couple of times into the Wukong matchup, but Sion's just super strong. I mean, if you are going to look to scaling into the late game, Sion is just such a super tank in that regard.
Well, for V5, they say, okay, you can pick the Sion. They want the full engage. Look at the wombo built up by these 3 champions in a row. PP got on his Bard as well. The fans have been a fan of this one.
Yeah, and now you've got some really nice engage tools here, where obviously you've got the Tempered Fate to set up these big engages alongside the Ornn. You've got some nice damage that can come through from the Graves and the Ezreal to supplement the damage you're missing from this Galio. So overall, a nice front-to-back team-fighting style coming out from V5. And now we got to see what VG want to try and solidify here. You do the Sion go up towards the top, so they're going to go with Silas for Forge here in the mid lane. And this isn't the worst pick. You do get a nice easy lane against the Galio, and then you've got both the Galio ults you can take, you've got the Ornn ultimate you can steal away as the Silas as well. So you're basically looking, as he said, about not only the top laners looking to butt heads, but these 2 teams are going to want to butt heads as well.
But I will say, in terms of mega scaling, we've got a bit with Silas with the Sion frontline as well. Everything changes, of course, though, when you have an Ornn, but I'm curious because Vici there have built themselves up to do a bit of skirmishing in the early game.
I feel like the scaling is reasonably similar on both sides. I know you've got Aphelios there who's going to do great, but at least when you've got Ornn and he's able to give across a couple of these ornaments, it kind of skews the scaling a little bit. So when we look towards those super late game, it's more so going to be coming down to this execution. How do people try and play around some of these big engage tools like the Galio ults, the Ornn ults on, well, both sides now, and how useful Sion can be in these fights, because I feel like when I look towards a Graves who can dash around fairly freely with the quick draw, you've got those arcane shifts for the Ezreal, it becomes a little bit more difficult for Sion to have these big decimating smashes to try and find the right pick with his ultimate, or at least getting onto some of the backline. So I'm curious to see how this Sion is going to do for Q.
It's a great question, because at the end of the day in the LPL, it's all about setup. You know, we use scaling very loosely because it's all the setup for the fight, especially for VG here. Giving space to iBoy towards that late game could be the benefactor, right? How does Forge play on the Silas? How does he get his way in?
I think that's the big thing, right? Forge wants to dive into the mix here alongside Cube, alongside Leanne. You've got Mole here on the Galio who can do a great job of just slam dunking every single one of them, bopping them up, so then you buy enough time for the backline. It becomes very difficult for a lot of these melee champions to operate in fights when you've got the likes of an Ornn, when you've got this Galio there as well. It becomes a bit messy.
We got Mafia Graves. Let's go. Back on the field of justice. It's still Mafia Graves.
Ironic,
it's
it?
Mafia Graves.
Mafia Graves on the fields of justice.
It's still Mafia Graves, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. And look, it's always going to be Mafia Graves. Interesting is PP gone. He's gone Astro Bard here once again with the pink chroma. Now, here in the LPL, you know, that's actually the most popular skin for our Bards. So well done. We got new Guardian on Bard as well, as you were talking about a couple of days ago, Dagda. He'd be a big fan of the new changes.
Yeah, Guardian is fantastic at the moment. You've got an extra little bit of range there going from 175 to 350, which makes such a massive difference for setting yourself up in just the correct position to try and save a few of your teammates. Plus as well, the trigger condition changing, so it's now that 90 to 250 post-mitigation damage means it doesn't just randomly proc in lane and you're like, oh, God's sakes. But now you've actually got a little bit more utility there where you can try and use it more intuitively.
To add points to that as well, I will say for Hung, it's nice in the matchup because with Flay, with the passive that comes through from your auto attack, that's about 90 damage. That should be able to proc it, so that's a cool little interaction that we now have to keep track of to see if that truly is the way it goes. Ward's going to be spotting out the start here. For Leyen towards the top side, it was Wei who put it down, then went back, and I believe picked up a sweeper. We got some handsome men down the bottom of the screen, but that's not what I'm interested in right now. We've got Trade in the mid. Did he get the sweeper? Yes, he did. He did the old trinket play. And right now, Wei is towards the bottom side of the map.
Wei would just be looking to try and go for a full clear here. Probably go Raptors into looking for that scuttle on bottom side, and then can go back up towards the top, see if you can double scuttle. But with the way iBoy and Hung are pushing in here, they should be able to help out on that scuttle timer. So it might actually work out pretty nicely here for VG, where they might be able to force Wei off of some of these scuttles.
And see how Leyen can play towards his favorite side of the map. Right now, going back and doing the rest of his clear. We're going across the lanes. You can see already Bubu has found a pretty big CS lead. Ornn against Sion. It's going to be fun up there, boys. But I will say Ornn is an assassin, so of course he wins. He wins every matchup.
It's been so long since we've seen this wet noodle fight in the top lane, though. It's been bruisers for such a long time.
That ain't a wet noodle. Ornn is a spicy meatball. There is no way Ornn is any kind of noodle that does no damage. It's still insane. As Leyen is going to show us insanity himself. Mole's on the wrong side of the rift, but it is towards Wei. Really good pathing from Mole, walking up towards his jungler.
Smart from Forge not to continue that as well, because if he followed up with the chains, there's always the potential that Wei will be there, and now he's going to force Leyen back here.
The pillar placement also nice. Puts him away, but that means Wei just has free roam over the Scuttle Crab.
So when we look at these comps, I'm looking at V5 and when they start to come online. You're looking about that, 15 to 20 minute mark, you start to get a couple of these items in check. But I want to see what happens with Mo when he does hit this level 6 points. How does he try and influence the map? Because you're not really going to be able to do too much with PP God and Sam D down here. This is a very passive lane, essentially. So, and then you're looking towards that top side with Bubu, and you're like, well, you're trying to take down a Sion with an Ornn. Galio, it's probably not going to end too well. So I want to see how he supports Wei, because I feel like the idea here for V5 is to have Wei consistently invading onto Leanne, just trying to be a nuisance for this Trundle, and then have that Galio to support him on both sides of the jungle so he can invade.
Sheer amount of damage that comes out of Wei and Mole when they hit those crucial points as well as, yep, the cameraman gets baited. This is the thing I don't miss, is when, we had our tank versus tank top all the time. The observers are like, oh, there's some action here, but it's really not much.
What you gotta watch is for the grasp of the Undying trades. That's why we're looking at this very back and forth. It's all about that auto spacing.
Yeah.
This is true League of Legends, is there?
This is what we've been missing in live. Cube actually doing pretty good at showing us how the trade could go as well. There's a level difference as well. Searing charge. Never mind what I'm saying. Bubu is quite low. No jungle interference available. Force off the wave for now.
Yes, Cube doing a reasonably good job, and this is the thing, Sion is actually pretty strong in lane. A lot of people forget because we don't see him very often, the amount of abuse that can come out from his abilities, plus you've got that shield that can also do damage and absorb a whole heap, which is why you often see the corrupting potion start, because you just trade so efficiently against everyone else.
Well, walking in here for the shield of Duran, good dark passage. Le Yan wanted to invade the space, he got a little bit, but Weiwei will clean up the rest. So trying to play aggressive towards that bottom side, goes back to his jungler, and Le Yan has just been bottom side pretty much the whole time, camping around, shadowing around this dragon, and the bottom lane that you mentioned was pushing in.
Yeah, I was curious to see how he was going to try and play down towards this bottom side. Leon did get that scuttle though, so it's not going to be a double scuttle for Weiwei, which he would have loved. But Forge and Mo trading in the main lane, watching Weiwei, because again, when we look at the way these junglers play, it's always been with the support of their supports. Hung and PP God getting involved, but we won't have too much from PP God in this matchup, so it'll be more on Hung to get out and start roaming around the map.
I will say though, PP God is moving upwards as Weiwei and Mole start this invade. The big chicken stolen away. That was revenge for what Leyen achieved towards the bottom side of the map. PP God goes back to lane, and that's said and done. A slower early game, but you know what? With the way these comps and the way you set them up, Dagda, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much you can do. I mean, Sam D is wanting to get up towards a couple of items. As an Ezreal, it sucks trying to fight when you've got tier plus something else, because you know that iBoy has put, even though he's a Felios, a whole bunch of gold into pickaxes and BF swords, and you're looking down at a little crystal that doesn't do anything. So for Vici, they're happy to go for plays like this because they know, as of right now, they're going to be in good shape, especially with iBoy shoving into this bottom side.
The Arcane shifts forward. That was precarious, but it's all fine, said and done. The Dragon to be taken quite easily here by Vici. There's no Herald available for now. That's a 1 versus 2, but iBoy insists on going forward. Hung ready for the death sentence. Sam D doesn't even need to dodge that one.
There was a super cheesy strat you used to be able to do with Sion that we saw quite a bit. Well, not quite a bit, I suppose. It was a little bit.
You're not going to talk about
US
inching
Challenger.
to a turret, are you?
No, it was actually an old school one. This has gone back like maybe 3 years ago, where what you used to do is the second you hit this level 6 mark, you would back, we shoved the wave, you'd back, and before you had tanks that could push waves really effectively like Ornn, you used to be able to go for this level 6, run down bot lane and try and pick up some kills, but it's not a thing too much anymore.
Well, he might have to run away now. Yeah, he is there. Hero's entrance from Mole was pretty bad.
And this is what we were talking about, is that it actually becomes super difficult for you to try and gank onto this Sion. That unstoppable charge can get out so effectively. Unless you manage to get a pillar in his way by some miracle, or get a body in his way, he's going to be able to do that over and over. Now you've got a big ultimate burn by Mole, same with Bubu, and not really much happening for V5 so far.
You got to remember that Cube didn't have to burn anything apart from that flash. The teleport's still available. He stayed in lane, shoved it out, and reset, so not a loss that you can see on your screen. Mole, without the ulti you mentioned, has to walk back to lane 2. Pings are now going down from V5 towards the Rift Herald that has just spawned. But Cube has stayed in lane. He has a shove there yet again. Forge is missing, and the bottom lane of Vici are rotating.
I was hoping that iBoy would actually stay in the bottom lane. So V5 usually do rotate all 5 members here, but if you're Vici, I leave iBoy in the bottom lane, he shoves in, we just trade more turret plates. You've already got 1 down, you can just get a couple more onto this Aphelios and start scaling into the later stages. We've seen a lot of teams just forego these Rift Herald plates because, well, we don't really care. We're just going to pick up those turret plates anyway, so have the Herald, waste time not farming your jungle or farming your lanes, and you still come out ahead.
Well, PP God's the one to check here. Good dodge away from the extra bit of Calibrum. Sam D now on his lonesome as well. Bit of a nuisance for Vici Gaming, and they're actually backing away, rather pulling the Herald towards Le Yan, as it's only Sam D and PP God. Weiwei not in position to steal. The thumbs go up from like everyone, and Vici will take the Herald successfully.
Yeah, so you can see top laners had already rotated down to the bottom lane, so all that golden experience was picked up there, and we're going to have basically opposite sides of the match, our map, for both of our laners here. So not too much going on so far, and we'll have to see how this Rift Herald does get used by Vici. Ideally, again, trying to shove this gold into iBoy is your best bet.
Yeah, Felios getting farm. What's new?
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, especially this comp, like, Forge isn't going to be your main carry with this Silas at any point in time, so give your gold to the AD carry.
It's kind of funny how, if you've been watching the LCK recently, their games have sped up. Like, there's a lot more skirmishing, there's a lot more blood. With the LPL, some of our teams still, like compositions like this where everything is quite slow for a while. Now, we are 10 minutes in, so I don't expect that to continue because Hung's been caught out. He has to flash away over the wall. The Shield of Duran catches him on the exit path as well. The death sentence delays time, but the collateral damage gives V5 first blood over to Weiwei, while iBoy and Loyan under turret versus 4. V5 are going to leave it at that.
And this is why you gotta love PP God. He will make plays happen when he gets his hand on these playmaking supports. Getting into the enemy jungle, working with Mole and Weiwei, managing to pick up first blood, and this is why it's so crucial in making sure you lock down the vision control for yourself against V5, because they're happy to keep doing this.
You give the Graves, who in this jungle matchup wanted to go steadier. Weiwei's going to feel pretty happy about that. He's already set up for the Warriors and Chan on his next back, and this is going to be a good lead for V5 to play through a 500 gold lead here at 10 minutes.
You got the 10-minute code coming in from Sam D as well, so I don't think he's really looking to fight anytime soon. It does mean, though, that, like, again, we'll be seeing a little bit of a slower pace game, which we kind of expected, but we are still getting VG trying to accelerate a little bit, but getting this Rift Herald gold into iBoy.
I mean, there's no trade here, so the Herald is going to get the turret plating. First turret blood as well with an Aphelios nearby, very likely through the next wave, as iBoy going to be pretty happy picking this one up.
V5 very late on way they want to rotate. UBU stuck down in that bottom lane, doesn't rotate in time. Now, you're always a little bit scared of, obviously, VG going for some sort of dive play, but at least having the Ornn here to use the Call of the Forge got to clear the wave lane. They wouldn't have been able to take that terror, but UBU sticking around a little bit too long.
Oh no, I've seen this before. This reminds me of SMLZ and the Shy. If anyone goes back into some of our top clips on the LPL Twitch channel, it was 2019 spring. It was the Shy versus SMLZ. He was on Suning at the time, and his Ezreal got outplayed by, I think it was a Glacial Augment Scion.
Yeah.
Good times.
When
the Shy wasn't playing horrendously.
He's not having a fun time all of them.
Dude, he is not looking good, and I bet Loyan's like, ha, now I'm on Vici. Maybe there's more potential here as he almost gets caught out with the Cosmic Binding, but Dragon being started.
So this is actually pretty big for Vici. They stopped the back from Sam D, which means he hasn't picked up his items, whereas you've got that first item completed across the board here for Vici. So they're in a really good place to spot.
Tempered Fate is available, almost steals away. Good Dark Passage, and the Tempered Fate misses from PP God. Worth the shot, but V5 go away empty-handed.
I'm surprised Vici aren't trying to fight here. You actually have a lot of strength build up because Sam D never got that back off, but deciding not to go for it instead, they're just happy to get the dragon. And now we're looking at our Mountain Soul as well. So when we've got two super tanks in the top lanes, and you got Leanne there as well, this is definitely a dragon both teams would
This
be
was the 5-head play from V5. They're like, we know it's going to be a Mountain Soul.
Yeah,
so let's let them get the first two. And then our Galio, our Ornn will feel very good with 4 mountains in a row.
That's the plays you get.
Yeah.
It's part of the 5Vs for victory, right?
Which one does this come under?
It's going to be versatile. Be versatile, adapt. Except it's be like mountain this time around, not be like water.
Oh, okay.
Be like mountain, yeah.
Be like
be
mountain.
Strong.
Stable,
Yeah.
strong, earth. As you're looking at gold on the left-hand side of your screen now. I'm pointing that out because iBoy is pretty large this game. It's been quiet down in that bottom lane, but he's been farming away. He got the Rift Herald play up towards that top side you saw before. As Gravitum's there, but Hung doesn't want to commit forward. Sam D is being ultra aggressive. True Barrage does not connect, but turret plates yet again taken from iBoy, and they will expire in 30 seconds. So next wave coming in, and V5 are grouping up to deny.
So the thing I like here, what VG have done is, by getting a couple of these early dragons, they have set themselves up where, as this game starts to go on, I know a couple of those mountain dragons going over for V5 will be super nice, but at least the first one, maybe two, you don't really have to contest them because you're still waiting for iBoy to get to a couple of items. You want Forge to get to where he's nice and beefy and can survive a good chunk of the return damage he's going to get coming into these scraps. So if you just hang on a little bit and let iBoy get to those 3 items, you're going to be in much better shape. So there's no real timer or pressure on VG now to try and enact anything on the map because V5 have just matched this slow game.
I mean, Aphelios with 3 items, right? We know. I think there's going to be some serious thinking over the next couple of patches because surely he gets touched up again, right? Surely Aphelios will lose a bit more damage, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. You never really know what way Riot are working, to be honest. Like,
no, it's not criticism. I just think he's very strong.
I personally would not argue with the amount of experience on the Riot games.
Yeah, no.
So,
hey,
I don't know.
We're okay. We're positive here. But more importantly, I touch up. Because, like, seriously, I think still, Apelis is a fun champion, and I'm not being sarcastic here. He's actually a fun champion to play. As Weiwei and Luyan meet up, but I'm waiting for the next champion. I haven't heard anything yet, Dagda.
Well, I think the thing, well, the next champion, yeah, I'm not sure. I think, wasn't there something like it's a jungler, I want to say?
Ooh, yeah.
Maybe? Maybe I could be wrong with that, but Forge.
Well, Mole has to pick a side, and he's got the help of PP God. The flash immediately burned. The ultimate stolen from Forge. That means he can use it right on top of him if he wants. On top, but he gets his jungler. The Dark Passage can only save one, and now Luyan locked up. Cube is in as well, but for V5, they're grouped up. The first kill goes on over, and Mole, invulnerable, but taken down by Cube in the end, while the flash away goes in, and Forge re-engages. This is so damn messy, because Sam D's on the back line, taking him apart. It's only iBoy left alive, with a triple kill going over to Weiwei, and iBoy re-engaging might not be the play, as Zombie Scion to try and find up Wei. What the heck? This champion, I'm done, I'm not commentating this. We're going to reset. That was a trade back from iBoy.
Whatever about the end of that fight.
That's
Forge
stupid.
he just gave that entire fight over to V5. BB was happily farming top lane, and then went, wait, there's two people frozen right here for me? Great, here's Call of the Forge God. Have our free win in this team fight.
I'll just wait for that replay at this point, because I don't know what you call Forge re-engaging. What are the 5 V's of VG Gaming?
What, like,
ferociousness.
Everyone on V5 was grouped. If he just tosses it at the members of V5, you're good. You get out. All you have is PP God, who can't really do very much as a bard.
Vanity.
But instead, he just tosses it on top of himself.
And V5 do a quick reset. Weiwei now has 4 kills as a Graves jungle, so it's safe to say he's pretty fed. And picking up the Rift Herald, even in vision of VG Gaming, there's nothing they can do. The second objective's going to go over, and now with the Dragon coming up in 15 seconds, it's going to be interesting because V5 hold the cards.
Sorry, I a little compose myself.
The observer doesn't even want to give us a replay.
Look,
we're not giving you that one.
You all know what happened.
I just want to see how iBoy, was it Sam D who died? It was.
Sam D did die. So Sam D died, and I think and Mole died as well.
Someone died to iBoy.
That was Sam D. So Sam D came actually in a good flank position, tried to picked off Hung, and then tried to go against iBoy, who had Severum and had the Calibrum. So managing to take too much damage, then the Calibrum hit, so it was a dead.
Hey, call the Forge Gods available. I'm going to have to interrupt you because VG have started the Dragon. There's Hung with the Hook, but the Rift Herald's going to be used in River. Now the engage starts. The Tempered Fate locks down Luyan and the Dragon. The re-engage comes in. The Arcane Shift into the wall. They look for the seal. They find it. It's Sandu who picks it up, and V5 are now in the pit. Can they escape? Because Bubu at half health. Everyone's separated with Hung with a great re-engage hook onto PP God, but everything's torn. iBoy's trying to carry this fight, and that's exactly what he's doing, because over the wall, Sam D has to walk away. PP God is out as well, with Hung following through the magical journey, and that was a weird interaction with iBoy. Dragon for a weird fight.
It was a strange fight because when you look towards Cube, he's actually so incredibly tanky right now. And Sam D, when you're on an Ezreal like this, can struggle to get through these tanks, right? If you always want these crit AD carries when you see a lot of these super tanks coming in. And unfortunately, that's not what Ezreal provides. He can still go towards the likes of Blade of the Rune King, rather than maybe your Death Stance as a third item and try and help in taking down Cube. But it's really difficult to take down this Grasp of the Undying Scion.
That Rift Herald went on a bit of a journey from river to mid-turret, and he actually picked it up. So that feels pretty nice of your V5 for the bit of extra gold. Gold is even, by the way, and has been for the past 8 or so minutes. The Mountain picked up. That's bonus stats for the Ornn, who is edging towards that level 14 most. It's 14 now, isn't it? Or 13?
13 from South, 14.
13, okay, cool. So 13 is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so I mean, look, he's getting towards a nice little spot, and again, this is where VG are still finding a little bit of an advantage when it comes towards team fights, and a lot of that gold is being funneled on towards iBoy. So you can see Infinity Edge, that seal item as well, so he'll be looking to get that Ruins Hurricane and the Phantom Dancer before he starts approaching these fights. But once he does, probably a Last Whisper as well to help get through Worm, but he'll still be in a really good spot. Whereas I'm curious to see now how Sam D can operate in these fights, because I feel like he nearly needs to get away from Cube and start dealing damage onto Forge, and maybe see if he can get on a bit of damage onto iBoy as well, because if he's just firing all these Mystic shots into these big beefcakes in the front line, well, it's not really going to make too much of a difference to VG.
I was just just looking at the stat, Weiwei has 100% kill participation. I'm not sure what the second one was. I apologize. I know we do have some bilingual people in our Twitch chat, which has been very helpful in the past. If they could help me out on that one, that would be great. But Weiwei has had a pretty big performance. Again, 4-0-1, Black Cleaver in hand, with the Executioner's calling. Quite large and in charge, with now helping Mole in the top side turret get some more gold on this V5 lineup. There's not going to be a trade here from VG Gaming, and there's no objectives up, bar the Baron. So with this top turret going down, it feels like V5 are going to be able to encroach on this jungle, control more of the Baron side vision, and set up for these wombos much easier that you talked about in draft.
And it feels like now they're really starting to get to grips with how they can control the jungle. You already see a bunch of vision down there that you were just pointing out. And as well, that bottom lane turret now becomes a lot more difficult to try and hold on to. But V5 will want to try and hold on to this mid lane turret and stop VG from taking it, because if they're able to match this depth of vision, it's going to be a little bit of a problem for V5.
Okay, Tempered Fate, iBoy now locked on down. They want to find the pick, but the Cosmic Binding doesn't connect, and iBoy without an ulti. Honestly, I think we just get to the point where we ban him. Teams should just ban him. No one's banning Aphelios.
I mean, Varus is a lot stronger, to
Varus
be honest.
is strong.
Yeah. Varus is kind of silly.
I don't know about that. Watch this. Okay, not as bad as I thought. The pick's going to come through. Weiwei challenging Hung, who's been caught out once again. Call the Forge God misses narrowly as the death sentence was close as well. The exhaust onto iBoy, who flashes over the wall. They now turn onto Luyen, and it's a slow pick as the observers even confuse himself, but Mole knocks up everyone in the radius. Shield of Duran only onto the Scion, who all the attention from V5's going into. No one's dead because the beefcakes, as you named it, took it all.
Welcome back to League of Tanks, ladies and gentlemen, where Cube can sit in everyone for as long as he wants. And it's like he's in a sauna. It's a little bit uncomfortable, it gets a little bit hot, but you know what, at the end of the day, he's still fine, still comes out looking pretty. Got his second item now picked up for himself, as actually he's going to do a little bit of a recalibration on what he wants to go for, but still, you can see it's impossible for V5 to get through him until maybe Sam D gets that Blade of the Rune King, but even then, you're still going to struggle with this Scion.
I'm just waiting for replays, sir. I know I've been spoiled in the past. We haven't had any just yet, but the most important thing is I want to see how nothing happened in that fight. And you saw iBoy's damage starting to come out. He was forced to flash over the wall. And suddenly, no more Aphelios. The rest of the fight looked okay.
TP from BBU towards mid, though. They want to make sure they're getting positioning here on this mid lane to get into river, but look at where Cube is positioned. He's got this lovely running track straight up the middle of river, where he can try and get on towards some of these V5 members.
Ultimate is up in about 10 seconds time. BBU is the same, so both top laners going to be influential in this next fight. Cube with almost a second item with the upgrade picked up by BBU, so he has a bit of an advantage there. Dragon being started, V5 channeling through this choke. It's a stolen hero's entrance from Forge. While VG pull off the objective, Weiwei walks on in, but he's by himself in this pit. Luyen at half health, there's a smite still coming down to it, and it's secured by Luyen. The hero's entrance by Mole used. No, this is his time, but it's only onto Cube while Luyen has to flash away from the rest of the team. The hero's entrance, the Shield of Duran! Molly, Molly, Molly! It's V5 all the time! As iBoy wants to bring this one back, he does eventually kill the Galio. He peels back, but Weiwei is in the damn way. It's V5 again with low health bars, but this time they take the blood.
I thought that fight was going to be a disaster for V5 when BBU wasn't able to get the ultimate off, but they managed to turn it around, and now they can turn towards this Baron if they want to. You've got enough healing that can come through from PP God to set them up.
At the very least, it's going to be tough for Forge to do anything. He's going to back away. He has TP with Hung walking down. Yeah, you talked about the healing. Precarious, but
Forge is here now, so this is going to be definitely a lot more precarious.
And he can steal an ulti away. Oh no, he's close. He's about 5 seconds away. TP on top. This is going to be Mole coming in at full health. The Baron getting low. Is it taken? Yes, it is. Smited away. Now V5 have to get out, and they have a bard for that. Goodbye. We're going into space.
And they managed to escape scot-free, and that's why V5 are actually looking so good this year. Their team fighting is doing well. Their shot calling now showing up as well, being able to pick up that Baron. And we will get the replay of this fight. So watch BBU here. Unfortunately, manages to get caught by the Scion straight into hook, so you can't get that big ultimate. But PP God manages to find iBoy, which sets up Mole for that incredible Shield of Durand. Taunts everyone. There's nowhere for Cube to get into the front line to absorb all this damage. So iBoy and Forge are constantly under pressure, and V5 are able to take up the team fight victory.
On blinking health bars as well. Feels bad for Cube, who was ready to go on that onslaught as the zombie Scion. But 9-4 your scoreboard, a 3k gold lead, Baron in hand, 3 minutes till that next dragon. VG are on sole point, but it depends on how this next 2 minutes goes, with Baron in hand of V5.
And that's the idea here for V5, right? Is try and pressure as effectively as they can. They have Mole down in this bottom lane to push against Cube, so they've always got the opportunity to join in with Mole at a moment's notice, despite him not having the teleport for BuBu and for Cube.
Positioning through the gaps of vision. Sandy here, he's arcane shifting forward. The size of this man, as usual. As holding the mid while the bottom wave getting set up by Mole. Now Mole does have the hero's entrance if anything happens here. But the global nature of this composition is still scary for VG. And here comes Mole with the next wave.
Yeah, so V5 are trying to have these double waves pushed. Means that then they can get full use out of this Baron buff, and it'll time nicely with them being able to find a quick back before that dragon spawn, so they just litter wards all over this jungle and then back up and spend the gold. They got Sam D.
iBoy. Turret goes out and V5 back away. I was going to say, before the Aphelios did what he did, topside is slow pushing as well, so all would have come together nicely, but I guess V5 pushed a little bit too hard.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sam D gets caught out there, and means that now you've got a bit of respite for VG, who can go and clear out this top wave, which would have been a massive nuisance when this Baron was spawning, and they're also able to push back against this Baron push, so V5 not able to solidify any more advantages.
And we've got 30 seconds left of Baron, a Baron that has not been a big power play whatsoever. Lian gets back on the map towards the Baron pit for Scuttle. Dragons up in a minute 15. And VG aren't out of this just yet. We're even looking at comparisons. I mean, iBoy is the big speaking point here in this first game one. He's got 3 items now, the Phantom Dancer, the Double Zeal.
And I think the mistake here from Sam D is that going towards, he's just working towards his death stance. I really think you do need to start getting towards that Blade of the Rune King. Talked about how difficult it is for him to get through Cube, even through Lian, and although the death stance is super nice in keeping you alive.
He's been caught out. Flashes away after the arcane shift. The real Call the Forge God lay it down, but that is nothing. A disengage ulti by V5. A bit has been burnt here. 30 seconds from the Dragon.
We do have Mole, though. If you look at his flash, will be up soon. So they still can look to use his flash engage as a big tool if they want, following up on top of PP God's Tempered Face.
But they can't get through the wave clear right now coming from iBoy and the rest of VG Gaming. And as you mentioned, the front line from Cube and everyone else, the Tempered Fate on top of Hung. Sam D has arcane shifted forward while the rest of V5 are coming in for the flank. That was so ambitious, but it worked out well. Hung had to flash away. 10 seconds from Dragon, he has to reset.
But Hung can still play back in this and still at least be a part of it when he does get his back up and come back towards this Dragon. V5 aren't going towards it instantly to try and force a 4v. Oh, sorry, they have. I was wondering if you were seeing VG maybe try and contest, but no, this is going to be completely gone.
All right, 2 more to go for V5, 1 still for VG Gaming. The time back up to 5 minutes. We're 28 minutes into this game to speak of the devil. And we got a 4k gold lead from V5. We've got Sam D who's heading towards that 3rd item. You talked about the death stance. I know you want to see Blade of the Rune King, but I guess we have to wait 1 more.
I was more curious to see what was going to happen on this bottom side, because I feel like Weiwei and Mole actually wouldn't really scratch Cube right now. Like, you saw Sam D and Weiwei trying to put some sort of damage onto him, but you just can't get through this Scion right now.
You know that Krave's going to get death stance as well, by the way. Yeah. I was looking at him, I'm like, yeah, he won't do too much damage, but still, Obsidian Cleaver with death stance. The rest of VG, he will. Weiwei is still hyper accelerated here after what was that triple kill earlier in the game. What other items interest you here, Dagda?
Well, the Shreddies is always nice on PP God and the Bard, and it's an item to start to sneak back into the meta a little bit just because of how quickly you can find follow-ups on these picks, especially for a Bard. But even for the likes of a Thresh and that, it's started to become a little bit of a go-to item, so then you can just very quickly find these opportunities to engage, disengage, or whatever kind of you need to figure the situation.
Agent 009, you know, Mr. PP God. This is, by the way, 100% kill participation alongside the Graves. Also, same with Mole. Almost for you, we missed out on 1 kill. But coming back to the point, I mean, for a comp like this that has the all-in potential, It's going to come in handy. And, team fighting item for the team fighting team of V5 and how they're set up for these comps heading towards the later game.
VG, though, have now kind of passed the corner, though, when it comes to their items. So iBoy's got his Phantom Dancer, he's got that last Whisper as well. So he's going to be so strong in these fights as long as he avoids the temper phase.
Yeah, will be dodged away. 3 members sitting mid. Cube has the ulti to re-engage at level 16. Look at where Mole is versus Forge. They're going to spot each other out. Le Yen moving into transition as well. Baron sitting back available. B5 have River priority, and mid-waves are crashing in.
iBoy's hit that 1v5 potential essentially now, where he, especially after just finishing off that Mortar Reminder, he's going to be so good against a lot of these death stances and also being able to get through Ornn.
Yep.
And when you've got so much frontline here in Forge, Leanne, and Cube, he should be relatively untouched, especially with the way Hung has been playing so far and just taking a step back from the fight and providing the peel and also that safety in the Lantern.
But we found Forge. He wanted to find PP God. Rest of V5, or VG rather, coming for support as Mole. Shielded to Rand. It's Wei going forward. Now has to back away. The onslaught into the wall. Cube finds no one, but absorbs damage all the same. Call the Forge God from behind from Cube. They're layered, lined up. A 4-man ulti, and it's Cube who goes down first. V5 had the numbers advantage with the stolen Call the Forge God from Forge. Only hits the tank. VG are throwing and grasping at straws. The death sentence is low. And V5 know exactly where to go.
That could have been a lot worse of a fight. That last Cosmic Binding coming out from the Bard got stuck on the Raptor, so wasn't actually able to connect onto Liam, but may not be done quite yet.
They're not going towards the Baron.
Look at PP God's ult. It's just about to come back up.
As Tempered Fate. Oh, it's got iBoy. The Dark Passage there, the smoke screen. They blind him. They knock him up. They get another good Q from PP God. Mole runs into Forge. The Justice Punch with the shields and the Winds of War. And it's war that V5 are declaring on VG Gaming.
VG Gaming are not having fun with Tempered Fates this game and end up catching iBoy just on the edge. Oh, even Bubu actually stopping the back of Leanne here, so they can continue this push in.
The most fed members down. They got two dead. It's 3 versus 5 for 30 seconds. Tempered Fate stolen, gets the minion wave to try and slow this game down.
They're going to try and stop it. You got iBoy here, still 20 seconds before he's
also
up.
a tank, another double searing charge here. Pubu has just nailed down these last 2 fights. Cube to absorb the pressure again. The Unstoppable Onslaught into 5 members. Survives for now. Stops game 1 from ending. V5 will back away.
V5 are going to back, but it means that they haven't had time to go towards the Baron. They would have loved to be able to pick that up, because then you would have had that Baron up for this next Dragon fight. And they need to back super quick, because if Hun can stop a few of these, it's still a 30-second march out towards the Dragon that they want. So they need to get back so they can try and contest for this Dragon.
But you're starting to see the damage coming out of Sam D, and Hung makes one step in the wrong direction. He gets half health like that as we get a replay of this great ulti from PP God and iBoy. Q, watch the Q.
Well,
oh my god, it follows him.
So that's the thing, is because of the timing on the Cosmic Binding from PP God, he manages to catch the edge of iBoy's hitbox, and the way that Cosmic Binding works is it then shoots out from that connecting hitbox after it's hit it. So if iBoy is shooting that entire way back towards Hung, it's always going to end up as a 2-man stun, and you see it there. They managed to get the kill off the back of it.
PP God is literally the bigger support. This was a battle of size between Hung and V5 support. He's 0-0 and 13, and right now he's looking large and in charge. Triple Mountain secured with Mountain Soul on the Rift, but honestly at this point, if V5 find another fight, this game's over.
Yeah, VG need to try and find a little bit of a stronger team fight. Their last one, just before we saw that big Tempered Fate in towards the mid lane, was very messy, with Cube not being able to block a lot of these damages that were coming in from Sam D, from Wei, and Mole as well, who's able to toss these Winds of War on towards iBoy. So they need to find a much more structured team fight so they can use this health bar of Cube to their best advantage and allow iBoy to carry.
I wish we could see the Silas ult timeout from what he has right now. He has a Call of the Forge God stolen from Bubu, but the thing is, you know that once an ulti's been stolen, it has a bit of a window before it can be stolen again. That's a big ulti not to have for the potential last fight, as PP God is looking for picks with the vision gap here against VG. Luryen will spot him out. Forge still with the stolen Bubu ulti. Red buff spawns, this will be a point of contention for now. The death sentence doesn't hit the Ornn. It's going to be the re-engage with Call the Forge God. Forge has his own, but he's stuck against the wall. Winds of War doesn't do too much damage. Sam D is over the wall, hitting his own cues as we speak. The death sentence lands, but it's onto Bubu. They have a re-engage tool. Mole hits 3 once again. The shield of Duran will only bait them in his forge. Re-engages them, but the tempered fate into the backline locks down 3, but iBoy is still alive. 4 versus 5, V5 are losing this fight as from nowhere comes the Shurikens. VG Gaming sent everyone in. Sam D left alone. He'll take one with his ulti. He's kited back and he's doing so much damage. Cube running away as well. Gets tagged on the back end of the trade. Bubu survived for long enough but will eventually go down. Arcane shift across the wall while Sam D and Weiwei try and carry the rest of this fight. I don't know how, but these two AD carries are still big and in charge.
They are trying to battle it out so desperately to push their team to the victory line. But iBoy had the best guns possible, the Calibrum and Severum, plus that big front line consistently in front of him, absorbing all these Mystic shots, making sure Mole and Weiwei can't get on top of them. So iBoy's free firing this entire time. And although Sam D's able to bring back a little bit of that towards the end of it, you're seeing the strength of the Cephalios now rising up.
Those 4 items, the QSS, iBoy stays healthy. We'll watch again. It was all played in this show.
But look at where iBoy is right now. Nobody can touch him. It's impossible for them to get around. He's free hitting this entire time. And because he's got that Calibrum, he's able to stay at an arm's length away from everyone and just keep free firing this whole time.
Look at the chakras. Oh my god. But then Sam D survives through all of this.
And Sam G's turnaround here is super impressive. Having the presence of mind when you just see your team being slaughtered in front of you, to arcane shift aggressively forward, get into a position where you can finish off with a few of these crucial kills. There is the potential there. Kills. There is the potential there that if VG end up backing away. Surviving that fight. Cube goes home, teleports in towards Baron, and then they can just look to either win another team fight off of V5 trying to contest the Baron, or they get that Baron. So the whistle.
It matters here in the LPL because V5 are coming up.
Ты уже полностью закончилась?
Нет, сессия.
Ну, а сессия не закончилась еще?
Это июля.
А, июля. Понятно. Такой очень приятный бог.
Да это я сами с папой с как-то надо.
Батюшка звонил, поздравлял?
Да. Мам, а как записаться к Котовой? Зуб сделать. Как ты меня тогда записывала? Ну я несколько раз ходила. Да? А куда надо? А там бесплатно?
Бесплатно в определенные дни. Надо спросить, в какое время надо записаться по полюсу МС к стоматологу. Там, то есть по полюсу звонят в определенное время. Кореи у них нету.
Нет.
Бонусов. Деньги они не вернут, автоматы на 21 день.
Точно нет Кореи.
Потому только что она говорит, у них до кризиса была Корея. Она говорит, сейчас подождите минуточку, она говорит, они сняли это направление.
Может вернут еще до декабря.
Вообще.
А Турция точно, да?
Она говорит, минус 9%. Она говорит, нам сначала дождаться, когда ваш придет нули, смотреть, что не делаешь.
I hear the sound, 'cause when you do, my feet won't touch the ground. My feet won't touch the ground.
A game one to be proud of if you're a V5 fan. And if you're V5, the synergy continues, the flowing comps continue. And game one looked pretty damn great. I'm Hysterics, this is Dagda. And say it, chat, who got MVP? Right, I'll give you 2 seconds. PP God got MVP, of course he did. Look at that face. You think that's the face of Mercy? No, that's the face of the God himself.
That is a face of someone who had so many massively impactful plays. And you can see there 18 assists with a 90% kill participation. This guy was unstoppable.
I mean, the vision score as well for what was like a 30-minute game, that's pretty insane too. Everything lines up well and it started early in the game.
This is Forge
This is the
just...
Forge one.
Oh no! All he had to do was throw it at V5.
Oh, yeah, just
but
like,
yeah,
please.
well, look, we'll take that happily. But still, PP God making these picks here. We've seen in these following team fights as well. It's just how impactful not only the Tempered Fates were, but those Cosmic Findings as well,
Forge
and
again,
set up so much for V5 success.
And
this one was disgusting.
This was a bit of a Mole highlight here as well. Like, you're right, hung an Eyeboy in the backline while Mole re-engages, and then channeling into the choke.
But this is the problem for VG's comp, right? They presented so much of their damage onto iBoy that if you've got a man like PP God in control of Bard, who's firing these tempered fates at, I mean, near heat seeking at this stage, you're not going to be able to get away from them, and it means you've lost a massive chunk of your damage.
Cosmic Binding hitting iBoy there as he takes the Dark Passage, gets both him and Hung in the end too. So this Bard is insane. I think his kill participation was 100%. Oh, it was 90%.
90% by the end of it, but almost, I think it was right up until that last
for the majority of the game, right? Which is pretty insane. And look, you know, like, memes aside, we talk about PP God, funny name, great game, Sam D as well, but they're actually a good bottom lane. They're a surprising bottom lane that have been consistent throughout against many different teams.
I mean, look, well, we just had the highlight reel of PP God, but look at how well Sam D was going in these team fights. He was getting into the right position. RK shifting forward aggressively at the back of that Baron pit where he's able to bring back a team fight from the brink. This is what you want to see from these up-and-comers, these rookies into the LPL. And this is why the LPL is so interesting. Our rookies have so much to bring, and there's always seems like this flood of new talent.
But then the thing is, like, on the rest of the roster, like, Mole's not a rookie. Like, Mole has been a player who was inconsistent in spring, did not look good. Part of the 0-17, the Jin Air Green Wings of the LPL. While we now have Weiwei, we have Yubu up in the top lane. They're like the supporting staff. Weiwei that time was part of the carrying staff as well. Incredible performance from those two.
And I love to watch V5 in the way they operate in around these early to mid-game skirmishes, because when they are able to find their footing, they just look so damn good. And once they get the lead, they're very good at accelerating it. And although there are some moments where it just looks a little bit janky, it still comes together so well, and it's off the back of these unbelievable plays from the carries on this.
And then we transition over to the side of VG Gaming, because we have to talk about their success in that game, whether it was small. It was on iBoy. iBoy had a pretty good game in terms of positioning. Again, it was super hard for him to escape everything that V5 had. It's kind of unfortunate in the end that he, wasn't on something a little bit more mobile, but what can you do?
I felt like this wasn't exactly. Look, VG maybe could have done a little bit more to try and help themselves out when it came to picking up a few turrets in their macro in the early to mid game. But realistically, once they got to those team fights, you don't really have a chance to side. You're getting everything tossed your direction. You've got Mole flashing in aggressively on you. You don't have that opportunity there. So unless VG got off to a flying start and were able to have massive success in these team fights where they were the ones engaging, it was Cube leading the charge, so they're able to set up successfully for iBoy, then they could have found it maybe the team fights that they needed. But because they fell behind and then you're on the back foot, you're the one scrambling to protect iBoy, it was very difficult to, one, keep iBoy safe, but also two, it becomes super easy for PP God to just put like the big LCC just right down the top.
You gotta remember as well that iBoy and like the comp of VG is relying a lot on Forge and Silas, where Forge kind of entered the first couple of plays. He then didn't really do much in the follow-up. His ultimates weren't as big as the counterpart that he was stealing it from. And then you had Cube, who hit a couple of good moments, but missed his ulti towards the end consistently. So it's kind of disappointing from VG Gaming, but in line with what we've seen already. Remember, their only win here in this split is against BLG. It's a 2-0. While we have to talk about this very tall man. It's Zika over Forge. So while we are talking about the inconsistencies of Forge in game one, that's not the case. We've got a refresher through mid. And Zika, just as a side note, he came through in spring once or twice, but then they went back to Forge, has come over from Korea. And Zika is that kind of player that you're like, we haven't seen enough to judge him harshly.
And this is the thing, don't forget, Zika was hand-chosen by the VG Gaming staff, and this is where you bring a lot more of that control mage orientated style in. He was a lot of Azir, a lot of these kind of picks in the mid lane, so I'll be expecting to see that now come through. And I'm surprised that we haven't seen Zika a little bit more often. I just feel like his champion pool fits better for what we see in the meta right now, because when Forge is going towards Silas's, Aatrox, Kali's, these melee bruiser and assassins, it doesn't fit with the way they need to play the game as VG.
He's got Coma behind him as well. Just remember that Zika did actually come from KT Rolster, but he's been traded over, didn't actually play in the LCK. This is his first year in the LPL. Spring was his first debut in a competitive region at that as well. So on your screen, he will be starting for the mid lane as we get Vici on blue. They've opted for that here in game number 2, and they've already banned away some interesting picks.
Yeah, the Zoe and the Ashe gone. So Ashe makes sense. Sam D looks really good on that, but surprised to see it banned away over the likes of the Kalista and these kind of things. But I think VG just a little bit worried about the pick style that V5 were able to execute so well on, and especially when, I mean, how well the Tempered Fates were and that pick was working for V5 in the last game, I can see why they're doubly scared of it now.
Maybe you get towards a ban because you got a Thresh here in the first phase. Look at what's open. Syndra, the Ornn we've seen before, the Ezreal taken away,
Kalista's still open.
but Kalista there, Aphelios is never really banned.
I think V5 need to leave open Kalista and Aphelios here, because if you ban one, it's just an instant first pick, and then you're way down the 80 carry tier list. So I'd be surprised to see another 80 carry ban here.
Varus is a normal ban. Ezreal not really so. We're going to get the Syndra in the end, as you said, leaving open the option for 80 carries.
Yeah, so I'm imagining it'll be Aphelios and then Kalista here for Sam D in the bottom lane. Potential here for them to go towards the Senna, but honestly, I would hate to see Sam D in the Senna.
Oh,
He's
we
been
just hate
so
Senna.
good. Well, it just means
boring.
you've lost a lot of your damage potential from Sam D, who's been the strongest player for me on this roster.
Well, you now have the Aphelios locked in nice and early as expected for Feature Gaming. Give iBoy that again as a first rotation on the Nidalee and set. This is different.
So we still have the flexibility to set here. Still go PP God, Mole, or Bubu in that top lane. So they're not showing a huge amount, and imagine that in this last rotation, you're still going to get that 80 carry picked up for V5. So just making sure that they do get the set and the Nidalee. I imagine the set is for that support role with the Kalista, because that is a disgusting combination. You basically solve all of Set's issues in trying to get into a fight by just blunking them in with the face call.
The crazy thing is that we've already seen quite a bit of Nidalee. You've got Weiwei, who's only picked it up once so far. But this pick and ban phase is super different. Now, Zeke as a player, he is an Aurelia player. Just to throw that out there with the hover that was seen. But we're going to see the LeBlanc this game. You've also got Le Yen going back to comfortability with the Lee Sin, as he did on IG.
It's curious though, because when I look at Aphelios, I'm like, okay, cool, you've got this, later scaling. There we go, that makes more sense, because you got that later scaling here, and LeBlanc does well on those 1 to 2 items where she can really have these big impacts, and they're thinking, okay, we want something that can go against the early game of Kalista, but going too heavily into that early game, I think actually could have ended up hindering VG, where they end up again super reliant on iBoy. Now though, with the Ornn coming in, they are going back towards that later scaling where you do have these Ornn items coming in, and you can have these big impacts on the team fights.
Well, now you do give up jungle on the side of VG though, so that Lee Sin that they were thinking about is going to be taken away immediately. A couple other jungle picks that could go well into Nidalee. Thinking about the final one here for V5, or Kale for VG.
I don't think that we're going to see V5 go for something like a Kale though. Like, their comp is pretty early game, and I think we'll end up seeing Bubu more than likely going back towards the Renekton. So maybe VG banning away the Renekton on this second rotation, but then we're going to look over V5 again banning away that Trundle, just getting rid of another jungler.
Yeah, so the standards are off the board, bar the Graves that we've already seen. You've got Ridden Kale. What else?
I think Renekton. I'd love to see Renekton.
Okay.
Because look, Kalista does really well on 1 to 2 items. Set does set things really well early, and you got this Nidalee who comes off of with.
That's also fair though, Dagger. Look at what's been banned.
Yeah, I mean, I am assuming at this stage that set is going to support. That's in my head. We've seen it before from PP God. He looks absolutely great on this set. Works so well with the Kalista, but hey, look, looks like could be wrong here.
Let's see. Hovers are hovers. We've got 10 seconds because PP God. Yep. All right. Solo lane set.
But we don't know which solo lane yet. Yes. Still for Mole, still for Bubu. So be curious to see. Set doesn't have the best of times into Ornn. He can do okay, but you kind of just end up in a stalemate, which is great for the Ornn. So instead, I think it more than likely is going towards Mole in this mid lane. You can trade super effectively against the LeBlanc, because when she tries to distortion aggressively, you can yoink her in with the face breaker, and you've still got that haymaker to absorb a good chunk of damage while turning it back, being able to hit her and the distortion spots as well.
I will say though, while we have an Olaf for Le Yen, Hunt thinking about the Nautilus in this bottom lane. This will piece together a much easier comp for VG Gaming in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, you've got this strong front to back. You've got the LeBlanc who can look to be a nuisance for this short range AD carry. So I like what feature you're going for here a lot. It's basically the same a similar-esque style in this front-to-back team fight that we saw in the last game, but this time around it's easier to operate where Ornn is just easier to play than Sion.
Also, strong 2 vs 2 when you have an Olaf and a LeBlanc paired together. You mentioned banning this away from VG. Well, they have left it open, and Bubu's favorite champion being that Renekton. But going through the Mordekaiser, they do have enough AP damage in the jungle, but that's about it. Renekton will be the final lock-in, and there you go. Set mid once again going up against Zika.
Yeah, so this is where we're going to see PP God trying to go very aggressive again in this bottom side alongside the Kalista. You've got a super strong lane against the Aphelios and the Nautilus. Not only do you have the AD carry winning matchup, but the support winning matchup as well for PP God. And then when you look to transition that towards Dragons, you can work very well with Weiwei. Even having the opportunity in certain situations for PP God to get out of lane and start roaming towards mid to help out Mole. So I like what V5 are going for here, but they are certainly on a timer.
Yeah.
If you end up past that 25-minute mark, it's going to be swinging back over in favor of VG with this Ornn and with this effect.
Committed to that mid game, committed to that snowball. We know what Nidalee's about here. If she falls behind, can be pretty useless, bar some of the healing that you get from Athene's. But I wanted to talk about something that we are seeing on the Rift from VG Gaming, that Zeke coming in for his debut game of summer. You have to remember Coma's the coaching staff here. And the problems with Forge felt like he was on a very different page. Well, you're not going to have that with Zika. The ability to communicate, you know, of course, being a Korean coach for Coma, being a Korean player coming through for Zika. Maybe able to shore some things up for the mid laner of Vici. Maybe we're able to shore up Vici Gaming, because game one, bit all over the place at certain points. Vici need to show us something here, otherwise they'll fall to the wayside. 1 and 3 with a loss here to V5.
Honestly, I didn't hate Zeke in spring. I thought that he did reasonably okay, and Vici as a whole didn't look great, so it was hard for him to shine, but he did have moments of brilliance. So I'm hoping, and it was on champions like this LeBlanc, so I'm hoping we can see something similar here for Zika, although it will be a little bit difficult into the set matchup, just because set is so difficult to take down.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift as, oh no, already we have a hero who's fallen. PP God has ascended.
He'll get resurrected and he will come back to that bottom lane, the god that he is himself. And he's going to be fine. So we're looking across the board here, looking at those runes. Not anything too peculiar standing out. So I think the only one really there is Weiwei. We've seen a little bit of Conqueror back in spring, but definitely the Nidalees have been opted more towards the Electrocute to have a lot more of that burst damage, especially when they're going towards these invades, just trying to be a bit of a nuisance.
You're never going to win out long trades with an Olaf, that's for sure. So Colonel is, let's not misread that, because Colonel, by the looks of it, is like V5 outscale. And that's not, that's not true.
Well, no, so look at the timing on it, okay? So they're looking, it's eking itself back up over to Vici. So I don't think, I wouldn't give it as heavily. I wouldn't give it as heavily over towards V5 in that respect when we do get to the 30-minute mark, if we're all dead and even.
Okay.
But you know the way League of Legends works, it never, well, very rarely, I suppose, works out where we're dead and even getting to that 30-35 minute mark.
Yeah, at the very least, we've got a start here for Loyen towards the Raptors. Left getting low as per his usual. Heading straight up towards the top side. Weiwei has begun his red as well.
The beauty here for Weiwei is he's got 2 lanes that he can use to play around very effectively here. Bubu's Renekton and Sam D and PP got in the bottom lane. So he can look to invade on both sides and still have the support of either the top laner or the support. And that makes it a little bit difficult for Leyan, which is why he wanted to start solo in his jungle. If he started to give over that information as to where he started, it could lead to a bit of an issue here for Weiwei just being able to steal away a whole bunch of turns.
They're heading up towards top side as we speak. A ward placed down by Vici towards the scuttle that'll be spawning in about a minute or less than a minute's time. Natural push coming in from Bubu up against the Ornn in cube. So against his turret he'll stand for now, and the ability to go and put some vision towards that blue side jungle, get a bit of information and re-establish vision control over the river. Now put down as I was looking across at item starts here. We don't normally talk about them. There's nothing that interesting going on. Of course, the Doran shield for the set mid and mole. That's just going to give a bit of the regen, as again we've normally seen that too.
Yeah, pretty standard. The only one that's kind of stands out to me is the change we've seen for supports, opting a lot in towards this minion dematerializer. Yeah. And it's just so important in trying to keep the waves in order. If you can have that advantage where you're able to get rid of a cannon the second it walks into lane, you can have a strong push, you can control that wave state a lot better. So the supports are just opting to take this pretty much across the board. Even though we don't usually see this in solo queue, it's super strong when you're playing together.
We're just speaking about supports while they went head to head, and PP God got denied by a really nice stretch line from Hung. My boy trades back better, and a couple of pots needing to be burnt as Weiwei is now towards the bottom side of the map. Look at where Bubu is. He has the shove in top side. He's now soloing out, giving a double scuttle over. Can Luyen get here in time? I don't think so.
If he can just walk into range and smite it, Bubu needs to like rootless predator
W
and
it.
kill this. No!
Oh no! Does he have smite? Oh, it's taken
Bubu.
anyway. He didn't have smite. Luyen is very angry.
Yeah, it sucks as Liang, especially because his pathing, he changed it to try and get up towards that top scuttle once they did spot out where Nidalee was, but fortunately not able to get it, so now has to do the long walk back towards his Raptors to clear those guys out.
Pings, I'm on my way here just to be the positive
head
man. Mole also has to shove in mid lane, forces the TP out of Zika. Notice that Mole has actually gone heal, so won't have the same summoner to burn as nice little trade there from Zika. Mole will have to back off anyway as the wave resets.
Yeah, it was a cannon wave though, so he will be able to get back and not lose out on too much there, but...
Pawn stuff. Yeah. And this is the problem. Like I said in game 1, it doesn't feel like Ornn really loses any matchup. Ever.
I mean, look, he'll do fine, and that's kind of the
Yeah.
thing, right? So that's why he's become so strong as a blind pick mid, has been able to just do so well. Mid? Well, mid as well, but top is too.
Back last
But
year.
that's why it's just so difficult to actually dent him. He can trade back super effectively, and that's all you. And you get the option to scale into late, which is what many analysts and many people would talk about being just so superior when it comes to how aggressive and how you want to start playing League of Legends.
He was removed from the meta in terms of like what we were playing in the LPL towards the end of spring, but we got to MSC. Ornn's back again. I wouldn't even say removed because it seems like JDG was still playing him as Bubu. Is he in trouble? Well, he's pretty low with Luyen hiding in the brush. Now looking for his own trade and dashes out of there. I'm not sure what Luyen's going to find.
Now, they're going to be fine. They're just going to trade, and
But
BB will be backing away. So Leon's just wasting a little bit of time here, and it's given the opportunity now for Weiwei to get in aggressive. You can see Mole trading with Zika. He's got the shove here, so he can look to support Weiwei as he moves into this bottom side jungle. The Hung is here.
yeah, spots him out with a control ward over the side. Zika's level 6 as well, so you've got a double distortion. Hard to gank this LeBlanc, but at least with Mole getting the shove, spotting out Hung, they'll put a bit of pressure on, some more deep warding. Remember, that's an Infernal to start off, so an important dragon to kick us off in game 2.
So Bubu used the teleport in the top lane, and it looks like Cube is going to do the same. So we'll be looking at a 4v4 if we're looking at this dragon to be contested, but Lian isn't really looking at this, and you can already see with the wave being shoved in bot side by Sam D, they're happy to just give it over and make sure that they're playing it safe in this early game.
I mean, Weiwei started off this early game with a pretty good lead. He's 10 CS up now. You're talking about Krugs being cleared up towards Raptors for Luyen, and Wei's going to pick up yet another Scuttle Crab. I don't think Luyen's got a Scuttle Crab this game.
No, he hasn't, and this is the thing now. Look at the gold lead. We haven't seen kills, but it's slowly going in favor of V5 off of the farm potential from Weiwei, the CS difference in that bottom lane as well, with just how aggressive Sam D and PP God can be with this matchup.
Which is natural, right? You talked about it in draft, how this composition needs to get the ball rolling, how they're on a clock. If V5 are on that clock, even if it's a 30-minute one, Dagda, getting the ball rolling nice and early is ideal and quite natural.
Well, particularly in this bottom lane, because hang on, this trade now
Dominus-
will be fine, but
Yeah, okay.
maybe not mid.
Mole does have his jungler nearby. The ultimate showstopper to bring him closer. Luyen doesn't have Ragnarok. Flashes away from Mole as Weiwei wants to continue going forward. The flash on top of Mole. Ragnarok now achieved. Level 6. Great timing for first blood for VG.
Just about able to get it, but we got the turnaround top side.
Yep, you're going to slice and dice out of there though, so ignore that. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Luyen gets first blood. It is traded off with a kill going over to Weiwei.
So it's a trade back and forth, but crucially Zika will manage to shove in this wave. He'll still be able to answer it with a little bit of gold and a little bit of experience, but he's actually struggling a little bit because of the mana pool that he has at the moment.
I don't know if we're ignoring this one. Ignite's put on down, rend available. Flash away from Hung. Vichi's bottom lane tested by Sam D and PP God yet again.
And this is why this bottom lane is so difficult to play against. You've got the advantage in the support where Leona has that innate tankiness off of the W.
Oi, very close.
We're going to look at this replay here though, but Mo getting caught out where Leon able to get in. He pops the heal super early to try and get the Nimbus Cloak, a little bit of that speed up, but unfortunately with Weiwei missing that spear, it means you don't have the follow-up damage.
From Loyan, that was really... He undertows through the minion wave to get 6. That was really, really nice. Small interaction there, so... Does pick up that first blood. We reset, and because Weiwei didn't actually have to reset, he's all the way on top of this Rift Herald. Maybe he did. He's got Runic Echoes now, but he's also got a massive lead within this jungle individually, leading the gold for this team, if only by a little bit.
And again, you see PP God roaming up here to try and support this. Hung was on his way, but a little bit too late. So, just a nice start here for V5, where they can look to at least keep this gold rolling and start to keep it, well, at least growing that little bit. So only at 700 at the moment. When you start to look at the way these turret plates can go, it can really skyrocket pretty quickly. That more than likely Rift Herald will be going down towards the bottom lane.
Every time we go to topside Scuttle, it's just View taking it, and this is again going to be another denial from Luyen. Still yet to pick up a Scuttle Cry Beast towards the bottom side now, but look at the CS difference in View versus Cube. Having a good time up in that top lane on the Renekton versus Ornn, while Luyen almost spotted out. It doesn't see the undertow, does it?
I'm actually not certain now that you say it.
It does. Things are going down. They're getting spammed, Dagda. Are you ready?
Because Mo's on the way as well. 4 members of V5 in this bottom river. They'll put a little bit of a scare onto VG, who will back away, but they're trying to, you can already see, get this mobilization down towards the bottom lane where they can try and get this Rift Herald used, because Sam D again is going to be a large portion of the damage here. So when you've got Mole who's on this mid lane set, he wants to try and get out and be effective elsewhere.
You know what I noticed though? PP God's level 5, Hung is 6. So there is no Solar Flare available, but Depth Charge in hand, as PP God is now starting to roam away from his Callista. Hung thinking about joining.
Well, they're trying to bounce this wave in towards bottom side. They want to keep Sam D safe, but Mole...
He's used a Haymaker in light of Loyen being mid, while now the engage towards the bottom side. PP God's still not in 6, but it doesn't matter. That burst was insanity as Mole will just trade his life mid. Meanwhile, Loyen picks another kill, while the bottom lane continues to shove, but they have Rift Herald.
Yeah, and it's going to be popped down now. They should be able to take this bottom lane turret off of this play, so V5 will be able to trade, but it is gold going over towards Zika once again, and Zika being set up here alongside Leanne to be a carry.
You gotta hope this is your first game of summer. A lot put on the mid laner versus now Sam D and Weiwei pick up gold again. Set up to carry for the second time in a row.
Sam D's going to be massive. So it's not only that he got that kill, he's now got all 5 of those plates going over towards him. So he can now rotate towards this mid lane. You can already see that's going to be the case. Mole now will be plonked down to this bottom lane to try and keep him safe. A little bit safer from Leanne, who's been doing a good job of
I get that we're talking about safety,
yeah, but the problem here is you're now in a long lane as Mole, so a little bit more of that chase down potential, but you called it here, Hysterics. Once you have that Haymaker down, you're kind of done for here as Mole. Doesn't have any of the summoner spells to try and get the Nimbus Cloak running away, so he ends up falling.
Luyen, unfortunately, benefacts from that one. Would have been nice to see the kill going over to Zika, but still an assist and assist, while V5 are back on this dragon nice and early. So the game plan, all stations are moving. Mole going to be caught out, backing away. Dragon goes down, and he tries to do this one again.
So we're going to see a little bit of a slowdown here because there's not really any objectives here for V5 to try and fight around. You're going to have the mid laners rotating down to the bottom side to try and protect these turrets and these waves. So until we get the likes of this Rift Herald respawning, until we get this next dragon in 4 minutes, I think we're just going to be ping-ponging these waves back and forth.
Unless Leyen gets something, good dodge away from PP God, and Undertow will connect, but the re-engage might force the Ragnarok, and there it is on top of the support, but he's level 6, just Weiwei and Sam D do it again. That was insane burst.
What was I thinking? We're the LPL. Of course we're going to fight. Of course we're going to find picks. And Weiwei and PP God do just that. And that's the burst damage that can come out of this Nidalee nice and early, which is why when you've got this hard engaged support, it works so well paired with the Nidalee.
You're an Olaf who has a Phage and Ruby Crystal. That's just health. There's no MR available.
Not even going for the Cinderhold, who the Warrior Enchant isn't going to help you at all
That's
in
true.
that situation.
It's been a while since we've actually seen Warriors Olaf. It's fallen out of favor, especially here in the LPL. But Weiwei, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, he's up almost about a K gold at the very least. 20 CS in the jungle. He's got 2 kills and a bounty on his head. Also note that Sam D, about 5 CS over Ireboy, but he still maintained that lead. He's level 9. And almost Blade of the Ruin King in hand. I think this back is going to be achieving that. As we watch him hit the fountain, and Blade of the Ruin King now achieved. So
you are so strong as V5 right now.
Yeah.
Black Cleaver for your Renekton. You've already got the jungle item for this Nidalee as well. Like, well, here we go.
Walking into danger. The showstopper into the wall. He can just dodge from that one. Face breaker. Mole is going to see double distortion over the wall, but Loyen gets baited into that at half health. He continues hitting away the blue buff. VG are ticking though. They won't steal the blue. That goes over to Loyen.
They're not going to be... Ooh! Not going to be able to follow up. I wasn't sure if that was going to connect, but they're still hunting here.
I mean, Weiwei does a lot of damage. All he has to do is land the spear. He fails on that one. Still pounces on top of this Olaf, who gets a bit of attack speed. The face breaker flash. Mole secures a kill for V5 yet again.
And they should be able to get this mid lane turret as well. You've got 4 members here. The attack speed buff off the Nidalee plus this demolish. Pew Pew wants a little bit more.
I don't know what's happening. I don't care about this. Show me
Pew
mid.
Pew just wants to be a jungler this game. He's stealing away the scuttles. Now he's trying to take away camps as well. And they are taking over in VG's jungle.
It's a massive gold lead of 3,000 at 14 minutes in the game. Dragon's up in 2 minutes 20, so there's nothing really here to fight over. But Sam D on top of Zika. A quick dodge away from the shackles. Zika came close.
Nicely played from Sam D to keep himself safe there, but you see a lot of members from VG were starting to collapse, so PP God does make his getaway. But now we've got the Rift Herald up and available, and V5 would love to be able to go towards it, but unfortunately there's a couple of backs here, and with Weiwei on the bottom side, may not be able to contest it in the way they want.
Oh, I didn't see the Rift Herald up on the top side. Apologize for that. PP God has stuck around. Control ward in the back of the pit. Sees Loyen, who started this one up. Now look at where Bew is. He has teleport, but he's going to back for now. While Mole gets the shot top side. It doesn't look like V5 are prepared to go in just yet.
They'd love to be able to. This is the point where V5 are super strong, but they need to get into this river now.
Depends on the engage here into the backline of Ireboy. It's PP God tanking it up. The Soul Flame misses as well. Call the Forge God in a great position for Bew's. Flanked Ireboy, send him out of the fight. Weiwei jumps on him. It's top and jungle grouped up together while Mole is taking on Loyen. V5 have won out this fight. It's all guns blazing versus the Rift Herald take for VG Gaming.
They do get the Rift Herald, but with 2 members going down, it's not going to be worse. It's worth, especially when Mole is pushing in this top lane, so they'll get the turret as well for V5.
Lucky to get away. Loyen was on half health, and Bew just walked past him, but you said it, Dagda. Turret's going to go down. Demolish helps make it a quicker effort. Sandy pushes mid, and that Dragon now up in 50 seconds. That one, V5 should have full
I want to see
priority
Weiwei back now for that Dragon, though, because he's been sitting on this jungle item for a little while. I want to see just how far he can get in his build, but this is a great engage for V5. They are super strong. You've got the Blade of the Ruin King for Sam D finish. You're still waiting on that Affinity Edge for Ireboy, and when he gets dove on by Weiwei and Bew instantly, there's just no hope from him. And again, VG struggling to set up these front-to-back fights, so Ireboy can have a little bit of safety, because you can see there Cube forced a flash over the wall to get the hell away from it.
Ireboy's so unhappy that yet again he's put in a position where V5 want him, and really only him if they, of course, can't get Zika. We're back to live. We've got a 4K gold lead. We've got Dragon sitting there. V5 are all over this one, and you can see no challenge going to be coming through from VG Gaming. We're in a game where this time around V5 have Soul earlier in the game.
I love this build from Weiwei. So usually we see like Athenes and Holy Grails and stuff come out from the Nidalees, and you're like, I'm going to be supportive. That's not Weiwei style. That's not the V5 way. This is about getting vengeance. It's one of our 5 V's of victory.
As now the victory continues to the mid lane. Ireboy, now that's a very much him play.
Yeah, that's
Sure
going to be a little bit unfortunate for Ireboy there, as V5 will dive on top of them and continue their spree here in the mid lane. I just want to go back Lichbane for this mid lane here. That's where that damage is going to come from, and she's going to tear through structures.
With the level 11, you got a bit more movement speed here. As the cat helps Bew, and V5 all of a sudden after that pick, after getting the turrets, look at the gold lead. It continues to expand.
This is kind of getting sick. Victory 5 have taken down DMO,
Are they actually going to
OMG,
Worlds?
BLG, and now they're potentially taking down VG Gaming as well. So they're starting off at least on a bit of a tear for our bottom table teams. I'm excited to see what these guys can really get up to now.
I have to say, this is a great warm-up. Look at the Colonel, 90%. His thumbs are down as well. He's saying, sorry, VG, this is no bueno from me. Yeah. Robot Colonel's not friendly. I was going to say, this feels like a warm-up. We're going to see Herald put down. V5 have RNG, FPX, and E-Star after this. So if they can beat VG, this will be a good sign to come bursting top teams in the league. As this Herald was absolutely useless. I think it was timing out from Loyen. Just had to put it down, and V5 destroyed immediately.
I mean, it was always going to be the case, right? You're so far away from any of these turrets that trying to put down a Rift Herald near one of them is just not going to happen. So Zika, though.
Yeah, might be caught on out here. Weiwei sends out a javelin toss. Zika just calmly moves away. Zika probably the most fed member at this point.
And I feel sorry for Zika, because he's come in here, he's got to try and carry the team, and unfortunately it's not really his fault that this has fallen apart. He got some good gank set up for Lian in the early game, but this is Weiwei just being able to run away with this game. And again, Sam D and PP God looking magnificent.
I wonder what he does next. Zonya's Hourglass could be on the horizon, sitting on a Null Magic Mantle. That's probably when we were going to see the Athenes, right? Like, he thought about going to it, and then he's like, no, we're going to do Lich Bait. He's 40 CS up over Loyen, a level to boot as well. Super curious about that next item. I want to see the carry continue, because he's destroying everyone, and the snowball well and truly got off the ground in the early game. V5 still up 6,000 gold. We're heading towards Soul Point in 2.5 minutes.
21 minutes as well. That's an incredibly fast Soul Point. This is why I love teams that can play the super aggressive style, these early game champions. If you can get yourself set up with these dragons, you're now forcing VG, who just barely have an Infinity Edge onto iBoy, to fight you for Soul Point. When you've got a 2-item Callista, you've got a 2-item jungler in this Nidalee as well. He's gone for a Lich Bane in on this damage. You are so big as V5 right now that it's either damned if you do, damned if you don't for VG.
It's just about now putting the nails in the coffin, right? We've got our Soul Point in less than 2. You mentioned how early it was just a bit before. I'm just waiting for those items to come through. I'm looking for the components to the next. All I care about at this point is Weiwei. Sitting in base. No! Athenes?
Yeah.
How boring.
It was always going to be, though. I mean, it works so well with the comps that they have, and I mean, for Nidalee as well, she gets monstrous healing off, and you've got all that extra little bit of good stuff.
I guess you take what you can get, right? You take the Lich Bane, and you go, that's better than nothing. Gotta be positive. I'm still happy to see that at the very least. Sam D instantly clearing waves, as you can see on your screen, and just approaching Vici with no fear whatsoever.
And as well, look at Sam D, right? You're going to be getting that Death Stance completed soon from as well. So Zika's job only gets so much more difficult to try and kill this Callista, because she's going to have a bunch of MR. She's going to have that the bleeding passive now as well, so she doesn't take as much damage as quickly. So it becomes a lot more difficult for Zika to pop the AD carry, which is essentially the only job for him in this game.
He's been sitting on the blast one for a while as well, so with those 2 items it would make it easy, but by the time he gets that second item, the chances are V5 have Mountain Soul. This is going to be a nightmare for the LeBlanc, and even for iBoy to some regard.
He's trying to, like, you've got Zika trying to work up towards this Liandry's Torment. You're not getting it done before 30 seconds where this dragon spawns. So right now, this is all you've got, and it's not a huge amount, although iBoy getting that second... Oh, hang on.
PP God's going in. It's only 3 people here now, but Vubi ults and Mol's over the wall ready. Trying to force some commitment, but the flash bird by Cube is something. While Dredgeline comes on in onto PP God, yet again the depth charge. Sam D, but his bait's called already. Cube gets the double knock-up. Zika gets into the backline, but Sam D kites it out. And in comes Mole right into the thick of it. And Zika still wants Sammy D. It's a trade, but for his life. While V5 turn their heads towards the rest. It's Hung, who flashes horribly, sniped out by Weiwei in the end. And V5 have just pretty much won the game. Solar Flare's going to miss out here. It's time to Aphelios this up, as Sephiroth needs to be changed, and he ulties. It's onto the Chakram, and yep, I'm not commentating this because Mole is going to die.
Oh my God, are you for real?
This champion is balanced. He has 1.5 items, so.
He did, no, he has a Runins. That's what they
Okay, great. That's fine. 2-item Aphelios. He's a late game scout.
And you've only got a little bit of armor on Mole as well, you know, with the Deadman's Plate.
Yep. Yep. Okay, well, fair enough. Fair enough. Let's watch this one.
So, at the start of this, look, yes, you get Sam D who gets locked up. He does a great job here of keeping himself alive and just baiting a lot of VG into overextensions. But this is where you're just too far ahead at this stage as V5, where even when you eventually do manage to kill Sam D, you've lost Leanne, you've lost Zika, and iBoy is completely pushed out of this fight. And hopefully we cut it here.
Cut it.
Just cut it. Cut the
Cut
tape.
it.
Cut the tape.
Cut
No.
it.
Oh, God.
So, good dodge away from Solar Flare. I'm going to color this if that's okay.
Okay, go for it, yeah.
He flashes away. That's cool. Now, here's the point where you think you need to change the Severum, but because he's got innate healing, and because he's got so many chakrams, he gets both of them. Now, granted, there's no damage between Set. Well, I mean, there's a bit on Set. Not really on any on Leona, but still, that's, yeah. We'll move forward. V5 still have control of this game. They did get the Mountain Soul. I'm sure they were praying for that before they first the Felios anyway, but we still got V5 in a commanding position. We've got Baron secured with Vision for now. And you can see in that last fight, Zika tried so hard to get Sam D. Sacrificed his life in the end, but at least the game plan is there for VG. If iBoy gets free access, you see what he does. But V5 have other plans.
Yeah, and you've got the Mountain Soul here, so Zika's job is basically done for at this stage. Sam D nearly has the Death Stance done, and you've got all those bonus resistances coming in now as well, thanks to the double Mountain. So you nullified the mid lane of VG. The only person that can now carry is again iBoy in this scenario, and you're looking more at Zika to be this pesky nuisance and see if he can at least keep Sam D and way honest in these fights, but even then it's going to be a bit of a difficult one.
I noticed how Mole is actually itemizing towards the team. We've been talking about this in game. That, you know, it's not about Zika. He doesn't care. He's just built towards the rest of the team.
Well, this is the standard build for the set mid. It's all in on this armor regardless, because you just survive with the Haymaker in lane. You don't really need the magic resist. The Dead Man's gives you the speed up. You got good wave clear with the Bammy Cinder as well. So this is just standard set mid. It's a bit of an odd one when you think about it, but this is how it usually goes.
You see Vici going through mid as they've got a Callista on the side of V5, a very, very, very fed jungler in Weiwei, who I think is on the edge of MVP in this game number 2. Loyan needs a miracle steal, but V5 are looking for the turn, and PP God's setting up for it as well. Bubu on top of this jungle Olaf as Call the Port got in, but into the backline set, pops the showstopper. Mole rips on in, he's at half health. It's a 3-man knockup though, and now V5 have to be scared until Sam D gets exhausted and gets out of there. PP God to go down as well, Zika's still alive, but the face breaker from Mole secures it in the end, and Weiwei is large. A triple kill denies the penta that would have come through. Weiwei gets his double instead.
And you see the two men on your screen, Sam D and Weiwei, well deserved in this game for them to be the ones that finish it out. 8-0-6 for the Nidalee, 6-1-7 for the Callista. V5 look unstoppable.
But they won't end here, but you're right. Unstoppable is the key word. And Baron was the decision rather than running it through mid. Mole will still get the turret with the help of the minion wave, but shouldn't be able to get this inhibitor.
Won't be able to get the inhibitor, but still a fantastic shove there from V5. They're picking it up across the board, and this is the snowball that you need to see with a composition like this, and they play it beautifully from start to finish. Seeing this fight as well, Mo forcing iBoy to step back. Leanne's already way out of this fight because he had to use the Ragnarok already. And even though Sam D gets locked up so much in this fight, has the exhaust tossed onto him, there's no one actually damaging him this entire time, so he's free to hop, skip, and jump his way to victory.
I just watched iBoy take a spear. It feels like old Nidalee, where she'd hit one and you're at half health, and that's just the way it is. The Weiwei poking down while the rest of the team brings in the effort. We've got an Elder up in 145. We've got Baron buff sitting on the V5. This is dominant. This is a spanking. VG Gaming are meant to be mid to lower echelon team. If V5 look this dominant against VG, where do they truly stand? A top 8 team, starting to believe.
I mean, I'm not ready to invest that much, but when they're putting in performances like this, it's hard to doubt, right? Especially when you're looking at how good Sam D is, how good PP God is. I mean, if you've got two massive lane makers like this in your bottom lane, it's hard not to give them a little bit of credit.
As we're going to see that engage come through. Mole's actually in the middle. This might be a catch as Fate's Call's used in the choke. Mole shows someone to get out, but he's already dead. Hung's taking the damage while Pew is in for the flank, but Sam D's traded onto Hung. The solar flare from PP God, brilliant. iBoy carries though, sends out the Infernum with the Moonlight Vigil, but even that's not enough. We get denied the most OP champion in the game, thankfully. V5 with Baron should be able to end this one finally.
You can see they're going to go and collect that wave. They're going to start shoving in as this inhibitor goes down. V5, this was magnificent.
It was a shellacking on top of VG Gaming. VG might be returning to old ways, being at the bottom of the table, but V5 are not. Sitting up high and mighty, 4-1. They sit second clearly, as Sam D wants more kills to add to the stats. Weiwei gets low, but Zika tried this game. This wasn't his fault. V5 were just too damn dominant to 2-0 VG Gaming and move up in the standings.
Incredible performance from V5 there. Again, getting the ball rolling nice and early with Weiwei being able to get the scuttle, Bubu taken on the far side. Already they're off to a great start in the jungle. Fantastic performances from the bottom lane. It's just been nuts.
They're 4-1. They lost to LGD 1-2. Even then they picked up a game. This is another 2-0, which they haven't done since DMO. V5 are going to Worlds. I'll call it now. Don't worry. You don't need to see them go up against RNG FPX. There's PP God and Sam D on your screen. And they're clapping easy.
I mean, look, they're very quickly becoming one of the deadliest duos in LPL because these guys look absolutely amazing. PP got again these big solar flares that were so important in team fights. Sam D, even though he was getting locked up a huge amount of the time in fights by Hung's Nautilus, there was just no follow-up because of where he's positioned far back in the team fights, and it just meant he absorbed all that pressure and then just bounces forward once again to carry the fights.
I mean, let's just bring this back to core players. Weiwei this series, fantastic. Weiwei's had some really good jungle performances. I don't know what it is with changing teams and then calling yourself away, but you come into your split on a new team and you perform like heck, you know. E-Stars Way. Now, Weiwei here for V5. Things are looking pretty good. The Nidalee Lichbane just took over.
Yeah, it went from start to finish. The early aggression that we saw in the jungle where they got the double scuttles meant that, okay, Leon's already behind. He does get some successful ganks off mid, but the issue is you've already saw this Nidalee pick up a bunch of these early dragons, and you had these advantages with the Rift Herald being tossed into the bottom lane as well. So now you've got Sam D, who's huge. Weiwei was huge. He was off to a 20 CS lead in the early game. So when you get to these later stage fights where you have to fight for soul point at the 22-minute mark, well, your Kallista's bloody huge. You've got this massive Lichbane Nidalee that's coming off the field, and you're just like, well, how the hell do we even try and fight this? Ornn is still waiting to get to somewhere he can be useful.
Never came together, right? And I think there's a big point of topic on VG, who are now 1-3, sitting towards the bottom of the standings. I have to say, VG Gaming look, you know, worse than they did in spring. And this is really rough. A team that finished 9th. They were one series away from making playoffs. They were 7-9. It was like, okay, Forge is adding pieces. You know, iBoy's there as well, and Hung has been the stable support. VG look lost. And I'm not sure what fixes this team, because Lo Yen wasn't the difference they needed. It really didn't change what the look was with Ike's.
Yeah, and I mean, Leon didn't change this, Zika didn't change this, and when we look at this roster as well that we were talking about and touting about as the summer child, who's going to come in, they're going to look great, give them till summer, then we can judge. Well, I mean, all eyes are on them, and they've been burning away. There's just nothing here on this team that really gets me excited.
I will say, though, Zika is some form of an answer. I think with the way Forge played in Game 1, Zika was comfortably consistent in that game. The rest of VG just fell apart, and V5 was so clean with this win. iBoy, again, I think still didn't have the worst series, but it didn't come together for VG. The comms weren't there. For V5, they were. We can keep praising them all day, because Sam D and Weiwei in this series were core members that took over. Mole got caught out a couple of times, but still, for V5 it didn't matter. They were so far ahead. That game was done at 15 minutes.
And it's hard for VG to have any sort of answer here in this game because you look top lane, losing matchup, jungle, losing matchup, bot lane, losing matchup, and you're just like, okay, well, I guess we just got to get our heads beaten in for the first 15 to 20 minutes, and that's exactly what happened. You can't do very much in that respect, and then you're already gifting all this early game to mid game pressure over to the side of V5. We're happy to just run away with it.
I mean, it's jungle difference as well, I think, just comes down to it. And comps aside, it just felt like, you know, way over Luyen in that second game was easy to say. Luyen coming in for his very first series of summer on this new team, the IG jungler that did perform decently on Invictus Gaming in the regular season last split. Didn't get the same feeling here, but it is one series, so it is more about the development for VG Gaming and where they go from here.
Yeah, I mean, something needs to be done at this stage.
Yep.
I haven't been convinced by them in spring. I wasn't convinced by them here in summer.
They did well against BLG in the first week, but again,
honestly, I don't think they did well against BLG. This was BLG.
BLG did well against them.
Yeah, exactly. BLG ran into them. It was game number 1 against BLG. They had one dragon fight where BLG just ran directly into them. Didn't have any items, and then you get a 5,000 gold lead nice and early, and you have to be pretty inept to throw that away at that stage of the game. And then in game number 2, you just had them play Kassadin, and they went, cool, BLG, you go do something. See if you can come against us. And they never actually enacted any sort of game plan, and then they just super scaled. So it doesn't feel like that, for me, VG played around their early game. It doesn't feel like they really set up anything. It was gifted one, late scaled in the second, and I haven't seen anything again out of them in this series.
Poor Comer, he feels like he's in ELO hell at the moment, I'm sure. While on the side of V5, just another reminder, 4-1. Second, if RNG after this win against E-Stars, they'll be tied.
Yep.
But in terms of game difference, like V5 have at least picked up a game in their loss, and otherwise it's been 2-0 and 2-1. So it's looking pretty good. RNG's coming up on Thursday, non-English broadcast day, which is kind of sad. FPX the Monday afterwards, and then E-Stars on that same Sunday. So the next 3 matches for V5 tell us if they're a top 8 team or if they're just outside the
I'm
bubble.
a little bit worried that the clock's about to strike midnight.
No.
I'm a little bit worried, but I'm holding hope. I'm crossing my fingers, my toes, and anything else I can cross for these guys because I want to see them do well.
We'll see. For V5, we're going to have a look at Weiwei, though, because he deserves a bit of a highlight after that series, after that game, too. The Nidalee got off the ground so early, and it was attacking bottom lane, then around these neutral objectives, with V5 just shut down VG Game.
Yeah, and you can see Weiwei is working wonders here, but set up so well by PP God as well, in that you're just so easily able to land these spears, take over. But in the team fights is where I kind of look to, okay, how good are these Nidalee players? And you can see here, Weiwei, spear one way, flashes over the wall, kills another. There is no mercy for him on this Nidalee, and this is what I love to see, where you give junglers like this the opportunity to shine, and they run away with the game.
Look at iBoy in this whole series is sick of being bullied and forced out of fights or just targeted. It's a sad time to be an AD carry when you're going up against V5. And every spear landed, you're talking about how Weiwei's performance influenced this game. Every single time, Weiwei's just there, throwing it over the wall. And watch this one. This is the painful one for iBoy. Oh, dear Lord.
Where's
It's
there
a
you go.
follow-up
There's 1,
flash.
2, there you go.
It just flies.
It is disgusting to see, but this is the thing. Weiwei well deserved this. It was him working so well with the support, getting into the face of Leian, getting into the face of VG Gaming, and snowballing this lead. You can see it there, 89% kill participation, 8-0 and 8. It was massively deserved.
Massive jungle diff here in game 2. Leian didn't stand a chance. Weiwei is really forming up, because over on the side of Suning, he had some good times, especially in summer 2019, where he had to step in over Hacker. Weiwei was good, but not as great as we're seeing here on V5.
Yeah, and especially when he got relegated to AD carry job, right?
Well said, yeah.
That's I'm so surprised to see him coming back in and having such strong performances, and he looks absolutely stellar. And I'm looking forward to seeing now at 55 when they go against the big dogs what they can do. Because look, they have a lot of bite right now, but I'm not sure where they will end up standing when we do get to those later points. But definitely,
they're not bottom.
You're looking at you're looking at PP God. I genuinely believe can hold his own against a lot of our top tier supports. You're looking at Sam D, who I agree as well with the AD carries. I've put Sam D right up the list at this stage. He's looking really, really impressive. So you've got a bottom lane that can do well. If Wei Wei puts in a performance like this, it's hard not to just go, okay, well, there's 3 out of the 5 members that are looking splendid. So
it's funny
let's
how
see what we can do.
I think if there's a liability in this team, sometimes I'd say it's Mole. Because Mole's had outstanding performances, but Mole is also, you know, sometimes
I
a
don't
little bit
think you're far
questionable.
from the truth there. Mole, for me, has been the question mark.
Bar game 1. I mean, game 1, there was a couple of moments as well that we pulled out, but there's also, some, you know, the high highs of Mole have to be stated. It is worth it for V5. Because at the end of the day, Mole is some of the engages where they win because of it. Set in this game, you know, one of the fights over mid, Mole plays a key role.
Well, don't forget, I mean, to give Mole his due, if you're being put behind on a team for so long, and now you're starting to play with people that can actually do things and like know how to press their keyboard, you kind of get into a position where, okay, I've got to now catch back up to where I was. You've been playing on like Division 3 for so long, now you're being bumped up into Division 1, the championship. You've got to now go, okay, I'm playing with the big dogs again, got to get my skills back.
V5 will do that when they verse RNG coming up on Thursday. We'll see. It's a decisive victory over VG Gaming. The roll and run of V5 continues here in summer. We're going to go to a break because the team they're going to be competing with on Thursday is RNG. They're going up against E-Star right after this.
人马绕后了，这个位置看起来还可以。
火点重伤，盯到了自己的 Wink 交了一个秒躲了一个金卷上，金卷上后面的话人马进场效果非常爆炸，直接恐惧到了3个人，瞬间后排全烂掉了。
转瞬即逝，
打得好，到我了，对吧？
但后面有一个 TP， 这样的话威武在这边形成了一个复杂战。
来了！
哇，小东北的支援太神奇了。
Piper 这边交出自己的闪现，
但是四兄弟被憋在了这里，蛇女也来了。
但这4兄弟的撤退可以往右边，
小东北怎么办？
小东北可能要被害了。
小东北先这一波躲开了一个沟。
你不想玩吗？我会逼你的。
小东北在想又换一个，怎么说？操作
坏掉了小东北，
果然想操作。
我就是过来打个招呼。
领教下俺老孙的本事吧！
东北闪到来了，大陆这波就是要炸死暴贼的，但是
这个布隆顶了很多伤害。
DQ 抢到了3个人，应该是。
大招给急了，不过中路索叶来了，先拉一个飞星。
俺一个人头10万8千里。
他一次血没有死，侯鱼及时赶到。
这波猴子效果打太好了吧！
哇，但是鳄鱼这边有点难受，定住有没有后续的飞星？
这波文明有点炸，
有点炸了。
这就是他们的本事。
你胆子够大。刚好够我打上一拳。
巴斯一个大招先冲进来保护一下队友 ，EDG 选择先往后拉扯一下，做的推他推到2个人，马老师闪现进来逃到了2个人，不过后补没有人管，一直在跳。
起飞了！
看一下后续的时候，看到逆袭是一个人过去，
冲了3个人。
哇，在这救梦的一个输出好像没有人在理，触发自己的一个致命节奏。正面的团战在马老师以及逆行2个人双重进场，一个接力开团的一个控制给到以后，大 B 顺利的打赢了这波团战。
每天时间休息一会儿，然后再回来打。
这波看看啊，一控是控到了一个卡萨，卡萨这个位置也被找到，但是他自己是比较灵活的。
如你所愿。
这个时候大兵已经兵临城下，临近了防御塔。这波对于 RW 来说，机会能不能抓住呢？
肃静。
要看这个节奏啊，一个麦芽塔，2个麦芽塔，快速的扫掉，后面打的是很快的。看一下，又是一苹果，先踩掉一个大叶，但是不管不顾，先推主机链，能不能推掉 ？A 的速度非常快，还差2下左右。看看有个复活甲压起身，张无忌只 A 出一下，夸抓 Q 卡卡丁。这个时候差一点点，有的时候差之毫厘，谬之千里。
正义将会得到伸张。
is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. I'm hanging on your every word, the love inside, I feel it burn. I've never felt this way before. I've had a taste, now I want more. So here we are, just you and me. I'm overwhelmed when you touch me. You talk so sweet, I hear the sound, 'cause when you do.
Well, V5 smashed VG Gaming. That started off your night. Now E-Stars and RNG are going to end it. I am Asterix. Now on your screen, this is Dagda. And E-Stars and RNG will be our second series to finish off and start off your week 4, day number 1. And we're going to talk first about something a little bit depressing. Dagda, we're going to talk about Crying. Because Crying is on the sidelines for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Once the E-Star great mid laner, who, of course, started and debuted in the LPL on this team. Now he's on RNG. He's behind Xiaohu. It doesn't look like he's going to play.
And it's got to be heartbreaking for him as well to watch his former teammates play off against his current team where he's not able to get onto the actual roster, and especially when he looks so good on E-Star and really seems to be fitting in and performing there. Now he just finds himself in limbo.
But I was told, I mean, he's a part of the core voice of E-Star as well. They took that away. And although E-Star aren't shattered or broken, it is a very noticeable difference. It's a very different player in Fun. But Crying here on the RNG side, remember he was a trainee under Xiaohu. He's kind of back to where he was, but now he's got the experience. Now there's a threat behind Xiaohu. And if Xiaohu ever stops playing well, you better believe that Crying should be coming in.
Oh, 100%. This guy is incredible in the mid lane, and I think that has put a little bit of a burst of energy into Xiaohu. We're starting to see a little bit of that, but definitely Crying. We want to see him back on our screens, at least when we get towards 2020.
He deserves the starting position. That's the craziest part. He's such a great player. So it is a shame, and it is a sad note to start off with. But for E-Star, we can continue to kind of sing their praises because what E-Star are at the moment isn't too far shy of what they were in spring. Fun is still assimilating nicely. And Dagda, you got a nice little term for this one.
Yeah, we've got the E-bullies coming out for these guys. It's Xiaoxi, Wei, and Fun working together to roam around the map and clap whoever they can get their hands on. It doesn't matter if you're under turret, it doesn't matter if you're in the enemy jungle. They are looking to set up plays consistently with this super roam heavy support, and Wei still being that really aggressive jungler. But this is what we expected from Fun when he came onto this roster, right? Back when he was playing on LNG, we talked about how he would always work with the support and with the jungler to help them get the vision of River and then start to work towards that. But they've taken that step further and gone, well, if we can get to River, we can get into the enemy jungle and we can just kill them.
I mean, go for that squad that we kind of saw touches on with Crying, and then we get to those fights, right? Where the skirmishes or team fights, that's what E-Star excelled at because they were so good mechanically and so good together. That synergy was very, very strong.
Yeah, and it's given them this burst of, again, that early game lead, but in a different manner from what we saw the last time. Prior to this, it would have been a case of, okay, Wei getting these aggressive plays where he's either going super hard into ganks or at least having Crying come up to still go for these dives. You still get that with Fun, but now they've also transitioned that into jungle picks. They've transitioned it into catching people out of transition for dragons, and it's given a new depth to their gameplay where it wasn't quite there before.
It wasn't. We got Fun who's got interesting champion pools as well. I have to continue forward because we are getting closer to pick and ban. But for RNG, they feel like they're back. Let's talk about Spring versus now, because Spring, RNG towards the end absolutely sucked. Got out in round 1 playoffs, and that's the truth of it, where RNG now look like they are formulating something great with New in the top lane and RNG's return in summer.
And this team, even in Spring, was always around what's Xiaohu's performance. This seemed to be what dictate what performance we saw from RNG, and he's come out swinging. He looks absolutely incredible this split. His Twisted Fate has been incredible. His Syndra's look great, and this is where we're now seeing, maybe it is with Crying in the back, putting a little bit of new breath into this player, and now we're getting RNG into a position where you've not only got Xiaohu performing, Xiaolong Bao's jungle plating has been great, his team fighting has been great, his ganking has been super strong, and as you pointed out, the new guy in the top lane as well. New has been so strong with his engages, his laning is incredibly strong as well, and it's just RNG as a whole has been brought up.
Plus, Betty was always that consistent AD carry. I think he was done dirty. We do talk about this a little bit in our new last hit, our episode 2 that's just about to come out in a couple of days for you guys at home, our LPL podcast. I'm going to be plugging that a lot. Betty is consistent. Betty's a great AD carry. He's done dirty because he's gone up against Uzi, and even though we're talking a bit about AD carries here, come back to the mid lane because it is going to be Fun versus Xiaohu. It's going to be exciting to watch these guys interact as we head into pick ban.
Well, we are into pick and ban. I'm looking to see Syndra and Renekton already banned off the board. The Varus and the Set gone on the far side. Potential here for E-Star to go towards that Kalista ban that has become a bit of a blue side special, and there we go to see it. So RNG now have their last option here for the bans.
Kalista, we're back to usual. I like that we've got a first ban Renekton from E-Star. That's paying a lot of respect to New. He also likes the Wukong up there, but Thresh going to get taken away as well.
I think you knocked it there, saying the Wukong. I think this signals to me, maybe not as a first pick here, but definitely the Wukong is now going to be contested for E-Star. Xiaobai has played that a lot as well. You've got 5 games for him on that pick, so I think it's about, okay, either trying to see if they can base RNG into it, or just pick it up for themselves in this next rotation.
First pick into Wei's Graves. I mean, he's loved this pick. This is his most played, and Wei's got a nice KDA on it.
And I expect him to keep going towards this pick. It fits to his style, right? He likes to be the one that's in control of the jungle, so he can decide where he wants to gank, where he wants to play towards, and Graves gives you that.
Isn't it kind of funny that both Wei and Wei have similar champion pools, especially in this meta? Like, we've got some similarities with not only names. As RNG are looking at 80 carries here, Dagda, and the biggest one, the most famous one, I wish we'd ban this, honestly.
You can see there the pick rate, 75%.
Of course it is.
Because once you got the Varus gone and that Kalista gone, well, it kind of becomes the go-to button for this game. So Felios will be locked in. We could see a support locked in or a jungle match here. Potential for Xiaolong Bao to go towards Trundle or something of the likes here. Even though Trundle does lose out in the Graves matchup, a lot of people have just been opting into it because at least you can clear somewhat well and still have a decent front line, but going to be looking towards Xiaolong Bao instead.
You say Xiaolong Bao because this is a champion that we've really identified with him, that's right. Xiaolong Bao returning, or starting in the league in 2020 Spring, is what we associated with him, while E-Stars, will be heading towards that bottom lane. It's Ezreal as the natural other strong AD carry right now, paired with
Yuumi, maybe?
I mean, Yuumi we haven't seen as a high-tier priority in the LPL. Going towards an Ornn? Okay.
Alright, so with the Ornn locked in, we can still see RNG go towards something like a Kayle or something along these lines. They've got decent scaling already with the Aphelios there, so I maybe don't want to see them leave this open until that next rotation so it gets banned away, but you're then threatening your support pool as well here because you haven't really locked anything in.
I was going to come back to the support point. Seeing Xiaoxi on anything that's not a playmaking support kind of sucks. It feels bad, so maybe I'm glad for now while Xiaohu, big boy LeBlanc, we haven't seen this ban today as much as normal, so it's seeping through the cracks.
Yeah, and it does so well in controlling this mid lane and then being able to influence the side lanes. Looking at these bans though, here we go. Lissandra taking off the board to give Xiaohu a little bit of presence. I want to see RNG ban away this Bard. If you've got an Ezreal and you're allowing a Bard through, he's got so much mobility and maneuverability in these early stages to get these roams off. And as well, we've seen how potent Chelsea is on this champion. You banned his Thresh, you banned his set, and let's just get him really uncomfortable in this match.
Not to mention that he is just such an OP pick at the moment, and we love him here. As From's going to go first, and From's interesting. We have not seen a From in about 11 light years, as Nautilus is a big pick for Ming, so maybe that goes next.
Yeah, I mean, Nautilus would make sense. It's been one of Ming's most played. Okay, Galio going to be gone here. So we're still going to have that Bard up, and I think that's going to be the most contested one on this first rotation here. Maybe E-Star just ban it away, and we do dip nice and deep into the champion.
Benfen also, to note, is the kind of player that will just pick up Corki and farm it, like even against the LeBlanc here. So I'd be curious to see how it goes. There goes Ming's Nord, and RNG have the choice of the litter, solo lane or support.
I think here you probably go towards your top laner. You already know you're against the Ornn, so why not just lock in something that can do well against them? And then we can go down towards keeping that support counter pick open when you want to see what's coming out. Wukong could be the option. Again, could also go towards something like the Kayle, but I think when you look towards RNG, they like to be a team that can bounce off the engages from new, and Wukong suits that style super well.
Yeah, he's just played so well on it. Is his most played champion. This is going to be his 5th game, bar Renekton, who comes up as a 2nd at 2. But he's starting to have to show their cards on the table. The Bard you mentioned now, that's more of a playmaking support, at least for Xiaoxi.
Yeah, it was one of the big picks for him coming into the Spring Split. He got, I think it was 3 MVP performances on that pick, so definitely one he does like. But we're going to have the Karma going in towards the mid lane, it looks like, with Xiaoxi hovering the Blitzcrank. And different again here for Funfun. He's actually been playing around a lot with his champion pool. The supportive role here to try and help out in setting up Wink and setting up Wei on these 2 carries. But I kind of like this because Wei's actually one of the big carry tools for E-Stars. He's the jungler with the highest team's damage percentage. So enabling him with Funfun here could work really well.
I mean, it's a composition where you got Xiaoxi, who's back on that Bard. You got a playmaking support. You got Funfun with stability through mid. While now everything's on the table. You already knew where that Ornn was going, but what are they going to build into the support position now that Bard's there?
I'm curious myself. I'm trying to dig through my thought process here to go for Leona. Does kind of work. It means you can go aggressive onto the Bard. The only issue here is very similar to what we saw in our last series, where the Bard can continuously throw these Tempered Fates in on top of the Aphelios, and with no Thresh or nothing like a Tam Kench here to try and keep him safe, there is the potential here that E-Star just look to run over RNG and get onto this Aphelios.
Now, you talked about ramping up how the 80 carries and Wei and Wink on E-Star are just going to have so much support from the side of E-Star, so that's pretty simple to understand. We get towards the late game with the Karma mid. That's pretty annoying, especially when you have an Ezreal and a Bard paired up as well. But on the side of RNG, I see another strong 2v2. I also see a lot of skirmishing enabled in this mid game.
Definitely, RNG have got a nice composition that can look to skirmish with that top side, where you've got the Wukong, Lee Sin, and LeBlanc that can do quite well together, especially once you do hit that level 6 for the Wukong around that Rift Herald timing. That trio can essentially punish quite a bit from the E-Star side, but they're still waiting for that Aphelios to ramp up towards the later stages of the game, so we're still going to be waiting for that 25 to 30 minute mark where the Aphelios can do Aphelios things. On the opposite side though, where you're looking at E-Stars, they are again looking towards, okay, Funfun, let's have you push super aggressively, work with Wei, see if we can get Xiaoxi out of this bottom lane as well, because you've got an Ezreal who can do fine absorbing that pressure from the Leona and the Aphelios and try and enact this E-bully style that E-Star have found successful.
The main thing we need to look at, Dagger, is does Wei have Smite?
For the love of God, I hope so.
Does he have Smite? I think he's learned his lesson for the first time. We'll see. We're heading on to Summoner's Rift with E-Star and RNG, the 2 teams in 2020 Spring that got out in round 1 of playoffs. E-Star were defeated by WE, RNG defeated by EDG. They never got to face each other in the bracket at opposite ends. Now, starting off summer here, both teams kind of hyped up as potential playoff teams. RNG more so than E-Star. But still, top 8 teams heading onto the Rift. Always a joy to watch as ready, Dagda. Let's see. We're going to get that cut across. And Wei has Smite.
We
Perfect.
goddamn did it.
All
Let's
right.
go. Now we got an actual game on our hands. We don't have to worry about him trying to invade at level 1 and hope to God he can kill someone with Ignite.
He's also got Phase Rush as per usual. Until Spellbook for the Karma mid. Also a bit of usual. We've seen Orianna, Karma, Who else is running Unspilled Spell? Zoe's. Galio's. Any champion that does something really can just opt into Unsealed Spellbook.
Yeah, and then look, I mean, when you're in a lane like this, okay, you toss it the teleport, you get that reduced cooldown, you also get some nice things where you can use the Nimbus Cloak pretty effectively, because you still do go towards that sorcery tree.
Yeah.
And then as well, don't forget, like, for a lane like LeBlanc, it can be super annoying when you've got Barrier to get through, Heal to get through, and Exhaust to get through, because all FunFun wants to do in this lane is shove in repeatedly, and then try and join in with Wei and be a little bit more of a nuisance for Xiaolong Bao and keeping this Lee Sin in check, and allowing the E-Star jungler to just outscale his counter.
Because notice again, it's same as Wei actually, funnily enough. Is ward placed down towards red, Wei immediately backs off, gets the lens, has that timer as well to deny vision. So you can see it's a defensive ward placed by RNG towards the blue buff, while now they know where Xiaolong Bao is. Good tracking here to start off game 1 by E-Star.
Oh, so we're actually seeing the mana flow ban coming in here for the Karma instead.
Feels pretty nice.
Yeah, it's just about, again, as we talked about, getting more of that show pressure in and making sure that you can keep it and get pushed in against Xiao, who I was kind of expecting the Nimbus Cloak just because it can work so nice when you've got Unsealed Spellbook and trying to get yourself into the correct position to poke and shield and be a little bit more useful in these fights. But it doesn't matter when at too much. It's just the mana flow ban to keep that pushing going in the mid lane.
Also, it's super easy to proc it in lane here against Xiaohu when he's always going to run face first into you. As a Karma aficionado, feel free to ask anything, Dagda. I'll tell you.
I'm going to come up with something like horribly complex just to ask you. Just to
only gold, by the way, so please don't strive too hard. But of course, he has the shove in mid for now. And Xiaolong Bao went camp to camp, then cleared out his bottom side, going towards top now. Well, you can see it's a full clear for Wei. He's actually camp ahead with the speed that's going on here. He's at Krugs with a push in bottom side here for Xiaoxi and Wing.
Nice play from FunFun though. You can see he's hovering down towards his bottom side. Knows again, because of that ward you talked about earlier, Hysterics, that Xiaolong Bao will be towards top side, so just not giving him the opportunity to get into this mid lane. It can be super obnoxious and easy for Xiaohu to set up these ganks, or at least blow his summoner spell because of those chains. So keep himself safe, and it means that won't be getting any sort of funny business from Xiaolong Bao early.
Wei here as well, hovering around that Scuttle Crab after taking it. He's going to be getting a bit of information. Yep, all camps are cleared, he says. And good back timing. So a slower early game with Sonic Wave coming in. No real threat as FunFun's damage is not there just yet. But Xiaohu has the wave at a position that's going to be pushing in Mr. Daggy.
So we're going to see Graves going back towards this top side now. Or Wei won't.
On.
Yeah, I wasn't too sure if the Searing Charge was something available. That could have been a bit scary for New, but you can see, Ornn trying effectively. Now you got Wei, who again will be able to clear down towards his bottom side. And for E-Stars, slow early game is perfectly fine. This is why Wei is going for these full clears, because at the end of the day, you're waiting for FunFun to, he can be useful in this mid game, but still get a couple of items. You don't have Wink, who's in a position really to try and be aggressive with you. And Ornn is still going to be waiting for that level 13, level 14 point. So Wei just looking to out-farm and push super far ahead of Xiaolong Bao.
Because if we get to a late game with E-Stars and comp like this, it feels like before you even get close to them, RNG might just be poked down, right? Relies a lot on Xiaohu being able to kill someone like FunFun or even Wei before the support and the cavalry comes towards E-Stars' rescue.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of poke, but it's not going to be too much of an issue. You can see if you got New who gets into the correct position, say a Dragon fight or even a Baron fight, well, having that flash available can close that gap pretty effectively. This isn't the same kind of style that we saw from top esports where they had the Jace and they were looking to always kite back. It's you have some option to poke if RNG are in it, this Dragon bit or Baron pit, but it's not the main thing. They are looking for these front to back style team fights.
Really nice lens timing here from Xiaoxi, but unfortunately he won't get the second ward over at Krugs. He was deeply placed by Ming, who took the blast cone over and returned back to lane. So that's all we're looking at this point in this early game. Expect a slower experience. You just came out of the best team in LPL V5. Now you're into the playoff teams in RNG and E-Star. So obviously there's going to be a level difference.
Curious to see how these dragons will go as Wing.
Should get locked down. Graviton was already used as the active. As Ming almost gets locked against the wall. The damage is great. Now the turnaround here. The Chakram's available. Graviton's going to be reused here, but Betty's out of mana.
That is out of mana. You also have Wei hovering down on this bot side, so I wasn't sure how aggressive Stars wanted to go. So you do need to be careful. Here's RNG.
He's actually been farming really well, Jack. Look at the level difference and the CS difference on your screen. 15 now the take with Skirmishing Smite there. Wei is at a massive point.
And this is not only because Wei has been farming super aggressively, but also the way E-Star's lanes have been playing haven't given the opportunity for Xiaolongbao to do anything. You have Wink and Xiaoxi playing super far in the tower. They're not being aggressive. You've got well in mid lane, Funfun. We talked about how he's been playing super well with his positioning in relation to Xiaolongbao's pathing. So it means that for Xiaolongbao, who's been aggressively looking for these ganks, trying to set up these plays, because he's a Lee Sin who's going to eventually fall off in relation to Wei, well, E-Stars are fine. They've been doing great, and RNG are losing out as a result.
Blue buff now going to be transferred over to Funfun. Mid here as well. Efficient pathing to add into that mix. His camp's now back up and available. Funfun has got the Amplifying Tome quite early. Sorry, the Fiendish Codex, I should say. So that paired with the Fairy Charm, he's never going to run out of mana plus the blue buff.
Yeah, I mean, and you can already see the CS advantage that's growing there for him. Just as a LeBlanc, you want to be trying to trade effectively, but you can't do it because the shield the Funfun has, and again, you have to shove in consistently with that inner flame, means that you're trying to farm underneath the tower, which is not really where LeBlanc likes to be.
Small gold lead through this lane as well, with the CS difference talked about, and Junk.
And the thing here is, for Xiaohu, you've kind of got to just accept your fate, because if you try and go in with your distortion here, there is an opportunity for Funfun to just shield and run at you and then get the stun, trade really effectively. So that's why Xiaohu's always on the back foot in this matchup. But we're looking now at the Dragon being started, with Funfun being able to shove in that wave. Xiaoxi again coming across here to keep them safe, and this is going to be gone before they can really do anything. But
oh, hang on, because Ming's found the engage. Teleport used a little bit earlier than RNG. The flash away from Funfun. They're committing onto Ming, but they can't get anything. While Wei's still stuck in the back of the pit. 4 people in the Tribush from True Shot Barrage only hitting you. The steal away goes to RNG. Xiaolongbao gets knocked up on the way out, but speaking of, Wei is by himself. There is no response after all said and done.
Xiaolongbao did a good job there to win the 50-50, so the Dragon will go the way of RNG, with everyone coming down to the bottom lane, but nobody being able to pick up any sort of advantage.
And that little CS discrepancy has now been built up because of the nice steal away for the Dragon. So Xiaolongbao has curbed that one up. We go back to as we were.
And now we can start to look, though, at this Rift Herald fight. Because for RNG, we talked about their skirmish potential with Xiaohu, Xiaolongbao, and Nu. If they can just play the 3-man game towards this this Rift Herald, even if they really want to have Ming roam up, you've still got all of your ultimates available for this squad, and they will do really well against the E-Stars combo, because Funfun can do some damage, but realistically you're relying on Wei and Xiaobai, who has no ultimate.
Goldberg's Warhammer versus double longsword as well, so Xiaolongbao feeling good with the Dragon's Rage.
This is great for RNG. If they can pincer like this, Nu should just run down here directly onto E-Star.
Xiaoxi, Tempered Fate, going to be important. Slow down, Xiaolongbao looking for a second steal, and he gets it! This guy never misses, while Nu gets the engage and first blood. RNG in a fantastic position with Xiaobai flashing over the wall. That's it. E-Star's now on the back foot.
This is what I love about this new RNG, is being able to read the map state, figure out how to play it.
Woo! The sun's hot today.
Very much is. Manages to get a flash out of Funfun. But this is the thing. RNG realized, look, you've already burnt both Wei's ultimate and Xiaobai's ultimate in that previous Dragon fight. So when Nu comes in here, well, there's no Xiaobai disengage to come in. Wei's going to struggle, so Nu gets the flash after. He's also put enough pressure onto Wei that he's got to move back from the Rift Herald, so Xiaolongbao gets the steal. It's everything coming up for RNG in this game so far.
Nu accelerated here in another game where his Wukong is shown to be a really dangerous pick to give away. I mean, Nu so far has been a great addition to this new RNG roster. I wish his name was still Meow.
Yeah,
just a heads up, Meow, aka Nu. Yeah, it was such a great name. Again, we talked about it in the podcast. 2018 VG Gaming top laner who didn't show us that much, but now here on RNG, it feels like the time away has done him good, and his return has been welcomed. RNG fans pretty happy so far from what I can get from their sentiment.
I mean, look, he kind of got overshadowed a little bit because you did have Easy Hoon on that roster, so a lot of people are going, oh my god, we got Easy Hoon in the LPL.
Wink's actually been caught on out here. Nice little shield of daybreak, but Wink will arcane shift away.
And going back to the point is VG had a lot of people rotating in and out of that roster, so he kind of just got lost in the mix. But coming over to RNG, replacing Long Xing, he's been doing great, and we already talked about it. I mean, solo kills for him, he's been doing really well in his laning phases. His team fights and skirmishes that we were talking about, you just saw it there, has been really, really stellar as well. So RNG are finding great success with this roster.
There's a bit of leadership from Xiaolong Bao, who's now towards the bottom side. Rift Herald in hand. If he gets a successful gank here with the pushing wave, and that first turret's going to go down, RNG are going to snowball the heck out of this gold lead. And in the gaps in vision, Wink going to play through the minion wave. You can see as well, look, Chelsea's not in lane.
He'll be coming back now. Went to get a little bit more mana for himself after potting down, but
Oh,
there we
with a
go.
kick flash. He cleanses, but he doesn't flash. Xiaolong Bao, man. Those dumplings tasting pretty good.
That was pretty sweet, I gotta say. Not even given the opportunity for Wink. And you can even see the panic, the cleanse, arcane shift, whatever direction I can, but doesn't get out. Xiaohu now making his way down to the bottom lane as well.
Soulflare locks on down, the double distortion into the wall. The Tempered Fate not onto himself. He wants to be selfless with the Rift Herald. Now between is RNG again. Win out on the trade. Chelsea forced away. The Herald gets the charge. And 4 members are going to savor this moment as being even dodged away from the True Shot barrage. And look at new mid. RNG are taking it all.
And this is why we love RNG. It's these map setups that they can do so well with. So yes, you get some of that turret plating gone over to Xiao Bai, but the thing here is, I would much prefer my Wukong to have a lot more gold than my Ornn, and you're still trading relatively evenly when it comes to the top and mid turrets, but gaining massively thanks to this bottom lane play with Xiaolong. Look how clean this is. Like, that was instant, and there's nowhere for Wink to go. He knows he's done for it. Just burn the cleanse, hoping maybe you get the cleanse instant flash into an arcane shift away, but he accepts his fate. Once Betty had that auto attack in the air, he was always going to go down.
It's a shame because Wink was paying so much respect for the possibility of the gank, but then last minute lets down his guard, and a nice kick flash from Xiaolong Bao. The kill goes over to Ming, but still, it's a kill in regard to RNG, who are now going to get E-Star rather, is into the clone. The searing charge misses. That was nice from you. The ultimate from Ornn locks him against the wall. The Cyclone there. Not much you can do versus 3 people. Xiao Bai picks up the kill, and this turret is going to be dropping a lot of plating.
Nice call from E-Star. They're not going to try and contest this dragon. They know you've already got too many advantages on RNG side, so make the play on the top side, get some of that turret play, get some much needed gold into Wink's pocket. And I may be able to get this first turret for themselves, but you can see on the bottom side, there's a lot of members of RNG going down, and okay, you got chakrams, never mind. It's yeah.
Let's see, hang on. Oh! They get it. Aphelios was beaten at something. What a pleasure.
Just about, but still, that's great for E-Star. They end up trading 1 for 1 when it comes to the turrets, especially when the Rift Tower was already invested into that. They get all the turret plates for themselves as well. It's just that dragon going over to RNG is going to be a little bit of an issue now, as they've already racked up 2 for themselves. But Wink now should be backing. I think he's got enough now to get up towards that Iceborne Gauntlet off of that play as well. And now you're hitting the point where E-Stars can look to fight back.
Because it was a bit of a disaster with the objective fights and the steal away from Wei, where Xiaolong Bao moved past that gold lead established by the Graves. But that topside play where first Heart Blood was secured has even gold up again. So E-Stars are not completely in the dumpster. E-Stars are not sent packing already in this game number 1. We're to a bit of an even state with first items coming in across the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate there for Wink. Not quite able to finish the Iceborne Gauntlet, but as he said, I mean, even gold across the board here. You can see that, look, Betty has got that kill advantage for himself, or at least that gold advantage for himself there. About a kill's worth, thanks to the plates that he managed to pick up on the bottom side. But E-Star again, here's this bully style we're talking about. Fun, Wei, trying to put pressure through the jungle here, and we'll be able to put an answer onto this bottom lane turn.
Giving more gold over to the most fed member. And I know you're talking about gold versus Wukong versus Ornn, but he's going to pick up 1 while Betty starts knocking away the turret himself. Aphelios with a bit of solo gold.
And that's the problem. That's the big problem here, is that you're giving gold to Wei and Fun. Okay, that's okay, but Aphelios is the champion here that is going to scale the best, and he's the one that's benefactory. You've got a lot of this extra gold that's going in, well, potential gold to come from this Rift Tower play as well. So E-Star, yes, they realize they're behind. Yes, they're trying to trade back and forth across the map because they don't want to try and fight for these objectives, but it is RNG still picking up these slight victories, and that's all RNG want to do. When we get to this stage, this is where RNG start to take it much more slow and collected, and they will look to just event. Hang on, no, Xiaohu's out.
Okay.
They will look to take it a little bit slow and put a chokehold on you, so you don't get an opportunity to try and fight. You don't get an opportunity to move into your own jungle, and they will slowly ease you into submission.
It's also a great time when you're a LeBlanc, when you hit that 1-2 items, where if vision is not controlled by E-Stars, you get to a point where the picks start coming through. And RNG being in control with Rift Herald, where they start getting some of these outer turrets down to expand the map, could be dangerous for E-Star.
The shot calling from RNG has been really solid this game. You saw the fight at that early dragon, where they were able to steal away the dragon without actually burning at least anything more than E-Star did. We did get the teleports, but they didn't invest any of these ultimates, and it's that restraint that really gave them the advantage then when we got to the Rift Herald. And this is why RNG are looking so strong at the moment. It's these minute second decisions that will just make such a big difference in the game, and how they're able to use those small advantages to gain such larger ones overall.
On the back of this man here, who was on your screen just moments ago, Shalom Bao with 100% kill participation. Also note that that too could mean many things. I'm pretty sure it means objective stolen here in game 1.
Potentially. I do want to say though, look, we're getting to this 20-minute mark, right? We're still only 1,000 gold lead for RNG. This is where E-Star are still very much in this game. You've got the 2 items now completed for Wink. He's got the Iceborne Gauntlet, the Mana Moon, still looking for the Burra Mana, but the Athenes and Holy Grail completed for Fun. This becomes a super obnoxious combo now to deal with, where Wei and Wink can play pretty far forward. A lot of damage can come through from Fun, and then you get the healing and the shield to keep whoever RNG jump on alive.
I have a question for you. Who the hell kills 3-4 item on this team for RNG, apart from Aphelios?
Yeah, I mean, there's your answer. It's Aphelios every single time.
And he's fed. The issue is that Xiaobai picked up that kill, and he also has a CS lead over New, almost towards the second item as well, which looks like it's going to be the Iceborne. So
I'm surprised to see the Iceborne. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I think definitely going towards some of your more potent armor items could have worked out a lot better. But I like that he's still tending towards the armors, because when you look at it, okay, well, you've got Xiaohu, who's not really going to be prioritizing Xiaobai, at least when it comes to the damage. So going for more armor makes far more sense for this one.
Xiaohu's also now looking for a bit of a flanking position towards Dragon. He was spotted out. You can see E-Star had put pings down. He's in that position because Dragon's coming up in about 5 seconds. As Rift Herald goes down, RNG will have the position for this. But E-Star's still committing through the mid lane, wasting a bit of time, but it could have been early because the Dragons only now just come up. E-Star moving towards River.
It's about getting positioning here for them, though. They're on the Dragon first. Xiaohu can now play this super annoying LeBlanc by consistently pressuring them.
The tempered fate, the steal doesn't come through. Rather, it's Wink who picks it up. Ezreal, for some reason, was red. They need to fix that, and that's it. They're out.
Beautiful play from Wink there. Manages to steal it away, and it was super close, and Shelong Bao no longer on his own 100% steal rate. It looks like we've got thieves across the board in this game.
Wink picking that up. Bit of a class act. Apologize for missing that. You notice in Spectator, when we see like a steal or something, it's a red circle.
Yeah.
When Wink is actually on blue.
Yeah, it can be a little bit funky, a little bit tricky.
Funky's a word for it. Quite irritating, to be quite honest, if you're a caster.
Well, look, either way now we're getting to the stage where we're still bang on even in gold. We still want both these squads to be able to get down these mid lane turrets, but it's going to be a little bit difficult to do so. Fun can push pretty effectively against Xiaohu, also against New, because he doesn't really have to worry about actually getting into a fight with this Wukong. But we're going to see this steal here once again on your screens. And Xiaohu, I thought here, was going to play a little bit kind of keep away from the rest of E-Star, but it's unfortunate here that even though you don't have Wei get into the pit, they're still able to just steal it with. Oh, he does get into the pit.
Oh. Miter up, and Graves broke the game. Okay. Collateral damage helped with that one. We might have another fight. RNG through River. The pick here, Solar Flare lay it down.
Oh my god.
Moonlight Vigil with Infernum. E-Star do not walk towards an Aphelios in a choke.
Today's just an Aphelios montage, apparently.
Every bloody day is.
And Benny now, because of that play, sets up RNG for this Baron.
A 20-minute Baron, and E-Star have nothing to do but watch it, or rather expect it to go down.
To be fair to Bessie, though, he's done a great job of accelerated himself so fast this game.
Yeah.
He's matching this Ezreal for items. He's already got that Runes Hurricane completed. And this is coming off the kills, it's coming off that CS advantage, and all those turret plates that he managed to pick up in the early stages. So RNG have just played this smart in getting a lot of this gold funneled into Betty, and as he said, he needs to be the one to carry, to take down Xiaobai, to take down the whole of E-Star, and he's looking like he's in a very good position to do so.
I mean, it's just quite insane, because on top of the Moonlight Vigil with Infernum, you're running into a choke with Xiaohu on LeBlanc, with a Wukong, with a it's just... We're going to have a look at the ProView replay of this, because you're talking about Betty. Here we go.
Flash in aggressively. That was disgusting.
I mean, double
Look,
kick.
I mean, he's not even surprised by that. He's just like, yeah, it's another day at the office on a Fed.
That was a big mistake by Easter, walking into that choke. And really nice ult from Ming as well. RNG now have Baron. They picked it up for 20 minutes as a double Cosmic Binding, but that means nothing. RNG also up by 3,000 gold. So now the ball's really rolling as Betty's here by himself mid. He can just push his turret.
The early game from RNG is just so oppressive to try and deal with. You can see now they've been able to take this mid lane turret. E-Star can't even try and contest this. And this is just beautiful from RNG. And we've seen it time and time again. I mean, right now they've an 80% lead rate at the 15-minute mark, which is pretty insane for some of the teams that RNG have gone up against.
So look for Xiaohu, called the Forge God, aimed down the line. He flashes in a straight line, but there's too much distance between E-Star and him, so we'll make it out alive.
Yeah, well, RNG now, with everyone committed to that bot side for E-Star, can just move over towards this top tower. They're going to be able to get this, no problem at all.
Yep.
You've even got the Severum there for Betty to just help in taking this one down nice and easy.
Okay, 4K gold lead. Baron's got a minute left, but RNG are going to back away now. Xiaohu, you can see busy down towards the bottom side. And they've already done enough, but they haven't broken the base.
Well, what they're trying to do right now is at least accumulate a little bit of that gold, because now we're going to start looking at this soul point for RNG. It's just over a minute before that spawns. RNG are already starting to get nice vision control around. You can see a few red wards littered in that jungle of E-Star. So you've now got the last Whisper completed for Betty. He's going to be able to, if you get into this front to back style fight against Xiaobai, be able to take down this Ornn because of how much armor he's actually picked up so far. Xiaohu as well, working towards that Rabadon's death cap. I don't think he'll be, no, he's not going to be able to get it before this next fight, but at least he's going to be very strong in trying to burst out whoever Finfin doesn't shield.
Yeah.
So RNG towards this next fight, they can just go aggressive against E-Star and look to beat them outright, which is incredible because this is the point you think, oh, well, Wink is supposed to be really strong. Finfin hasn't really fallen off yet.
And it's kind of sad because E-Star really want this Ocean Soul. So if they don't get the Ocean Dragon here, then you go, okay, one more. But if RNG get it with an Aphelios, then that could be lights out and E-Star's hopeful scaling.
Look at where New is. He is going to have a field day here.
Connect. Look at the Soul Flare again on the two members. You talked about New. He starts spinning. Right on top of Wei as Betty starts firing away. Xiaobai gets a great ulti as RNG are dangerously low thanks to this Fed on. But a double kill goes over once again. And it doesn't matter. Dragon's now secured. And that could have been the fight that changes the game too.
Maybe we can get another steal from E-Star that can slow this ramping RNG, but doesn't really look like it. You got Xiaohu trying to play keep away from Wei, and he's not going to have a fun time if Xiaohu gets a combo on him.
Xiaohu's massive, even versus 3, can start taking him out. Everyone goes after him.
He's level 15 right now. He is going to ruin Wei, who's only level 11 on this Graves.
Yep.
Xiaohu's super far accelerated. So is Betty. This is looking like RNG again. This cool, calm, collected close to this game.
That just looked a lot better than E-Stars that punished them many, many times over. Are RNG back? The question we raised at the start of this segment, RNG are looking on form and this has just been played to a T.
Well, look, I mean, when we look at their games, it's been one hiccup to LNG, but they're just coming off the back of a victory against JDG. I think we got to say when you look at plays like this that RNG are back. New, hovering off to the wings because they know E-Star are going to be positioned in mid lane. You got Betty, who's gone for this last Whisper, understanding, look, I need to get through Finfin, I need to get through Xiaobai, so they've got this game figured out 3-4 steps before everyone else they're playing against.
You see Xiaobai's damage there?
Yeah.
Xiaobai did half health to 4 members. That's the power of Ornn, but also it shows you how far ahead he actually found himself in the early game and how much Xiaobai has been doing. It's kind of a shame because if the rest of E-Star were there, lay it down, RNG get caught out, and that fight goes very different.
And it's why I'm kind of surprised to see this Karma locked in when you've got an Ezreal. Because we saw what top esports could do with an Aphelios and a Karma. And maybe you could do something similar with a more auto attack based AD carry, but when you're going for an Ezreal who's more prone to this mystic shot style and trying to use spell weaving in his kit, it doesn't quite work out to the same extent. And unfortunately, Funfun hasn't been able to get the most success out of this champion. We haven't seen this E-bullies that we were talking about with Funfun, Xiaoxi and Wei being able to be oppressive in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, we only got the showing of it towards that bottom side a little bit earlier on. Look at where Xiaohu is though, 2-level difference over his counterpart mid. Now Rabadon's Death Cap in hand as his second item with the Fiendish Codex that's been sitting there way before then. So Xiaohu's feeling pretty good. A lot of attention has to be paid towards him, but he's going to get this turret while Baron's on the horizon and E-Star are thinking about where to go.
I mean, they've free roam in this jungle right now. You can see there's no one from E-Star willing to potentially threaten this, not even look at the jungle. So there you go, they cleared all the wards. And look at the level difference that we've gotten here. Wei is level 12, you look towards Xiaohu at 16, Betty at level 15. If he ends up walking into either Xiaohu or Betty, especially as this short range jungler, he's going to be annihilated.
Because they might have to check soon. Look at where RNG are. E-Stars have no wards in the pit. There's a scrying orb, and that's useful. Every time it gets spotted out, E-Star can have peace of mind.
But they're not really getting this vision back in their favor. You can see that the river still belongs to RNG. They can clear that ward, and now you've got no sweeper, or at least no scrying orb to get it. So yeah, Xiaohu uncontested here. This is RNG running E-Stars around the map.
And then RNG will go back to Baron. A quick couple of resets here. Xiaohu on the inhibitor. It's only the Karma who's back, so Funfun might actually have a bit of trouble with him. Watch him go back.
He doesn't need to, because all they're trying to do right now is pressure E-Star out. So they're forcing them back in the river now. So this is the back and forth you get when it comes to vision control. So you've had Ming, who's returned to base. He's going to be coming back in with his wards now to take it over. E-Star already investing 2 rounds of wards now. I mean, they won't spot out this because they've got no...
it's going to be so hard for E-Star. Yep, pull off the Baron. Xiaohu's still there. He's continuing to wait for the minion wave and walk back up. Funfun permanently committed to this bottom lane.
I'm surprised RNG didn't stick on the Baron a little bit longer. I think they were expecting E-Star to start contesting them. You see, they don't actually have vision in the enemy side of the jungle, which is what they really need right now to continue making these plays. So they start the Baron, they fall off, and now they've given E-Star his time on this mid lane turret.
Just a bit of gold to inject back into the composition. Still 6k gold behind, but a turret you feel like should never have been given over with how dominant that back and forth was.
It doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things.
This might though.
Yeah, I mean, with this Ocean Soul coming up in just a few moments, I'm going to want E-Star to try and make some play.
Forge God can lay down the line. Solar Flare stops the momentum though. Really nice from Ming.
And if you're RNG here, you can just have Xiaohu again, just playing keep away here on the bottom side. He can shove in that bottom wave and still be in a good position to play towards this dragon. So RNG with a lot of the cards here for themselves on this dragon fight.
Well, you can see Xiaoxi's taking this time to reset. He starts moving into position. Ocean Soul give it up. Again, to use that term, nail in the coffin, it'll feel like for sure. E-Star in game number 1. 7 kills, 30 minutes. LCK has truly become part of us. As engage here on the Xiaobai. Is he tanky enough? Of course, with the Stoneblade, third item. Yeah. Yu waiting for his own engage. Wei goes in, then back out. Dragon started, but not committed to.
They don't really have much in the way of waves now from RNG to pressure, so E-Stars are fine to just sit here. So you can see Wei hops over the wall. This is smart from E-Stars. They don't have map pressure anywhere from RNG right now, but RNG now spot this.
Coming in, Wei might just have to back off. Still in the back of the pit, diversion down. The Solar Flare is back again. He gets kicked out of the pit, and Ocean Soul is secure. Bit of damage here from Wink over the wall. Shallenbow flashes away, gets the Mystic shot in with Ocean Soul. He goes down. Wink flashes into the wall, so that's not the follow-up you expect, but they get the jungler with 40 seconds. E-Star can walk towards Baron.
Xiaohu is backing, but he will have that teleport to join, and you don't have the engage from Nu, but potential still for RNG to try and fight this. Xiaobai's ultimate is nearly up and available though. Call of the Forge God could be crucial in turning this fight against RNG.
How quickly do they do it? Because even with Ocean Soul, RNG still have a favorable fight. 7k getting at half health. RNG on the outskirts. Betty has Infernum with Moonlight Vigil. Into the Call the Forge God in the back of the pit. Dragon Baron, sorry, getting low at 1500. Triple knockup. They just need to take it down. The smite's there. E-Stars pick up Baron while Xiao Bai doing a great job of pulling this game back. And even with Ocean Soul, RNG just got hit.
They end up fighting the 4 versus 5, and even though Xiao Bai doesn't get the ultimate off, they still get the fight, they still get the Baron. Inhibitor, though, will go down. Eventually, those minions will push in and get it, but still, E-Star, they're going to be happy that they at least got something here on the map.
There's a lot to dissect, because E-Star is still in this game, even with Ocean Soul. We'll have a look at this one again.
So you can see E-Star all pinned in the back of the pit here, and Xiaoxi does a great job with this ultimate and just pushing back RNG, but Betty isn't really able to get much work here. He has the Infernum, but is only hitting onto Xiao Bai, so a lot of the extra damage that Betty wants isn't quite there. A Xiao Hu as well, not able to really get into a position to get onto E-Star. And when you've got E-Star grouped up like this, these AoE shields from Fun are able to provide the Ardent Sensor. You got a bunch of extra damage that's going to come out with that as well, so it ends up working out for E-Star. When we move towards these next fights, though, this becomes a very different story. Betty's now completed his Death Stance as well, so he's become a lot tankier. You now have RNG with the Dragon Soul as well, so when you have these ultimates up and available for RNG, and there is 5, it'll become a very different story for E-Star.
But I just have to say, with Baron buff and a 2k gold disadvantage, E-Stars are practically even. Remember, Ornn adds so much gold, and the Rabadon's Death Cap being upgraded, the Obsidian Cleaver, the Frozen Fist in the inventory of Wing. Gold's even, if not in favor of E-Star, and with this turret, that's going to guarantee it. 32 minutes in, and Funfun's shield, a late game Karma, is insanity with the amount of shielding you give. Look at Wing. Holy moly, that is R&E.
Yeah, you can see, and it's given Wing so many opportunities to play aggressive here, pushing in, trying to get down this turret. They're keeping their eyes on where New is. That Wukong is going to be the big engage tool here.
He's in mid right now. Xiao Bai the same. Both ultis are available. Xiao Hu on the flank, looking for a pick and just trying to get some damage down. Graviton's great though, sets up the Solar Flare. Way to go, Golden, in the nick of time, but the poke from Aphelios is still there while the turret goes down. RNG are backing away, even at full health, while Xiao Bai pushes in mid. And E-Star have broken the base and are sticking around.
They will have to back away. There's only 20 seconds now until that Baron buff is gone, and they will want to try and spend some of that gold that they did just pick up. The likes of that Blade of the Rune King now will be completed for Wing, which is such a nice pickup, especially as we already talked about, just getting as much of that lean under check and trying to get through the likes of Ming and Ming.
What an interesting game. Interesting in the sense that it just felt like RNG would close this out, get the Ocean Soul.
But that's it, right? This is League of Legends. You make one mistake and there's always the opportunity for your opponent to come back, and that's exactly what happened. Xiaolong Bao went in aggressive to the piss for that dragon. They get the soul, they lose the fight, and give the opportunity for E-Star now to at least get some gold back in their favor. Still though, this is where RNG, like we said with E-Star in the beginning, have the opportunity to come back.
Xiao Bai just shoots everything. There is still a bit of damage because his MR is pretty non-existent. So Xiao Hu did all the dirty work, called the Forge God there, and Xiao Bai getting caught out is pretty big death timer. He's up in 55 seconds. RNG have a numbers advantage.
You can see now E-Stars getting right turtled in their base. They're a bit worried about now what they're going to do. Xiao Bai going for this full armor build does leave him exposed to Xiao Hu, and he takes full advantage of it. RNG now with the push, Xiao Hu topside. You've already got that inhibitor down in the bottom lane, so there's only 2 lanes that they really need to pressure because minions would do work in the field.
I'm sad because Xiao Bai's been playing so well all game long. Getting caught out like that wasn't synonymous with his game #1 here.
Now though, RNG in a great position to push in. No Baron buff left for E-Star. Elder Dragon up in 55. They're trying to put pressure here. This damage from Betty is insane.
Jumps on in. Xiao Hu doing the same thing. Inhibitor turret goes down. Both teams now have an exposed inhibitor. E-Stars with 2. Their bottom one should be coming up shortly.
And look at Ming, he's just littering wards all over this bottom side jungle as he leaves. They know that they're looking towards this Elder Dragon fight in about 30 seconds, and now you've got an exposed inhibitor mid, you've got the exposed inhibitor cross, but there is a potential here for Xiaohu to just keep pushing up this mid lane. He has the teleport for any fight that happens, and he can threaten this mid inhibitor and the bottom inhib, which is going to respawn just as this dragon fight happens.
Super crazy. And if we get long enough to holding on the dragon, Baron will be up as well. That could be the trade that we expect to see. Xiaohu is a rocket that is going to blow up in someone's face. 3.5 items.
The Rabadon's death cap. This is such a strong point for Xiaohu and really difficult for anyone on E-Stars. Even you saw Xiaobai to deal with him, so... Ooh, way going pretty aggressive into the pit.
I think they know where Xiaozi wanted to play the brush and has just thrown the ult into the abyss. Now, granted, it is a lower cooldown, but the fight could happen and it might not be up.
It looks like RNG aren't confident enough to go for this play just yet. You see Nu is trying to get towards this top side and put some pressure on the inhibitor turret. See if they can drag Xiaobai across, because it becomes a lot easier for Xiaohu to operate on... Never mind that. Xiaohu a lot easier to operate on this LeBlanc. If you don't have to worry about Xiaobai.
Because news here, as you mentioned, they've got to start it, so Isan need to commit to something. 5 members in the pit. Shalom Bao ready for still behind. Has been spotted out. Xiaohu gets hit away, but remember, Ocean Soul with Soul Flare blocking behind lines again. Ming is tanking up with the stone plate, but Nu has teleported in, ready to spin. It's defensive, but onto Xiaozi, he gets healed up. This Karma shielding is insanity, and RNG walking to their deathbed. 2 members down. Elder could be theirs unless Shalom Bao recovers their team's effort.
I mean, you see E-Stars are trying to spot him out, but there's no engage for RNG. They're afraid to go in. Betty!
But look what Xiaohu's doing. He's TP'd into the base. We've got triple explosives here, but while Betty is doing a Felios things, he flashes away. Yet again, this champion amazes. RNG have 2 members, Shalom Bao in the pit at 3k away. It's still hitting away. It's with Ornn. They try to burst it down. It is secured by E-Stars. They get the execution. Now turn for Aphelios, who can't survive there. Well, Xiaohu's onto the Nexus, or rather the turret itself. But he comes close with 1 turret standing and remaining.
Betty channeled his inner Uzi there, managing to pick off the kills inside the pit. Forces Fun back, kills off Wink. And now, Xiaohu, he's gonna...
Xiaobai, he does have the Elder, but he survives thanks to Wei. Only just. Xiaohu's still massive. He won't be able to end the game today.
That was so close though, and now again, all inhibitors exposed. Elder buff available for RNG. Baron on the cards.
Elder was actually picked up by Easter. As you can see, it's on Wei and Xiaobai. But further to your point, it feels like it's available to RNG because they took down 3 members with it.
That's what I assumed. I was like, Jesus, the damage that is coming out, but RNG, they do end up giving across the E-Star. They don't have to fight for this Baron, by the way. They can just do what Xiaohu's doing and run at the base with some of these minions.
Xiaohu has taken the back door. Use here as well. Without teleport, he's got directional change. Fun is defending, and Yu's deciding, do I join the fight for Baron or do I go where Xiaohu is? Baron's going down quickly at 5k. Ming's on the back. Shalom Bao here has Smite available. Tempered Fate there. They're going to burn it down. Smite's going to come through its Wei, who secures Ming. Is going to die as well. That's another Elder execute from Wei, while Xiaohu is trying to make this game harder. Inhibitor goes down, all 3 broken, but Baron is now secured by E-Star in this 39-minute game.
Well, what are E-Star going to do with this Baron? They have no inhibitors left in their base. Double super minions are going to be pushing in every single lane. This Baron buff is just going to help them survive, and now Elder is going to have worn off as well. So, yes, E-Star are getting these objectives, but it's RNG that are actually going to come out on top.
You could imagine if that other Nexus turret goes down, then E-Star wouldn't be able to be out of their base at all. But pings are going down with Ming down in... or coming up in 10 seconds, excuse me. They've got the Baron to push. They've got enough wave clear to get here. Now in front of RNG's base it begins.
Shalom Bao out on the backside though. They want to try and make a play here and now.
Enter in a flame, gets the movement speed, you get out.
This is E-Star's final push. They have to finish off this because of the 2 super creeps on either side lane.
So time not on their side. E-Star moving on up. This is where they want to end the game. Shalom Bao now spotted out. Ming goes in for the engage. Soulblade doesn't hit anyone while Betty is targeted by Xiaobai. The execute still there for the Elder Dragon, but Betty heals it up with Severum. Xiaobai is sent packing by Shalom Bao, but still tanking up while Nu into the backline. Sorry, Xiaohu gets into the backline, and Betty finally gets Wei. Xiaohu's 1 hit away and survives, managing to keep on going in this fight. As Xiaobai goes down as well. It's messy, but Easter may have bit the bullet as the Temper Fate rejoins the play. New goes down and Betty is killing everyone. Once again, RNG head forward. And Easter, they tried, but now with the minions in the base, RNG have secured this game.
And it was messy, it was brutal, it was a brawl. But just off the minions nearly getting the tower, but with this second conga line coming, it will be a procession to victory for RNG.
It was messy in the base. You thought, oh, Betty's so close to dying. And again, Severum, huh? Well, Elder wasn't able to execute him. And now Xiaohu's going to do what he wanted to do minutes ago. A 41-minute game, back and forth. But RNG take it out eventually.
And this is what I wanted to see from RNG versus Easter. Easter are a team that are never willing to just roll over and give you the game. We saw it even when you had the miss smite, where you don't take smite away and take the ignite. They fought tooth and nail to bring it back, and they nearly managed to do it in this game, but they're all in that last-ditch effort. Doesn't manage to pay off, but it was damn close.
It was very close. I mean, Elder, Baron, back and forth, and Xiaohu always in the side lane. It was a constant threat that Easter were very much aware of.
And, I mean, you got to highlight a couple of the guys on RNG here, because you had Xiaohu who was playing very smart and using this LeBlanc in the split push role to pick off these inhibitors here and there. Betty at that last Elder Dragon fight, the fact he was able to get so many kills just slowed down the play from Eastars, where maybe they would have been able to push in a little bit faster, buying time for Xiaohu. Getting that one Nexus turret meant so much more than you can ever know when you're trying to defend like that. So this was really, really good play from RNG to at least bring it back, but it was that mistake at the Dragon fight that nearly cost it.
I mean, it was based around neutral objectives, but also a fun on Karma. It's not even his play, it's just Karma, what she adds to that comp and how much they were getting because of the shielding was quite insane. Also, Xiaobai's Ornn, a big factor there. Got ahead early, did a lot of damage as Ornn does, but was almost unkillable.
And it kind of sucks for Eastar, because I was looking at that going, okay, maybe they can bring it back, but unfortunately the extra damage from the Karma shields and from the Ardent Sensor don't do a huge amount for Wink. They can help somewhat for Wei, but it's a struggle for Wei to try and be proactive in these fights because of how big Xiaohu was. He's got to play very much away from this LeBlanc. He's also got to be careful about the likes of Ming, about Nu, so it was hard for Wei to be that big damage dealer, and you can see the difference there, and Wink and Betty trying to be the big carries for this squad, but the late game of Felios will beat out the end.
Look at Xiaohu's damage. Look at Xiaobai's.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ornn. Dude. What a good, actually, one of my favorite champions, I have to say. But Wink and Betty going head to head, as per the graph there as well. An interesting game one to start off the series, because when we look at E-Stars and RNG, E-Stars in 2020 Spring were very much like a great team fighting team. RNG have been synonymous with team fighting League of Legends for many, many years. People remember Royal Club and, you know, Starhorn Royal Club, and when eventually it became RNG, and it was like Looper in this roster, we had Let Me, Zatai, all these great top laners who moved in with the team. New is doing that yet again. RNG are team fighting well yet again. And RNG are kind of showing their prowess a little bit. This is a team that's, what, 3-1, 2-1?
Yeah.
They're trying to challenge V5, you know, on Thursday. So RNG are looking pretty good. Easter had some good moments as well.
It's still seeing the same problems from Easter, though, that we saw in Spring, which is when we get to the mid to later game portion of the game, that they just don't really know how to enact against these teams that are super strong with the macro. They were late getting Finfin back to defend some of these inhibitors. They weren't really sure how to deal with Xiaohu in general, and you start to see the cracks of, oh well, we know we're good at fighting, let's just try and fight, but you're not really given the opportunity by RNG, and it was those inhibitors being down that really cost them in the end.
At the end of the day, still 42-minute game. I'm glad it ramped up in the end, because in the middle it was super slow and I wanted it to go somewhere. But game 2 is where we're going next, right after this break.
今日分割战场，另一边小狗从后方切入，这个时候这个太自信了，直接从后面切进来，顶着3个人输出，我这个还没有死，还在输出，还没死，我真的没有死。又着了地了，要被秒了，现在这个一招的有点尴尬，大招放出来能够换到1米，显然能抓什么？漂亮，生活拿到人头，但是 果又在选择强行换一下目光，带走闪现出框，没有自跑到身上，只能一口还有机会，还在秀，有后方5节奏，没有关系，在进城，还有5杀的机会，看看也在里面，三下目光没打出来，最后一下接到了，漂亮。
看王者怎么选择，像一颗被躲掉，被小白一个 W 完被躲掉，逼走了以后呢就想正面开团，这边打起来比谁肉，谁就比谁大个肉，老鼠被突起来死了，没人打老鼠啊，没人打老鼠啊，龙也死了，哎，老鼠被秒了，被大叔秒了，那可以，这就可能站出来了，教练什么降咒？好，现在2个大哥在前面顶着，活着，感觉一口出来，一波推后 KO， 回到苏哥继续，
这边打了过去，然后没有伤害，开大，但是人这里反正打漂亮，哇！ 我的天，这一波优在操作完美。
我看这一波推直想进来秒人，但是奥拉夫也是秒不掉。蛇女在特意被优在直接切死，相互这里大招还差一点点的时间，不过1费的伤害太高了，完成 double kill，triple kill，double kill， 4杀 kill， 完成了一波 ace。你觉得小狗这把有什么太好的环境吗？来 W 回来，卡米尔有没有带到卡米尔推出去的？这虚弱没有伤害，直接被小狗给 A 推了。哇，小狗这边在疯狂的 A 人，这个狮子狗全部残血，大招炸一下，炸到2个卡片的上，妹妹这边肯定要被完了，这边感觉小狗要跳起来了，要在第3口，好久没有看到小胖这样的一个操作了。这边继续跳，刚才是临死之前秒掉了优在，最后已经有火爆了，这波可以打，对方落单了，也不能落单过来，这个落有没有机会？有了，看起来直接秒掉，这边还打出了逼出的闪现，这边闪现超过1，哇，小胖好夸张，小胖跳起来了。 又遇到2个人，这一波 A， 他们打2关，最后一个上钩，一波阻止3连。维珍想接盘，但是想的有点多，一剑命中的是小明，是麻辣酱锅，麻辣酱被炸回来了，但是大招保住了他，戳回去，皇子盖的不错，但这个位置凯南跟艾希的输出位置很好，两边 AD 都在疯狂切前排，九组跟赵鑫对倒，瑞兹也倒，优在输出非常的高，一波中路有兵线，我们可以过去，中路队赢了。他是杠上推着来。 由后帮忙把对方的一个输出给顶走，但是这个点上看上去一个大招，反身用大招走，鱼在那边挑闪现，往后面拉，鱼在没有死，哇，这波天秀了，拉到了死破，辅助直接秒掉，有在收割了，杀落漂亮。
The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow.
A long game one, but a game one RNG can be proud of mostly. At that point, E-Star really challenged the objectives, and this is one of the games where you can sit down, VOD review, and look at like the intricate, I guess, the plays that junglers made, etc. Excuse me. I ran from the bathroom. It was a long one. Dagda Hysterics, while I get to breathe, Betty's MVP. It was deserved, but also Xiaolong Bao early on, those objective steals were pretty big as well.
They were massive when it came to just pushing back the timer on this game, because you could see Wink and Fun the damage that they were able to put out when they got to the right point in the game for themselves. But Betty, that last Elder Dragon fight where he was able to keep so many members of E-Stars down, keep E-Stars from being able to manage any sort of pushback off of that play. And you can see here as well his ability to position in these fights, hitting multiple members across the board, and just not being able to give E-Stars an opportunity to pick him off before the fight kicks off.
You know what they needed? They needed an Elder, because who had the Elder buff? It was Wei and Xiaoxi, I think. And they needed an Elder buff on Betty for the execute, and then I think that fight's different, because he just healed it all up. And that's really unfortunate. There's a lot I want to watch, I know later. It's probably like for us to sit down and look through that, because that game was very much about moments of brilliance versus what someone could have done better.
Yeah, well, this is what we talked about, was that the one thing which amazed me that really started this snowball rolling was at that dragon fight where Xiaolong Bao goes down.
Yeah.
And it was Wink going arcane shifting forward aggressively, ekes this Mystic Shock past the back of the members of RNG to pick off Xiaolong Bao.
Oh, that's right.
And then they just run straight towards Baron. And that's what started this snowball going for E-Stars. And
yeah.
That's why we love watching these top teams in the LPL play, because it really does feel like this entire game teeters on a knife's edge, and one performance, one player having their outstanding moment can toss that game over into their court, and they can look to finish it off.
As for RNG, the expectation were that they were going to be the favorites coming into this matchup. All the casters actually predicted, out of the 6 of us, shout out to Penguin and Clement who can't be with us, also went towards RNG. E-Star are the team that, yes, made playoffs in their first split. Their mid lane had a roster downgrade, as a lot of people have called it. Now, in that game, it didn't feel like Fun was someone you could criticize. Fun was playing the supportive role. He played a good Karma. He played a great Karma. Game 2, nothing's changed. RNG are going to be on blue side this time around, and no roster changes, I think, is a good sign.
I think E-Star, though, need to realize that they need to be careful in how much they throw into RNG, because this team is super good at punishing when you overextend, either in use of summoner spells or your ultimate abilities. And it was that first dragon fight where they overused their ultimates, which meant when we got to the Rift Herald fight, RNG had that advantage. They were happy to play around it. And it's things like this where if you give RNG an inch, they are going to take a mile.
And that mile is going to be easier when you don't have to deal with the Ornn that made game 1 very difficult for them. The Ezreal taken as well, off of Xiaolong Bao, contemplating doing the first pick that E-Star did. And we saw with that Graves that Wei actually looked pretty decent on. But kind of fell flat with the rest of E-Star at the end of the day. RNG, what's the different look here as they lock it in?
And this Graves has been Wei's most played champion, is up to 5 now at the moment, so potentially we see him go back towards likes the Trundle. Maybe he wants to try and go towards something like the Lee Sin as well, but I don't know, we gotta wait and see. The Aphelios is locked in.
You missed something. There was a bit of a bouncer there, Dagda. The audience won't get it, but there is a bin very far away. And I don't like tripping on bottles here, so when I drink a bottle of water, I go for a toss, and I just did a triple bouncer, and it went into a big paper basket, so that's great. But more importantly, let's look at the draft here, because in game 2, we're just going to swap junglers around, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the Lee Sin coming in here. He'll be looking to bounce a few people around anyway in these team fights with the Dragon Kicks and see what he's capable of. Looking over the RNG side, though, I mean, we could just see them go towards something like the Callista. That's still open and available, and it's the other go-to when the Ezreal and your Aphelios is gone.
Callista, yeah. It's kind of nice to see Callista because we know what Callista does, we know what a mid-game's like, and then we know what a late game's like, right? It's very easy to telegraph a good Callista and a bad Callista. And Betty, we've seen this before, and especially with Ming, the partnership of Callista and Nautilus has been really strong in this region.
Yeah, It's pretty disgusting. You've got this long-range guaranteed engage with the depth charge, which you can then follow up with the Fate's Call. And Nautilus, the champion that provides the most amount of CC in this game, well, Calista loves that because she gets to pop a whole bunch of spears into you and then pull Rens. We'll be looking up against the Thresh for the Aphelios though, so nice little bit of safety here for the Aphelios with the Lanterns, but also going to be looking to try and keep Ming honest on what is being his most played champion.
Also, Xiaoxi on a playmaking support yet again, that's to be noted. On the Hook champions, Hook City includes Nautilus, includes Thresh, and Blitzcranken. Xiaoxi's been in Hook City for years now.
The big thing here though is because you've got the Aphelios and you're up against the Calista and the Nautilus, Xiaoxi would now have to stay down in this bottom lane to keep Wing safe, so this opportunity for E-Stars to go with this fully installed 3-man death squad of Wei, Funfun and Xiaoxi won't happen, just like it didn't happen in the last game, and we saw the success that RNG were able to find in those early to mid-game skirmishes as a result of Xiaoxi being kept away.
You can see why they want to get rid of these, roaming, I guess, death squad mid laners. You get rid of the Twisted Fate, you get rid of the LeBlanc. Let's not influence the bottom lane any more than it can be in the 2 versus 2. Galio's going to be part of that with RNG banning it away, and no Funfun Karma for game number 2.
I'm curious to see what we get out of RNG here. The potential here for Xiaohu to go back towards the Orianna, which is kind of come up as a nice blind pick mid, especially when like LeBlanc, Twisted Fate, Galio, Carby, so many of these champions already taken off the board, and I think having something that can at least help engage and kind of be that big late game tool for them here could work out quite well.
Thinking, because over in the LEC, I think we've seen a bit of Malphite in the LEC.
I've seen a little bit. There's a lot of picks that have come out in the LEC, like the Volley Bear that I really would have wanted to see here.
You know why? You know why LPL doesn't like it? Because they still think it's trash. And you know what? Even in 10-12, I don't care about the changes. There are better picks.
Honestly, I wanted to see something like a Hecarim or something along these lines come in, but whatever. I mean, the Mordekaiser does well too. Again, just having AP damage against this Wukong because the passive stacks armor makes sense. And now you're looking at a team here that does very well off of those 2 items. So RNG going to be looking to hit this early to mid game super hard when they do get towards these dragon fights and some of the skirmishes in towards Rift Herald. But E-Star looking to round out their composition here, and
that's a crying pick.
That is very much a crying pick, and something that still can battle super well against this RNG style so far, where you've got great follow-up on Xiaobai's engage, and you've got a really strong mid-game that you can answer for against them.
But this looks like the old E-Star. This is kind of what made them big and started bustling them into the playoff position. When Cryan was on this roster, it'd be about Rumble, who can push out and look towards that, the E-bullies you keep talking about. They can roaming Death Squad, I guess part of the FPX style. It's very much a blast from the past, and seeing Funfun on it could be a good sign of life.
Especially if he's able to push out and then go and do what Cryan did, go for these dives and top in and bottom and try and get out of this lane. That was something that was really missing from E-Stars in the last game. Now, it is a little bit of a struggle against the Zoe. She controls that wave super effectively, but if you've got this opportunity where maybe she's backed and you've got a moment of respite here as Rumble, you can be sure Funfun is going to be trying to get out and roam, try and get these lanes ahead for him.
Against a Zoe. Well, I was going to say, when we saw the Calista Naught, it seems like there's a bit of a timer on top of RNG, but we've got a Zoe, we've got a Graves, we've got a Mordecai. There's a bit of balance here for the composition of game 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, certainly the early and mid game for E-Star is going to, or sorry, for RNG is going to be stronger than E-Star's. Calista spikes super hard off one item, same with Zoe with this Luden's Echo, and then paired as well alongside of Graves, and even the Mordekaiser can do reasonably well once he has the ultimate up and available. So I think when you want the Aphelios to scale slightly later, it will give a little bit of a dampener to E-Star's time, but still if they can position correctly in these early fights, there's no reason why, with this Wukong having hit level 6 and that super strong equalizer across that, they can't just win out the fights off that 1-2 punch.
You know what I want, Dagda? I just want blood. I want my LPL. Game 1 was too slow for my liking. We're here to kill, right? And RNG, they're not a slow team, but as we talked about in spring, their mid-game was quite slow. Now, we come onto the Rift at 45 seconds. We normally do this, where we kind of miss out what's happening with the war there. Let's have a one-on-one, says Wei. Fun, flash over. You won't, you're scared. Whoa! Okay, New. That was a... I'm not sure he needed the flash there, but he pays respect.
Oh, what is going on there?
I don't know. Look at his skin.
Yeah. That's kind of cool.
Look at the Colonel. Look at that bias from the Colonel. I have never seen a graph like that. It's not even straight.
I'm not even sure if the Colonel really knows what's going on. He's been super biased in a couple of our games here, but still, we'll have to see now if RNG are able to run away with this game like he expects. I think having flash burned on New now will definitely make it a little bit of a less even matchup, because you're going to be able to have Wave punish that on the top side. You can see he's starting towards his red buff, so the opportunity here to go from red Raptors up towards that top side, and especially when New, with the way you want to trade against Xiaobai in the early stages, you tend to push the wave. There is a chance here that Wei can look to punish as the wave is starting to crash in towards the top.
Top side at the moment is going to be the same clear here for Wei that we saw from Xiaolongbao in game 1. Single target camps, then work his way back up the field as well. Xiaolongbao is starting towards red bottom side. That'll give him a nice path towards top where he should be spotted out, because you can see on the blue buff, there's actually a ward there from E-Star. Anything take your fancy here? We've got a Nimbus cloak on Zoe, which is just the standard, you know.
It's actually been kind of funny to see the boots of footwork there, because but seeing the free boots there, because I've been looking at a few Zoes and they have been taking that Hextech flash to just see if they can get some of the funny business that happens where you can Hextech, throw your Q, Hextech flash, then go super far with those paddle stars.
Yeah.
I actually haven't seen anyone use it when they have taken it, so I'm glad Xiaohu is going for the more realistic one of just getting a couple of boots, and meaning he doesn't have to invest that 300 gold.
I know, he'll feel pretty happy. Xiaohu on carries again. The topic is RNG have lost one of their veterans. If you didn't hear, which I think you'd be living under a rock, but Uzi retiring was big news, and Betty already filled his shoes in spring. A good 80 carry who I think was done hard because he just wasn't as good as Uzi, and that's anyone at the moment, maybe bar Jackulov.
That's the thing. I mean, you're never going to be able to replace Uzi, right? Especially in the fans' eyes and definitely on Summoner's Rift, because that guy was one in... I mean, what's the population of the world right now? Because he's the only guy really that can beat Uzi. He was so incredibly talented.
Because he was, if you're just talking about Uzi, what was he, 21 when he started League of Legends? No, younger than that.
15. He was 15
okay,
when he
sorry.
made
When I'm talking about his debut in LPL.
He was 15. He made Worlds in his first year.
Was he that young?
Yeah, he was
I
that
thought
young.
He was a little bit older.
No, he was 15 years old.
28 now, isn't he?
No, he's
Stretch
not.
line's going to come through. Well, maybe I'm just the old man. As Ignite's going to be put on down. It's heal burnt as well. That's a big win for RNG's bottom lane for only the Ignite. We're going to look this up.
Yeah, so that's what made Uzi so special, was that he came in super, super young. He then made Worlds in his very first year, joined the LPL in 2013.
I know, because I've been a nerd who's been sitting in the library of LPL for a year and a half now. That's a good hook by himself. Oh, Ming almost died. That was sick. As, speaking of sick, New, without a flash, is pretty sick of jungle attention. And if Xiaobai survives, which he does, that's first blood coming over. Xiaolongbao in a great position, though, as he's cornered them off against the turret. End of the line, wants this Wukong, but blocked nicely by Wei. Smoke screen down, but Xiaolongbao can't finish the kill, but maybe Xiaohu can. He's got a Chilling Smite. He's got Flash. Needs to come in now. Chilling Smite to get the damage, plus the passive, and Ignite. Xiaohu with the trade. Teleport being used because Fun is here, but so is Xiaolongbao and New. I'm not sure, but now I am. This is interesting.
Yeah, you're not going to lose out too much for Fun on that roam, but TP's burnt back by both top laners. They'll get towards this top lane, but it's all said and done. You still get a 1-for-1 trade, so
23.
You're pretty happy.
He's only 23. That's right. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. For some reason, I thought he was 28, because that's when people retire in League of Legends.
I know I'm as good as Uzi, but I'm 28.
I mean, he's only 23. Yeah. That is kind of insane when you think about it, right? And you're right, he went to Worlds 15, 16.
15 years old,
yeah.
Well, he's 15 when he started. I'm not sure when his birthday is.
Because imagine going to Worlds your first year, like 2013, and then making finals, and then doing it again the next year. That's pure insanity.
Another one. But Xiaobai, going to take an obliterate there. This is where New is definitely going to start winning out in this top lane matchup. You can see working towards the Bramble Vest as well to just nullify that healing that comes in off of the Wukong passive. But RNG, fun.
Oh, good dodge away though. Fancy footwork as the emote goes up as well. You didn't see that, the thumbs up.
So well played by Fun, and of course from Way as well, to at least interact with the way RNG wants to play, because they were trying to punish not having the flash available for Mordekaiser. They do get one, but at least they're able to turn that around pretty well. So now we're looking at Way getting in towards this mid lane, no flash on towards Xiaohu, but looking to just instead give the opportunity for Fun to push in here, back away, get his first purchase, because he still hasn't done so.
How active has this game been, though, in comparison to the first one? We're going to keep ourselves on our toes a little bit, because Way is just trying to be everywhere at the moment, while also having a massive lead in the jungle. You look at the farm difference here right now as Dragon's being aggroed.
Fun still hasn't backed. He's sitting on a Doran shield, so
yeah.
If you end up fighting here as RNG, you can just use that damage advantage that comes out of Xiao.
Dark Passage with the death sentence, and Ming has been caught on out. E-Stars. This early lead continues while Xiaolong Bao is hoping for a steal with Xiaohu by his side. Bubble lands, but away RNG go. First dragon of the game goes to E-Star. We roll into Cloud, and this is a much better start here on the red-sided team.
Big mistake from Ming there, just walking straight in, and Xiaohu now.
Doesn't seem like there's any kill threat at the moment, looking to just maybe find the wave and go from there.
Yeah, it's now Fun finally getting that back off that we were talking about, so he will be able to pick up a pretty decent portion of items here.
He goes back a little bit. You see Fun move back in the map, but Xiaohu, as we look towards the bottom side, Dredgeline flushed away from by Xiaoxi. And recalling in the mid lane finally was Fun, who gets a blasting one and gets the Sork shoes at the same time. Plus a refillable potion and stuff.
Nice back there for Fun. We'll have to see how much damage he can really do when we get towards his first Charles, because he will have that Rumble ultimate just about coming back up as long as he starts to delay a little bit. Xiaoxi now off of this back is looking to stay here to protect Wing so he can then roam towards the Rift Herald play as well.
Death Realm top side, I told you there's a lot of action. That's only the clone, as Xiao Bai in a solo situation is not great, but Xiaolong Bao comes for a bit of support, and away he will go without using Cyclone or Flash. So good to hold on to his summoners while Wei starts this one up.
Yeah, I mean, this should be E-Stars as well. You can already see Xiaoxi with such a quick back timing because they've shoved in that wave fully. Wing's safe here as well to just collect that wave, and if you end up double committing here with Betty and Ming towards this Rift Tower, which they won't now that they're going to hear the scream of it dying, well then you can just have Wing go very aggressive on the bottom lane.
Xiao will probably just stick around, pick up his blue buff, and then continue to try and push out this wave. Note the blasting one and the lost chapter. Xiaohu heading towards that Luden's Echo most likely first with Wei in the top side, helping shove out the wave. Cat goes out, but no Rift Herald as of yet.
You see though, Xiaobai is committed pretty heavily to trying to beat out this lane. The double Dorans, longsword, he'll probably sell these off now, but still it's just a case of, okay, a bit of gold invested to just try and survive this lane a little bit better.
Oh, we got a Trinity Force Wukong. That's great. I'm sick of Black Cleaver Wukong. I don't care the situation. I just like seeing the gumption of our top laners saying, I'm going to get Trinity Force.
I like the Triforce, I do agree. What I don't like is him not going Tiamat first, because one of the big things with Wukong is that you struggle to actually clear out waves, and you really need to be able to do that against Mordekaiser.
Dagna, what do you see here? Another blue buff going to Xiaohu is it's stolen away. RNG getting small wins across the map. And right now that matters because Xiaolong Bao, remember, is a level behind and 20 CS behind. If Xiaohu keeps snowballing like this, then RNG have a chance to play through that mid laner. You talked about how the comps work, Dagna, that could be beneficial.
And that's why right now RNG are playing so heavily down towards this bottom side. They realize that Wei is going to want to put that gold with the Rift Herald into Wink. So as long as you've got Xiaolong Bao playing down towards this bottom side, you also got Xiaohu teetering down towards here. It becomes a lot more difficult for E-Star to make a play happen and get that gold into Wink.
Wink wasn't able to deny the turret plate going down, but the turret plate gold. Oh no! Okay, old F4. GG go next. At that point, you'd be so tilted. You just go to game 3, I reckon. Are we doing this again? Death Realm is available, and that was very close. Despite that, Xiaohu goes back, picks up a Luden's Echo first, while Fun still doesn't have his first items, even despite the kill. CS discrepancy through mid. Top team, but jungle as well. That's where a lot of the gold lead's coming from for Wei, who's now towards the bottom side.
And Fun is just shoved in mid lane, so this is where they're going to make that big play we were talking about.
A lot of damage already coming through with the BF sword. Wink does take one turret shot, but it might not matter. Here it comes, all against the wall, and this wombo is harsh. The Fate's Call used, but Chelsea over ambitious. In the end, Betty goes down, but that trade was messier than expected. A great dodge from the Sonic Wave from Ming. They have to flash and commit Wink, who picks up the kill. But somehow, RNG get the kill first.
RNG are trading though, so I mean, yes, you get one kill back, you're getting these turret plates in mid. The tower should go down on bottom lane though, which will give a slight advantage to E-Star, but it's a decent enough turnaround from RNG to at least get some stuff back in their favor.
But when all's said and done, first turret blood will go over to E-Star here. They're already about 2k gold ahead, and Shalambao is looking.
There's 20 seconds on the Dragon, they want to catch Wei in transition.
Can he kill this lead in? Well, with challenging smite and the damage that's through. Almost. A nice safeguard away as Xiaohu's going to be swatted out by Xiaoxi as well. Battlestar, the hook lands, and this could be the play that ends all as barriers in there as well. Ming is over the wall, but without a flash to fully commit alongside Xiaohu. You mentioned the Dragon. Dagda, here it is.
Funfun overheated there in that trade, so wasn't actually able to deal the damage he wanted to Xiaohu, so RNG got decent damage back into Xiaoxi. Wei was forced to back as well. Dragon will go to RNG side, but look at Funfun once again. He's looking to make plays on this top side when RNG are making stuff happen on the bottom side.
Well, he's feeling hot, you know. We don't have a hot pot, but we do have the hot.
Just got pure spice.
Pure spice. What have you, while being here, have you had full-on hot pot yet?
I haven't had the super spicy one yet. I've had like medium spice, and that was like pretty up there.
We got taken out to Heidi Lau, which was cool. You know, that was like a medium spice. Actually, I don't think it was that hot, to be quite honest. As the
on show here, man. Come on.
The what is it? It's Chongqing hot pot, and then Sichuan. I'm sorry, I'm butchering my Chinese.
Look, I butchered the English language, so don't even get me started on Chinese.
Is it Hunan food that I think so? Because we had Hunan.
Yeah, we had Hunan food. So
that was sick.
That's the fragrant spice. That's not the num spice.
Ah, okay.
So, yeah, that was the ribs we got. They were really good.
I should know more. Sichuan and Chongqing, but I know they're kind of they're almost the same.
And then we got the Chengdu food as well, which is that num spice.
Yes, thank you so much.
Gorgeous.
Chengdu food can be quite spicy. You can get Chengdu hot pot, which is actually quite interesting too. We've been opened up to the world yet again. Just for anyone who's wondering why we're going out to restaurants, everything's kind of back to normal here, and it feels pretty good. As look, just to give you a bit of interaction with this game, Winker's been called out. Depth charge, and Aphelios can't survive that one, but he does a bit of damage on his return. The flash play will secure Betty's death as well. 2-2 is now the engagement sharp by the collateral damage to get out. But he still has that positional advantage up top with Rift Herald coming in less than a minute.
I'm not sure if they'll be able to get too much now though, because you do have Xiaobai though. Look at Xiaohu, you need to get out of there, but yeah, he'll walk away. He's not going to get caught out. But yeah, I mean, they can shove in this mid lane now. You've still got this combo between Xiaobai and Funfun here for when that Rift Herald does spawn, but Wei trying to go aggressive in the jungle here. Xiaoxi waiting in the wings.
Doesn't need spotted out. Blue buff stolen away by Wei. Xiaobai has to look on in awe, and that's Xiaohu's blue, so that's kind of influential as the most fed member of the team.
Surprised to see Xiaoxi backing right now. I thought you'd have E-Star just turn directly towards this Rift Herald and see if they can make the play while you've got the ultimate of the Graves down and maybe make something happen there, but
Xiaohu has taken a lot of damage. That equalizer was horrid though from Funfun. Big shutdown to Betty, and that advantage that they just found may have just gone.
That is completely gone off of that play. Also, not a fan of the Morello's first here for Funfun, but he's not going to hit his ultimate anyway, so I suppose it doesn't really matter how much damage he has. So now E-Star have started up on this Rift Herald, at least spotting out to see if RNG are on it, but RNG not willing to commit to this yet. Not entirely sure why they don't want to. I think it would be great to at least steal that one away, but a bit worried about potentially Xiaobai and Winks engage.
Like the Bramble Vest here first for New. It's going to work out in the engage where the almost Trinity Force Wukong with a level advantage takes a bit of damage himself. Xiaoxi's now roamed on up. Rift Herald's still sitting there, and of course seeing the support here means that E-Stars is getting closer to it, or not.
And I criticize Xiaobai here for not going team at first, but he's been able to do a good job of keeping New off of his tower, and now has been accelerated towards that Triforce, so not quite being able to finish it off yet, but at least now he'll pick it up further, which means, or sooner rather than later, which means that now when he gets those team fights, having that Triforce complete a little bit earlier means they can use this spike and at least answer for the likes of this Kalista and this Zoe from RNG.
It is kind of interesting, RNG's move here with the Rift Herald going on down. Xiaohu's going to have free access towards this bottom side turret. Blue buff going to be taken. Jungle camps to be traded off as well. Note that Xiaolongbao has caught up to the lead against Wei, bar the kills, which add a lot more gold to be desired by the Graves. Well, Xiaohu gets solo turret gold, and he's also got close to 50 CS advantage over FunFun.
So this tower going down for RNG is actually pretty crucial because you're lacking a good bit of wave clear unless you want to invest a lot of these ultimates from FunFun or Xiaobai as well. So what you're looking at instead is that RNG have the opportunity with Zoe and with New to push these waves aggressively on the side lanes and then try and collapse in towards the mid. Rift Herald is going to come down here in the mid lane though, just before this dragon spawns, to give the opportunity for Esar to get control of this dragon.
We've got 35 seconds till that comes through. I was going to ask you something because it's 333 gold to complete your Trinity Force from the 3 components to the item itself. He's got double Doran's Blade.
Yeah, you can sell.
I feel like you sell them both, right?
For the Dorans if you want to.
I don't know. Just get the Trinity Force before the
I think
fight.
at this stage at least sell one, but maybe not.
Okay, well look, he went back anyway. He reset, but in time, Shalty's gonna die. So for E-Star, they've just lost their support, caught out in a strange position. 7 seconds from Dragon.
Felt like a missed timing with a lot of things there from E-Star. So not only with Chelsea's positioning, but the Rift Tower going down with so long left until that Infernal Dragon was up. I mean, you're not creating real pressure there, and they don't even get vision control down to stop RNG moving in here, so I'm not sure what happened there from E-Star's point of view.
Infernal Soul building for a Zoe Kalista. That's what you need to know here. Secured by RNG, timer goes back up. We've got Baron spawning in 2.5, and at this point, I want all the audience to focus on a couple of things. New, heading towards the Liandry's Torment first, as per usual. The second item almost complete for Xiaohu, who's level 12 to FunFun's 11. That CS discrepancy is building as well, so Xiaohu's playing a very controlled game of League of Legends. And so is Xiaobai, now with the Trinity Force and the ability to split push his way alongside him. More gold back in the pocket of E-Star here, back to 1k gold, please.
And when E-Star are the team that have that scaling advantage on their side, just from the AD carry position, they can do a lot of work here. Now, we'll be evened out a little bit because you've got Xiaolongbao here on this Graves who can do a decent amount, but honestly, I'm still giving it in favor of Aphelios, especially when he gets the right guns. So, E-Star keeping this even, and we're ahead in the early portion of the game. So, I'm happy with at least the way E-Star are playing this. And it is on RNG to try and make some magic happen, or they do run the risk of Wink getting way out of control.
But I do feel like FunFun's ultis, you know, being crucial in this game, especially when we start looking at more objectives, right? FunFun doesn't get a good ulti down. You know, it's up to Xiaobai to follow up. It's how these ultimates connect and how everything comes together for E-Star. Curiosity, for me especially, is 2 items on the Lee Sin, to speak of him. Also, first item still sitting there for FunFun. We haven't been looking at him much, and we've only seen 1 ulti this game.
He wasn't great either.
Well, sorry, there was 2. One was to pretty much clear the wave, but yeah, the other one used in a bit of a lull sense. 2 items for the Aphelios as well. Why? I wait until Aphelios gets banned again. You know, he gets let through every draft.
Think about how obnoxious Aphelios is, right?
Versus the priority.
And the fact is that Varus is being banned more often tells you how bad Varus is right now.
Yeah. That's also true. As Trouble Bubble is going to zone off Wink. Yes, take the Dark Passage. That's from Xiaohu. They defend the turret.
Ming not able to connect with the Nautilus hooks, and I mean, Ming hasn't been having the best of games so far today. He's been missing out a few hooks here and there, but now he started looking to make a play for themselves. Wait,
I think he wanted the Sonic Wave flank. They're going to spot him out. The Raptors got in the way at the right time. Gotta find some new words for in the way. You know, we've got way and we've got way. And I keep saying in the way. Or this new top laner. New.
Look, we can catch up later and I can weigh in on this point. Either way here, I'm looking at RNG who are happy to just kind of sit in mid. We've gone towards this A-ramp for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why, because on both sides, you can shove it into these turrets pretty effectively and then try and create a man advantage mid to crack open this turret. But It feels like both teams just trying to feel it out and see if maybe they can poke something in, but I'm not the biggest fan. You can just create pressure side here, like we now see with Xiaobai on the bot side.
Xiao in the top lane at least brings over Funfun, who has to react to the wave. Scoreboard's going down, Dagda. I don't know, maybe I'm going to get excited for something. What are we waiting for?
The wave clear. Let's go. Where's the
Yeah, we
obliterate?
need the minions on the screen. Let's go. This turret was going to go down and they're like, put down the scoreboard. Let's see the full destruction, and there it is, it's back. Also, QSS for Xiaobai. Nice little pickup, considering he's going against News Mordekaiser.
The only thing is, if Xiaobai is going to commit to this split push, I really do want to see him pick up that Tiamat at some point. Your split push is pretty negligible. The E only hits onto 3 different creeps, so you're not exactly pushing particularly quickly, so you are heavily reliant on your auto attacks. I mean, I know he's trying to get in towards team fights, that's the way E-Star's combos work, right? But still, it does give you options and can create some side lane pressure for them.
This is the part where you get scared to be Wink. I would also recommend a QSS for Wink. He's heading towards Death Dance as his 3rd item. But with Trouble Bubbles, with New, there is so much you want to be able to cleanse away.
So with this Dragon event spawn, RNG definitely going to be the ones trying to win this fight. They're behind when it comes to the AD carry items, which really sucks as a Kalista, but I still think if they can get some decent poke down with Xiaohu, as we're looking for right now, they should be able to win out in the fight.
Over the wall, the Gravitum with the ultimate burnt by Wink. The equalizer's okay. Does burn the flash out of Xiaohu. As Xiaobai, sneaky monkey.
There isn't any wards there to spot him out, so he could get in here pretty much scot-free.
Until this one, the box is laid down, in comes, into the wall, Xiaohu's caught on out, the key member of RNG down. He spins once again, and Xiaobai's done a great job, and now they have to take down the rest. New has pulled in way into the death realm, while a death sentence from Shalcy nails down this fight. RNG are in the dumpster after that one.
And E-Star can just turn straight towards this Baron. A fantastic fight with Xiaobai sneaking his way into the right position, and now they can do the double deed. Get the Dragon, get the Baron, although as I say that, looks like they're not committing any members to this Dragon, so Xiaolongbao will solo that out.
Teleport's going to be coming through.
I think they do not want to let this Baron go, because our Dragon go, because it is so point for this team.
Xiaolongbao spotted out. Xiaobai, will he just go over the wall? No. How can he? Back onto Dragon, pulled on out. This is a slow Baron. As Xiaolongbao wants to see him.
They should probably let this reset. I don't know maybe if they'll have the time, but you still have Smite here. They need to kill Xiaolongbao.
He's over the wall. The Dark Passage is there, poking around. The Smite goes down. That was messy. Teleport's coming in. Now Xiaobai's just trying to burst it down. He'll secure the Dragon, but the rest of RNG are here for Xiaoxi, who has no way of getting out of this. So it'll be the trading kill, taking a Baron buff away, but still way worth for E-Star.
Yeah, if they tried to back there after taking the Baron, they would have been too late to get it. They don't want to put RNG on sole point, and they just want to make sure that they're picking up enough of their advantages. But this team fight here was fantastic. Xiaobai sneaking in. Nowhere for Xiaohu to run after that flash was already burnt. And yes, you've got the death realm from New onto Wei, but it doesn't matter. This team fight is heavily in favor of E-Star, especially Wing sitting on 3 items now. 2.5 in this fight. He's still monstrous.
He was way over the wall. New couldn't touch him. Really nicely done. Good to see E-Stars recovering from, game 1 that was so back and forth. It would have been heartbreaking to kind of take that loss in the end. E-Stars are 6,000 gold up here at 24 minutes. They have the Baron buff, and Colonel, he's taken us to the Waterland. What's a good water park you grew up with?
I'm in Ireland. We don't have water parks.
Okay. I'm in Australia. I have beaches. I don't think... Well, actually, no.
We have beaches.
Wet and Wild. All you Aussies out there, Colonel's taking us to Wet and Wild. Enjoy. I just realized... I was going to say Australia doesn't have wet parks. I'm like, its foundation of some tourism is built on wet parks.
Ireland is just wet. That's all we have. We don't have parks for it. You just walk inside and you're wet.
For someone who can't swim, I'm in a country that's really built around water. Australia is surrounded by water, and I literally can't swim.
I've been tossed into the water since I was like a child, thanks to my dog.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did you swim at that point when you were thrown in?
Yes.
Oh,
he's big into windsurf and kitesurfing, so he wants to teach me the second
Your dad's a windsurfer.
My dad's well, he gave up windsurfing. He's a kite
What a
surfer
stud. What an absolute stud. How old's your old man?
54, 53.
More of us. Is he
Still
listening
out,
to
he's
this
still
right
out.
now?
I don't know, potentially.
Okay,
The mom does like to have it on back at home, so
All right.
potentially.
What time is it there right now?
There's 7 hours behind, so what, 20 to...
It's a good time to watch
Yeah,
some
yeah.
League of Legends.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, my ma and pa might be watching this. Shout out to you guys. Love you guys. But it is almost
Also, for
11
anyone
o'clock.
else, Happy Father's Day as of yesterday to all the fathers out there.
Australian Father's Day is September 6th. We're kind of back to front. Is that hook again? Xiaoxi been landing everyone. We're back to game state with, that dredge line into the depth charge. Way's been knocked on up, but there's no follow-up from RNG. Look at where New is. He doesn't want to commit to this fight. RNG might just lose his turret and move back.
It will be. It's still a very nice hook from Ming. I didn't expect that thing to hit, but here you go. One more auto. Pop.
Yeah.
We'll finish off the tower. And however, look at the side lanes. So eStar haven't really got those waves in check, but they don't care.
All right. Well, Way's dead. Xiaohu actually over the wall almost dies himself, and that just feels like it's going to be the game. Forward they go. The fight underneath the turret might not even need to happen. The AoE from the 3-item Aphelios and Wing seems to be enough at this point.
No more Baron buff though, so they're not able to crack it. The wave clear is too strong at the moment from RNG, so eStars will have to come back and fight another day. They need to get these side lanes in order, because unfortunately, with the pressure here from RNG, all they have to do is defend mid and not worry about anything else.
So damn hard. Equalizer comes down again. Not the greatest, but it does zone them to the right. Wei and Xiaoxi set up for success. The Moonlight Vigil ulties into New and Ming. They get burnt down, and the turret does go down, but no inhibitor yet. RNG managed to defend successfully, but note there's a Baron in 2 minutes. The Infernal is coming up in 1 minute 15 as well.
We'll put both these teams on soul point as well, so eStars have enough time to back away, get in towards this river, and you might see a rinse and repeat here of eStars getting these nice engages that have been really just a bane for RNG in trying to set up Medi and set up Xiaohu in these fights.
You can see the player caps on eStar as well there. Super energetic, looking pretty happy. I was also going to point out that we've seen this really cool combo from Wei and Xiaobai. Wei will kick, and immediately Xiaobai will ulti. So as you're getting kicked, you just go up instead.
And they did it earlier on with Xiaoxi's hook as well, where right as the hook was coming out, Wei just boots the enemy. You end up with the hook as well. It's just these nice little things that Wei is doing. But this is why this guy's been so strong in this team. He's 18% of this team's damage. He's the highest.
Oi! But they found Wing. Hang on. Depth charge there. Fate's call. They want to dive this. They want everything onto Wing. The damage is enough in the end, but this time the equalizer to zone them off. 4 versus 5 until eStar lose. No one. It's Betty who goes down at the end. I'm sorry to bait you in, folks. Absolutely debated. News left by himself. This game is still done. You doing a lot of damage. Bun has enough himself. Everyone drops. eStar have 3 to run it down mid.
They don't really have a wave though, is the only thing, so you can have Xiaobai try and clear it out here, but look, they realize we're not going to be able to do too much. Xiaobai instead will just look to try and get the inhibitor as Wei finishes off this dragon, but everything in the kitchen sink toss that wink, and it means that when that fight does kick off, there's just nothing left to take down the rest of eStar.
At the very least, eStar will still get that inhibitor that they deserve before. They're still 10k gold up here at 29 minutes in the game. And it requires many more miracles like that from RNG where they do get out alive, where they can translate that pick into something where they can find their way back into this game. But it's looking still very unlikely. Baron's up in 15 seconds. Everyone up from eStar. Slow resets coming through from you as we look at Ming flashing over again.
And this is why Death Stance has become such an important item on these AD carries, because with everything being tossed at him, you can see how long it actually takes to kill him. And it means that then you've got the opportunity here for eStars to collapse, and so much used to try and kill this Aphelios means that there's just nothing when eStar do eventually get here. Now we need to go back because, as you said, Baron is up and available. Not having some of these key flashes up for eStars actually makes it a little bit more difficult for them to find these engages, like with Xiaobai. But crucially as well, you're looking at the carries on RNG also not having their flashes available. So if you can have Xiaobai get into a position, or even Fun with these big slows on the ultimate, there is the potential here for eStar to find the team fight that they want.
To put this one away, RNG, they're trying to encroach on their territory right now. Xiaohu has been sending it out left, right, and center.
Looking at Xiaobai, he has 7 kills right now. He is huge on this Wukong. Triforce, Death Stance, Now working up, it looks like Steric's Gage as well. Like, this guy is going to be massive in these team fights.
Xiaobai started off early as not sure what was going to land here over the wall. Can never be too cautious. RNG get a bit of priority mid, but look at him again. He said he's 7-0 and 5. He'll be spotted out by wall. I don't think he cares. He's just going to wait here, and it's... Is it Pavlov's box? What's the scientific experiment? Schrodinger's cat.
Schrodinger's cat, yeah. Schrodinger's monkey. He's here and not there at all.
Yeah, that's right. Both considered alive and not alive. It's probably not the best example, but
well,
I'll take it.
It's been RNG in this game, right? They were alive in game number 1. Now they look dead in game number 2, and E-Stars are running away with this. A 10,000 gold lead for the E-Star boys, and they're going to be pretty happy with the way that this game has gone so far.
It'll be hard for RNG to stop this Baron. It's already taken down. New comes in for the flank onto 2. Xiaoxi and Wink together while Ming is in a bad position. The equalizer zones them off, and spinning to win is Xiaobai as Betty tries to kite his way back. A great friend. RNG have actually picked up 2. New is still alive. Wink has 1,000,001 shurikens, and of course he gets that kill. While for RNG, kiting their way through this territory might be okay. It's 3 versus 3 for a team that is so far behind. A trade like that, unexpected.
Still Baron onto E-Star though, and they can look to put pressure on this top lane turret. Xiaohu's backing, but look at the health bars. So if Xiaohu is able to connect with one of these paddle stars, he can kill Funfun or Wave. Now the Wink's healing is coming through, it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
You need to land a Miracle Trouble Bubble. The inhibitor will be the only thing taken here today. Betty to defend. Game goes on. Interesting here from E-Stars, able to break 2 inhibitors. Kind of like RNG in game 1, where slowly but surely the base was getting broken when we had a crazy turn of events. But this was a crazy turn of events when you took up time.
Yeah, he got onto Xiaoxi trying to see if he could keep him out and maybe get the opportunity for anyone from RNG to get into the backline, but Betty trying very hard to carry these fights. He does have a lot of damage. That Death Stance means that he's able to play pretty far forward and doesn't have to worry too much about some of it. You even see there, nice dodging of the E's coming through from the Rumble, but unfortunately hasn't been enough.
We're looking towards that Death Stance play of the Ruin King to heal him back up for those fights as well. We're getting towards the Infernal Salt for E-Star. 1:10, and if anything will seal the deal, you have to think it'll be that.
So, Mercurial Scimitar was picked up for half a second there for Betty. He's gone over towards the Bloodthirster, going full in on this damage, and still sitting with that stopwatch as well. So there is this opportunity now for Betty, if he can survive this burst from E-Stars, to carry this fight. But it does rely on Wink going down first, because he's got his own GA complete.
Meanwhile, Xiaohu takes a heavy chunk of damage just from Wink as the Death Sentence lands on the Xiaolong Bao. The turret broken, the base in shambles. I was going to say in shatters, but that kind of works as well. Yep, Wink is doing a lot of damage. Almost full build here on the Aphelios. Inhibitor number 3 going to go down. E-Star, however, are not committing to the base just yet, letting the minions channel in. They need a pick, and then they can keep rolling forward.
And it feels like New isn't really able to do too much against this squad, because maybe if you can get Xiaobai when he goes for the big engage, but unfortunately this is the problem with Mordekaiser. If you haven't got some way of enabling him, you're not getting onto Wink. Funfun's still dealing a heap of damage, and this Mordekaiser isn't able to 1v1 Xiaobai, so will go down in the Death Realm if he ends up trying to pull this monkey out.
Infernal Soul's going to be picked up here, because RNG can't leave their base. So, Infernal Soul, Elder coming up, Baron in 3 minutes as the buff does expire. And it does still just feel like that slow burn, but we're going to have a long night, Dagda. We've got 29 kills, at least more blood in this game, but still longer games coming through. RNG E-Star holding up to what we thought about them in spring.
They certainly are, and E-Star is still finding these nice fights, getting into a position where they can look to finish out this game. But we have to see now how they try and address the Baron that is going to be in 2.5 minutes. But I don't even know if we get there, to be honest, because you're looking at 2 inhibitors down. A third is going to be in the eyes of E-Star, and there is a potential here that you end up catching out a member of RNG, and that could just be the close of the game.
I'm going to do the math with crit chance. Are we near 100%? We're very close. For Wink.
It was a 25-20, yeah.
75 as Fate's call. Oh, a two-man knockup. RNG in their own base get another two-man knockup. Betty starts hitting away. Golden is Fun as the 80 carry that you need to stay alive is getting hit down. The equalizer great, but into the backline. Xiaobai is there. Wei finds himself his first death. Second, rather. As E-Star is still continuing this one. New pulls him back in. Into the backline. Into GA. Fun low as well. I'm not sure how, but E-Star... Nope, they haven't lost the fight. No, forget it. Aphelios is going to get this as well. I don't know what's happening, but game over because Aphelios...
Betty's alive. Betty can still fight this.
They're low.
Oh my god.
No. Okay, he picks up one. Wink versus Betty. Who do you believe in?
And fight. Do it. Nah, you got the level advantage going over for Wink. Betty's not going to be having a fun time, and it won't be one against an Aphelios, so this is looking pretty doomed.
Fun is just hitting on the edge. Wink does a bit of damage. Betty heals it up. First turret goes down. I think Wink's just going to ignore him at this point. The equalizer laid down bare with BT, with the healing. Yeah, the thumbs are up. All I can say is lol. Game 3. Yep, E-Star should have won that a while ago. And it was close from RNG, but I don't know. I don't know what you say about that one.
It was very close there at the end, especially in that last fight. I know we had the respawn coming in on the Aphelios, but still, I think you might have been able to finish him off if you got a few more of those obliterates down, but unfortunately not quite able to do so. So it will be E-Star who pushes to a game number 3, and honestly, fair juice to them. They played a very strong early game. They entered into the mid game where they were finding these fights, and even though a few of Fun's ultimates were lacking, they still found those fights that they wanted. A lot of that off the back of Xiaobai on this Wukong.
It's, I don't know why. I don't know why. I've never ever been upset by a champion before. But it just happens every time. Tonight has literally been 200 hours. That's how long. Looking at my watch, it's 2 o'clock. It's 200 hours, and we got game 3, where. Was Aphelios on RNG last game? It was.
It was.
Yeah. 100% win rate in this series. Yep. Surprised it's not 100% win rate in the LPL, but I don't know what more. What you say about that one?
I mean, he's only sitting at 50% win rate.
Because he's fed, like he's full items. I get it.
Yeah.
But if Jinx is there in the middle of 3 people, I don't know.
Did a really good
they can pull out games like this after the recovery from game 1. And Wink, there you go.
еще раз не слышно. Удаленно. Спасибо.
звонишь? Да, звоню.
Это. И еще мороженое. Я ей деньги отдам дома, у меня есть.
А что, надо картошку, да?
Ну, конечно.
Столько всего.
Да, что все-то? Вдруг это... Рома с Таней с детьми все придут. Народишься, хоть на всех хватит. А тут салат с картошкой. Да, Юки? Смотри. Смотри. Типа-туски. Типа-туски. И улегся тут, и улегся.
А очень так неплохо, да?
Да,
скажем.
и улегся сразу. Мартышка. Че, не берут трубку? Не берут трубку? Вот я ему позвоню.
Алло, мам. Это к нам бабушка пришла, просит, чтобы картошки купили.
И мороженое. Скажи, я деньги отдам.
И мороженое. Да.
Я в Бристоль зашла, там
Сейчас
нет.
дам.
Алло. А вы где? Я уже так устала, у меня сил нету идти никуда. Это, картошки бы надо. И мороженое. В Бристоль зашла, а там нет мороженого. Ну, одно на всех большое какое-нибудь. Марин, у меня вот 500 рублей есть, хватит, наверное, на мороженое. Дорогое, чтобы на всех хватило. Вот купи, как раз 500 хватит, вот купи, да. А ну сюда, ага.
Дай.
Ну все же надо. Смотри, он уже 2 сумки добавил. Юльки, а он за мной ходит. Он меня тоже любит. Он меня тоже любит.
Да, конечно.
Ты с кем там?
Работа.
Эй, ты это уже дружу. Поставили ему труселя, он опять сюда. Он уже там. Ты моя малышка. Ты моя радость. Ты мое солнце. А кто это мое одеяло приготовил? А или это не...
Это нет.
А, это не такое. Вот, отдохни немножко. Это я.
Бабуль, ты отдохни-то. Набегалась.
Ну, бегалась.
Сказала бы, я не смогла.
Да чего? Мы с дедом хотели в кафе посидеть. Мы весь город обошли, ни одно не работает. Ни одно вообще. Я сначала хотела, чтобы всех нас собрать. Он на пруду хотел там домушку заказать. Хотел на этой неделе. Ну, я думаю, может, город переработают. Сказали, только 1 числа откроют. Там не будут работать.
Ну да, из-за коронавируса сейчас.
Да.
Вика приедет скоро.
Да.
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 Спрашивала, когда ты к нам придешь.
Ты сказала?
Позволь тебе помочь?
Да, желательно. Там это, эти накрыли, девушку открывать. Смотри, там кухня. Давай на кухню.
towards this bottom lane and work to get this final turret for themselves, RNG are in really good shape.
You see Turret plating down there. Look, Xiaohu got a bit, but Ornn got 800. I mean, Yu's had such a great time. He's up 20 CS. Helped with the Rift Herald here. This back is going to be super beneficial. And another Rift Herald going to RNG. So while we were talking about how E-Star were finding good windows, it's all going to come down to what's been sacrificed early on. Xiaohu's still up 50 CS, 60 CS just about. Defending this mid turret, is it possible? Yes, it is. Wait, won't get the ulti onto Ming. He survives.
Xiaohu can keep pushing though, or even catch someone out in transition, but if E-Star go to collapsing this bottom lane turret, you can push in his RNG, but they're backing away at the moment, so you can see Xiaohu tries to give it at least enough respect to E-Star.
He's close to that Cull's been there. 15-minute Trinity Force
is insane.
With Manamune, yes, insane, a great way to put it. Are you ready, Dagda? He sold it. Oh my god.
Disgusting. He is so far ahead.
I'd be super curious.
He's, what, 20 CS ahead of everyone else in this game. He's got a bunch of turret plates. He's gotten all that Cull. Like, this Corki is monstrous right now. And if you try to fight as E-Star, like, forget about Aphelios needing to get to a point. Xiaohu alone will just solo.
You know what I'd love to see as a third item is we watch an Ornn get another turret and RNG get mid. With a nice trade from Betty. Infinity Edge third. Right.
You can go full greed here if you want, or even just go for that rapid fire, because you've gotten this Triforce so early, if you can proc rapid fire nice and early, you get a heap of stats.
Alright, let's pause, because Fern underneath the turret called the Forge God Searing Charge. Nicely done. New has just been such a good addition here for RNG. Yet again showing up with a clean dive for the bottom side. And that kill, that one I believe went to Xiaohu.
Let's get you a top laner who can do both. Right?
Yeah.
He can defend himself underneath the turret, manages to pick up in a 1-for-3 a kill for himself. And then he's setting up the 1-for-3s for RNG as well. So I mean, it's a pleasure to have New back into the LPL, looking so good on RNG, and now they can turn towards this dragon as well, right as it spawns. So RNG, it's unfortunate it's a Cloud Soul. So
I will disagree. A Corki with Cloud Soul.
Fair, actually. Yeah.
Every time he fires, which is 2 seconds, he's going to be. So he's constantly going to be moving fast.
Yeah. It's more so having the ult cooldown isn't going to do too much for them.
Very true.
But still, it is nice always to have all that mobility there.
Be cool for the Ornn. Yep, that's always been a fun interaction. Who are we looking at? There you go. You on your screen. Been having a great game so far. 1,600 gold over Xiao Bai is what you're reading. 8.5 CS a minute. Sorry. Yes. I was like, hang on. What am I saying? Yes, that is correct. I apologize. The copy has worn out of the system. Actually, a level ahead of Xiao Bai as well as we head towards mid. Wink is finally going to get this turret. That's great for E-Star. And 1,500 gold is a lead for RNG. Also note at this point, we've got a Cloak of Agility and a Dagger. So Xiao's going to keep us guessing for now. Level 12 versus level 10 in the mid lane. And while Fun had some good earlier engages towards the bottom side, it is now more talking about Xiaohu. It is not seeing Fun's ulti because there haven't been opportunities that RNG have given him to start catching them out.
And the thing here for Xiaohu is he is seriously difficult to lock down for E-Stars. You're not really going to get on top of him as Fun unless Xiaohu makes massive mispositioning mistakes. Xiao Bai can maybe get one knock up onto him, but then you do have the Valkyrie to get yourself into a much better position, not even including the flash. So for the likes of Wink to find follow-up damage on any sort of engage and really be able to take down Xiaohu, there's not anyone that can deal with them. And that's not including what we're seeing from RNG right now is sticking Xiaohu in a side lane, because Lord knows he beats everyone else on this E-Star roster.
193 CS. You see E-Star have to bring the whole unit down. The boys are coming. Xiaohu just goes out of vision. Picks up a Krug camp, because why not? Pushes in a wave, denies experience, which we talk about so much here. And it continues to be impressive performance here from Xiaohu, level 13 now. He starts pushing up mid, Wink being hyper-aggressive. And it's just Ming and Betty, but...
They don't have the best wave clear here without Infernum, so with Xiaolong Bao being positioned towards Xiaohu, just give the opportunity. Okay.
Ming flashing in, because you can see the TP's coming in. Here comes the boys once again, but on the side of RNG. Sonic Wave resonating strike into the flank in. Kick doesn't work out, but the ultimate in the Cosmic Radiance is there. Xiaohu lines the back with a 3-man searing charge. The hero's entrance finally makes the mark, but look, Xiaohu on top of a Wink, gets exhausted. That's what E-Stars need to take him away. But he flashes, he makes space until Wei gets him down. New for the re-engage is tanky as Frank. But away with the Justice Punch. But now Wink left in a 1 versus 4. With Wei joining in, it'll be 2, but RNG still want the re-engage. The pillar up, the searing charge, the flash over. Nicely done, and Wei, not long for this world, will get Bellows' breath to be secured for the Baron.
And there's only Fun alive. He might even get caught here if Ming.
Wait, shielded to Rand, Winds of War, doesn't want to take it, searing charge, and he goes.
So Chelsea is up. He will be moving towards this Baron, and I think with the timers that are available on E-Stars, RNG aren't going to go for the Baron. It's still only 20 minutes into this game, but you can see just how big Xiaohu is. Even with the exhaust, Wink is getting the hell away from there in the middle of this fight. You see here, Xiaolongbao, I like this. So he goes in aggressively, so then he forces that ultimate out of Xiao, so you're not getting huge amounts of value out of it. And then Xiaohu, straight onto Wink, bursting out this Ezreal. And even though you get a lot of people from E-Star turning to try and help him, there's not much you can do against Xiaohu's wrath. 3 members have to take down the Corki, which means the rest of RNG can power through this fight.
You know what I loved is Xiaohu came in immediately, Wei got bursted out, then he got revenge at the end of the fight. Just pops back in to say hello after smiting away a camp to get more health. So this was nice from RNG, but I think even nicer that we saw it so competitive after the lead we've gotten from this Corki.
The thing though is, it shouldn't be competitive right now. This is where E-Stars are strong. This is where they should be able to win out of these fights, because you've got a Galio's about to fall off, you've got Wink who's hit his 2 items. Same with Wei, he's already got that Umbral Glaive. He's going lethality. He's going for this mid-game spike. But RNG are beating them in these team fights when they've got the late-game scaling.
At the very least, I'll be curious as to when we get that Trinity Force Wukong, which he's building towards, where we've got Trinity Force Ezreal, of course, and second item on the Galio, who's been put behind all game long. I want you, before Dag, I know you want to talk about something. 80 CS is the difference. We almost flame Horizon at 21 minutes. And that gold lead stemming from this 227 CS Corki.
And the rapid fire Corki. That's what I wanted to bring up now, because that poke is going to be super annoying, especially for anyone here who takes a step too far forward. Because as talked about, those rockets, proc the Triforce, get auto onto Wei, onto Xiaoxi, they're going to know all about it.
Xiaobai's flank though could be game changing. Wink in position, call the Forge God to nail down the traffic. 2 members there, the flash burn. Cosmic Radiance, Xiaobai in for the flank. They get the invulnerability, but Kite back. Here with Gravitum, locking them down, the re-engage. Nicely done from Betty. Xiaobai ticking down, taken down. It's 5 versus 4, but low health bars for RNG. While Wei will get Ming. That's big for E-Stars. Xiaoxi and Wink, full health. Bam! Xiaolongbao down. E-Stars get the dragon.
Very scrappy fight from RNG, not able to really get to grips and get onto E-Star in the way that he wanted. And it means that E-Star are able to come out with a lot of this just front to back damage, where you've got these big ultimates like the Arcane Mirage, or the True Shot Barrage, where you've got the ultimate from the Graves as well to follow through. So going aggressive here, because he knows he's going to get that ultimate coming through in the Cosmic Radiance. But when you're turning to try and get this follow-up damage here, there's not much that RNG can really do. Fun does a good job of separating RNG from the back line. E-Star have many more angles that they can take in this fight, and Xiaohu just, and also Betty, just aren't really able to get into a position where they can deal damage of their own.
Xiaoxi flashed to be next to Wink. I'm sure not only for Guardian, but so he could get that immediate Cosmic Radiance. Interesting move, and it's one that, I compliment it. Alright, Baron's going to start before I learn not to shut up when I should shut up. As RNG on it immediately, and E-Stars are coming. Dazzle onto Xiao, who dodged away. He has package though, and his damage is massive. The pick from RNG onto Wei though. E-Star split apart. Betty again. You know what? Shen cosplay. Except if Shen did damage. 2 kills, and E-Stars, after complimenting them, now have to be criticized.
You still have this package as well for Xiaohu. He can just turn on to E-Stars.
Wink's over the wall, who gets spotted out, sending barrages.
No Cosmic Radiance for E-Stars either, so whatever damage is here to stay.
Depth charge, and Xiaohu follows over the wall. Poor Wink. Xiaohu with another kill, and E-Stars have to back away. Baron secured, and this is RNG's game to lose.
That's RNG from spring making it down. This is RNG for summer. This is where if RNG get a lead, they will look to close this out. And it's all off the back of Xiaohu once again in this mid lane. This guy has been massive, simply put, because E-Stars allowed him to become this huge Corki. Now we're still waiting on this late game scaling to come in. It's starting to hit across the board now. Betty got those 3 items. You're already looking at the Infinity Edge nearly completed for Xiaohu off of that last one, as well as this Aura now level 14, now giving all these Aura items across. And this is looking damn good for RNG to close out this game.
And you compare, their sense not completed for Wink. Look how behind Fun is. Wei once again too far forward. Gravitum there. What is Wei doing? And just like that with Baron buff, I mean, E-Star want to lose this game.
I think that's kind of the sentiment from the start of this game, where they kept going for these aggressive plays towards side lanes, and these are like all-in plays from minute 5, and it's if it wins, if it works, you get ahead. Maybe you can make some plays happen, but it didn't really work out. RNG were able to weather the storm. Now they get to this late game point where they're in control. Xiaohu can take pop shots over and over again alongside this Baroned up cannon minions that are going to be here, so they're looking good.
260 CS. I'm going to keep tracking this because right now it's outstanding. Xiaolong Bao on a side lane, bringing over Betty. Xiao Bai is going to be starting the engage. Fun making his way downtown. Yes, Dagdu's walking fast. Wins will do a bit of damage, but look mid. New and Xiaohu, the brothers, are teaming up a little bit.
If you could get out of my head and stop putting Vanessa Carlton into it, I'd appreciate it.
I'm so sorry.
Now we're looking RNG still sieging up in this mid lane. Anyway. They're not able to keep these Baroned up cannon minions around for long. Xiao Bai with the TP.
There's a ward in Raptors. Wei trying to spot this out, but RNG kite upwards. Nicely done. Xiao Bai spotted out.
That's where they want to go, right? They want to try and put pressure with this Baron wave onto his top lane turret to get it. So that's what they're going to do, because Xiao Bai's on the bottom side of the river.
Pushing
so
Lee Sin.
We've got a minute until this next dragon is up. RNG should be able to collect that again. I don't really see a way that E-Star can try and take this fight. But the problem is, the longer this game goes, it's not like it gets any easier to fight against RNG, so they kind of have to see if maybe they can find the miracle play that gives them the opportunity to get a gold lead back.
It's that wombo that we've been waiting to see all game long with. The Wukong has just picked up his Trinity Force and Black Cleaver. Interesting. It's been a while since we've actually seen those 2 items on top of each other.
I mean, Death's Dance would do so much for you. I mean, yes, you've got 2 AD carries that can kind of benefit from the armor shred, but realistically, just go for one or the other, and
it's fine.
I mean, it doesn't really matter against an Ori.
The only thing that doesn't stack is the Phage passive, right?
Yeah.
But apart from that, whatever. I mean,
still think a Death's Dance would have done a lot more. If you want to go Black Cleaver, Death's Dance, that's totally fine with me. It's just having this double up doesn't really work, and Death's Dance is needed to actually keep
Trinity
you alive.
Fusion, Dagda. We've got a Corki with Trinity Fusion.
And Infinity Edge just complete as well.
Yes, it's like a new type of restaurant. Everyone wants to go there. But you got that one friend, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm going to pause. Xiaolong Bao's here for a flank. You got that one friend that doesn't want to try the new restaurant. And no one likes him.
Well, Xiaolong Bao will not be that one friend who gets uninvited for getting caught out there, but still now E-Star looking to fight. This could be the game-ending fight right now.
The choke, the poke damage, insane. Xiaohu level 16 with flash available. Call the Forge got started off. The Dragon taken double cloud here as New almost gets the knock up. The Cosmic Radiance onto 3 people. The depth charge locks him up. New still tanky enough. RNG just need to go in and finish off the fight. Xiao Si gets taken down first one. Xiao Bai onto Betty. It's a triple knock-up. The hero's entrance. Everything landing, but Xiaohu is at full health, and Betty doesn't die because Aphelios heals. Nah. Betty lives, and RNG will run it down mid.
Look, whatever about it, RNG had this game for pretty much minute 10. Xiaohu now playing keep away with Wink. He'll actually kill him if he can get onto him, so.
He will. Watch Wink, because he's not backing anytime soon. He doesn't have TP. Xiaohu doesn't need to be there, and with the Gatling gun, Wink!
Hang on.
The outplay was close, but Xiaohu's too big. And RNG, this game was a clinic. 21-8, 29 minutes in. RNG will run towards the Nexus, pick up their 22nd kill onto Xiao Si. And with the teleport, Xiaohu will join his brethren. This is an RNG that are looking so much cleaner. This is an RNG that were challenged by Easter, but will be able to take this one home after they kill Fun.
8-1-5 in the Corki, 8 kills as well in this Aphelios. RNG looking way better when it came to game number 3, and honestly, Fun with these early game roams never really gave E-Star a chance because they were behind, but they couldn't make these plays go for. I don't understand why you rolled that dice from that first 5 minutes and end up giving over so much to RNG.
It's crazy because I think RNG were a team that in game 2 and game 1 were pushed a little bit back by E-Star, but it's just this pick. Xiaohu just continuously picked up resources while letting Fun do his job. Much more controlled across the map. And that's an RNG that you want to see. It's an RNG that makes playoffs.
And, I mean, RNG turned around every single play E-Stars wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever about rolling the dice, if these plays had accumulated for E-Stars, they would have had an advantage, but we had New with these great mechanical outplays in the top lane in a 1v3 to get a kill and get back to lane on time. When we look at the bottom lane as well, we have these mechanical plays from Bessie, who's able to flash away, they pick up the kill and ends up being a 1-for-1 as well. So overall, this was just super strong play from individual performances from RNG, which meant when we got this massive advantage for Xiaohu mid, that everyone was in a good place to follow up on that.
He had time to pick up the Manamune. He also had time to go straight towards the Trinity Force at 15 minutes. Muramana was completed at 18 minutes. There was a rapid fire cannon at like 23, and then Infinity Edge at 25. Yeah. So, I mean, say what you want, but Xiaohu in good form, to be said. It's a good sign that RNG are working so well with New as well. This is a team that have come together with a top lane position to be filled, and it's not 705, who's actually also on this roster, who was on JDG, filling in for Zoom. It's New, who out of nowhere has just become a really solid top laner.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, 705 is gone from my brain right now. I'm all in with
Sad,
New.
he's good.
He is very good, but I mean, New is showing up. He's working well on bruisers, he's working well on tanks, he's able to provide a lot of avenues, as we talk about, for the top laners and how you want to play as RNG. I mean, we still see a little bit of a shakiness in game 2, but definitely game 3, they were just clean. They knew what they had, they knew the advantages, and they knew they didn't have to try and make anything happen.
Unless E-Star found, opportunity after opportunity in that game, it was never going to be an E-Star win. There were a couple of close fights, which was nice to see, and you could see how that wombo started coming together, but it's too late by the time we saw that gold lead jump all the way down, and Wink did a lot for E-Star in that game, but not enough. While Xiaohu, yeah, that was only 29 minutes in. Imagine if that game went longer.
Yeah, you were only guessing to the point where RNG should have been quote-unquote strong, but how accelerated Xiaohu was, it was never going to be an easy game for E-Star. And unfortunately, E-Star haven't been massively impressed with them compared to Spring. We saw this very nice aggression coming out from the early game with Wei really controlling jungle, having their own style and flavor to their gameplay, but we talk about this E-Bullies, didn't really see it in this game, never really got Xiaoxi out of lane, never really got Fun doing particularly much, and in that final game where Fun tried to be more proactive, it ended up slapping them in the face when all was said and done.
It's crazy because now we're in a league that has, I think, a healthier meat pack in the middle. Like teams like V5 are coming up there. Sooning's performing better than they did in Spring. What other team? Look at the logos behind you. LGD's a big one, right? Like, forget DMO, forget BLG. EDG's still there. I'm going to keep going through. OMG's down.
LNG for me is actually
LNG,
decent,
WE's still there. So the problem is that for E-Star, they had a really good start in Spring. And it was maybe teams not understanding how they played for the start of the split. Now that they have an understanding of what E-Star are, it becomes a lot easier to read this team. And E-Star won't be able to scrape by with the losses towards the end of the season. Even at the start here, they're 2-3 right now. They need to find themselves a stronger push of momentum.
It also kind of feels like the meta's shifted away from E-Star's playstyle, because the way they usually would play was, hey look, we've got like a Misfortune in the bottom lane, we've got these AD carries that can do a lot of work off of these one-item spikes, so the Kalista kind of fits in there, but when we're drafting Aphelios and an Ezreal's in 90% of their games, you don't really have an AD carry you can play towards in the bottom lane, and then they're drafting, okay, Wukong can do some work if you give him resources, but not enough to carry a game. So also, we're not looking at these, oh, okay, we're fighting every single dragon, every single Rift Herald. So having these early advantages, which they then only accelerate when they got towards the first dragon fight, because maybe you got flashes and heals burned on key characters, and then it's just like, okay, we're moving into another win for E-Star, another win for E-Star, but now there's not this snowball that's been stacking up for E-Star, and teams are happy to play a much more passive style where they're not giving themselves the opportunity to be ganked by E-Star, and it feels like E-Star just don't really know where to go from.
It's really interesting because now, just talking about those slots before, V5 are a team that could be the team that takes, you know, what E-Star's slot was in spring. You know, Suning there as well. LGD, a similar position. So E-Star have to shape up. But for RNG, it's all the talk about Xiaohu in this game. Of course, we're going to show you some highlights. That'll lead to him being the MVP. And at this point, we're in the game where Xiaohu's at 20 minutes. He's got 2.5 items. You're probably going to die. You got to use a lot to kill him.
And I mean, look at the levels here for fun. Level 11 in this mid lane, just because of all the roams and how much Xiaohu was able to pick up. It's just, it's never going to be a fun game when these plays that you try to make in the early stage haven't happened. And we've seen RNG, when Xiaohu is on Corki, are happy to play towards him. Well, E-Star were happy to play towards him as well and gift over so much of that gold, so much of that experience to the Corki. And when you get to a late game composition that is fighting you and beating you at 15 minutes, well, it's not going to happen for you.
Props to New as well. At the start of these fights, we're just seeing great call the Forge Gods. And E-Star's committing everything towards him. He lures them in and helps turn it for someone like Xiaohu, who just pokes from over the wall. This is a great sign of life from RNG. And I know the RNG fans will be happy to see Xiaohu starting the split off right.
Especially since a lot of criticism was tailored towards him and Xiaolong Bao in spring. I think both these guys have stepped up massively. Xiaolong Bao looking good in the Lee Sin there as well. Even throughout this series, Xiaolong Bao looking a lot better. So although Xiao, who was the one taking the brunt of our attention, it's a step up across the board for him.
Would you like to know schedule moving forward?
Go for it. Let me know.
Because RNG, it's important to remember that this 4-1 team's going up against another 4-1 team in V5. That's happening on Thursday. I don't know. I'm sorry that's not an English broadcast day, but it still will be available here on the LPL Twitch.
If you can, like in the message when you pay, maybe you can attach a photo of those. And I will send the message in Russian.
Работаешь стоя? Работаешь стоя?
Я в телефоне работаю.
А это что?
Стрим. Да? Серьезно, что ли?
А это не понравилось ему, как ее. Ошейник не понравился. Зачем? Там я еще не все.
Ну и ладно.
Нет, как это так? Спасибо. Чего?
Я хотела тебе дорогую помаду купить, но не смогла без тебя оттенок выбрать. Если захочешь, мы с тобой выберем и купим или какую-то другую косметику. Нет, это я тебе.
Эх ты, да куда так много? Ты
Ладно?
что? Куда так много?
Пуль 70 лет. Все-таки хорошо.
Вообще.
Ладно?
Спасибо.
Купишь себе косметику.
А мы с тобой сколько?
Сходим, ладно?
Спасибо.
Пожалуйста, ладно.
Вот ты у тебя могли.
У меня все нормально.
Да.
Если меня не было, я бы тебе не дала спать.
Вообще. И телевизор еще потрой. На помаду-то еще потрачу. И две на телевизор.
Хорошо.
Да. Спасибо.
Пожалуйста, ладно.
Ой, какие вы все добрые.
Рада?
Конечно, рада еще. Дед мне тоже сердечно. А я сразу заплатила за телевизор. Мы с ним же поехали, я ему сказала.
Видишь, как хорошо.
Спасибо.
Пожалуйста, ладно.
будет не хотите, ух, возьмите. Я так на ухо присмотрел, представил, как гость приходит, этот слухом. Он у нас кусачий, не обращайте внимания. Я говорю, нет, давай он спокойно. Таблетки ты не давала?
Нет.
Не дайте. Ты выбрала так, да? А что не стала лимонад? Нет, она один.
Ну что-то там, ну, как обычная бутылка, я взяла сок, который побольше. Ай, побольше. Да, 174. Палец.
Марина, а где мне стакан взять? Лимонад, под пиво? А там вот вроде мало. Ксюша, Ксюш, а я, знаешь, что думала? А твои джинсы сколько стоят? Ну, ты говорила вот маме.
Что с тобой не надо?
Ну, сколько они стоят?
Ну, какой-то разный, я не смотрю.
Ну, а ты-ка за сколько хотела?
Я не выбирала даже, я не знаю.
Примерно не знаю. Да? А я вот и то дома думала.
А что ты думаешь?
А?
А что ты думаешь?
Так я могу тебе вот, я заплачу за это, и я тебе могу купить покажете.
Папа, да, вроде не
мусора все.
Вон там на тарелке.
А в углу? Правда.
На окне, на окне.
Смотрите, я даже не выдвигаю ее, ему и так хватает. Только не понимаете, что не надо делать. Вот, она сама по себе родная. Выдвигается уже дальше. Видела?
Надо, конечно, выдвигать.
Вот, все, пошел.
Пошли.
Будь здоров.
Пошли, товарищ, будь здоров.
Мам, дай ему таблетку. Мам, дай мне
Скажи, что ему таблетку?
Мам, сделай за меня работу.
Что с ним?
Давай,
Сейчас я это. А как ему дать таблетку? Давайте я дам. Дайте все.
Давайте-ка, где таблетка? И он сразу будет есть ее?
А кто же знает, первый раз даем. Сегодня погуляй с ним.
пойдем.
Ксения, а тебе партийное задание вклеить в паспорт. Я только не знаю где. Ну, можешь вечером это сделать, ладно? Хорошо? Ну, еще мне не уходить. Вики,
Я не могу ее открыть. Подарок. Слушай, а может нам а может мешать надо будет? Чтобы жить инструкцию не читаешь?
мама.
Ну что там было?
Пусто. Надо подумать, что так салаты была в таком верху, что ли? Это он внизу, и она ему все, не есть ее надо. Не знаю, когда что-то
Надо потуже этот.
палатку взять, да? И наверх, чтобы черная наверху была. А то она у нее под этой, конечно, так не будет.
Дали таблетку-то? Завтра гуляем. Тихо, он не понимает, по-моему. Он не понимает.
Он гуляет или ты гуляешь?
Не знаю.
Пойдем. Пойдем.
Сюда, сюда.
Так, выбирайте. А где? Ну куда? Я Юльке вот подержал около лица. Нельзя мне не так. Да.
А я и то, и то.
Нет, сладкий с горьким нельзя мешать. Ну. Он хочет мне отдать стол. Потом, когда новый купят.
Ладно. Детка.
Тебе не надо. Нам тут ничего. Все спрятали, теперь ничего на полу не найдешь.
아 제라스 공좀 쓰는 거 아닌데. 죽는다 저러다. 네. 큰일인데 이거. 아 가고 싶긴 한데 이거. 안 친다? 이걸 안 친다? 뭐죠? 친구 아니야? 아! 걔 근데 라인 푸시가 하자가 있다. 여기 40밖에 안 돼 데미지가. 너무하잖아. 많이 나는데. 큰일이다 진짜로. 하나 이거 다 밀리는데.
필멸자들의 창조물은 사라져도 야생은 영원하지.
어이. 어이. 바드공 때문에 빼지도 못하고. 방향을 선택했는데.
더블킬. 마무리.
굉장히 큰일인데 이거.
포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 업체가 파괴되었습니다. 적인 전사 중. 아군을 당했습니다.
돌배 나가신다. 돌배 나가신다. 나갔다. 역시 이거 똥침을 하면 안 되겠어. 이거 5대1이 안 되잖아 이 캐릭은.
안부 전해주세요. 기어 페이커 샘페이 생일 축하한다고 말해줘. 제임스 HS 유땡크 유.
생축. 저 위로 어떻게 올라가지?
앞으로도 많이 사랑할게요. 문자.
안돼. 여기 떨어지면 안 되는데. 아, 올라갈 수 있겠다. 감사합니다. 여기서 이걸 던져가지고 올라가는 거 아닐까요? 에너지가 없어.
저 오늘 생일입니다.
갱축.
작년에도 축하받았는데 혹시 올해도?
저거 어떻게 타고 올라가지 내가? 어떻게 올라가지?
클레브 조회수 100만 미리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
안 본 사람 없기를 키키을.
안 타죠. 저기로 올라가고 싶은데.
$20만원어치 월드콘 먹고 팬미팅 당첨됐습니다. 예이.
축하드립니다. 10만원어치 몇 개요? 월드컵 매출이 20%가 올랐다더니 1%의 사람들이 20%를 올려줬어. 어떻게 올라가지? 나 올라갈 수 있을 것 같아 근데. 뭐야 그냥 올라가지네? 바본가? 그냥 올라가지는 거였네. 뭔가 있다 여기 벽 너머에. 벽 너머에 뭔가 있어. 불지펴. 벽 너머에 뭐 있는데. 떨어지면 안 돼. 다시 올라가.
바른 자세 안 하신 거 보고 도내하려고 충전했더니 그새 자세를 바꾸셨네.
바른 자세입니다. 이쪽 한번 가볼게요. 집 지어주자 애기들. 이거랑 이건 뭐야? 골렉 터치. 이거까지 다 해줘야 돼? 뭐야 안 가지네. 까비 한 번 더. 어렵네. 됐다. 좋아요. 여기 뭐 있지 여기는? 광석도 있어.
Play Choget, please.
초가스 해볼까요? 이거 바닥 어떻게 부수냐? 바닥 보는 스킬 배워야 되나 보다. 여기 갈게요 이제. 월드콘 20만원어치 먹어야 당첨됩니다. 근데 월드콘 은근 맛있지 않아요? 처음에 맛없을 줄 알았는데 먹다 보니까 맛있더라고요. 원래 아이스크림 안 좋아하는데. 월드콘 은근히 맛있다니까요. 칼로리가 높은 거 빼고는. 여기 잠겨있는데 어떻게 지나가냐는 거지. 뭔가 열쇠가 있나? 뭔가 열 수 있는 방법이 있지 않을까요? 여기다가 불을 붙여? 안 붙여져. 응? 뭐야? 여기 뭐야? 위에 뭐 있어? 언제부터 있냐? 레버 있네. 소름. 좋아요. 몬스터들 그냥 다 스킵할게요. 바쁘니까. 뭐야 이거? 소미들이 문 열어주려고 기다렸대요. 또 어떻게 가? 거긴가? 이런 거 있으면 무조건 먹어주는 스타일인데 이거. 어머나. 오른쪽 아래 뭐지? 저기부터 가볼게요. 어디? 눕는 역할을 역시 여자한테 인기 많은 울프가 찍지 않았을까요? 어이 뭐야 이거? 이게 뭐라? 원데이 녹턴이라 저 트롤러를 봤나?
검은 창이다. 다시 피어날 겁니다.
데프트님 광고 보고 오셨네.
아, 이 녀석 광고 보고 이거 멘탈 공격하려고. 그러면 못 써. 아, 누가 닫지 않았어. 뭐야.
전형적인 소리.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
결국 다 속인 수죠.
글쎄 있다.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
다 넣어서. 오, 과감해요 이 선수. 에이 이거 넘어가라.
내가 거짓말을 하겠어.
아 트란다미어 레벨 너무 올려주는데? 어디 갔어?
확실한가요? 딱 좋아요.
아 이거 못 먹으면 어떡해.
적을 처치했습니다.
아, 얘 트란다미를 이거 유치아 키고 오는데? 나 이제 못 치겠는데? 오!
적을 처치했습니다.
좋아요. 2차 쓴 거 같은데, 시간에? 아닌가? 안 쓴 거 같기도 하고.
결국